Chapter 520. The Truth About the Opening of Forbidden by the Immortal, Part 2. Xu Qing and the captain were paying very close attention to Master Seventh's every word. That was especially true of Xu Qing. He really wanted to know the truth behind the opening of Forbidden by the Immortal. He didn't understand why it was being opened now, and why the sleeping god was being given to the Red Moon to eat. What did it all mean? The Red Moon was the god of the nightshades, who were currently at war with humankind. As far as Xu Qing could guess, the only reason to give a sacrifice to the Red Moon right now would be to curry favor. But what was the ultimate reason? Given his limitations, he felt like he wasn't able to get to the bottom of the matter, as if his vision were obscured by fog. "What do you think is going on, Master?" Xu Qing asked. Master Seventh stared off toward the central part of the temple complex. "I don't think Seventh Prince is doing this on his own. True, he's an imperial prince with countless powerful experts working for him and an entire army under his command. He seems impressive, but the reality is that the emperor still sits on the throne and is hale and healthy. According to the rumors, he's extremely decisive and has great ambitions. Granted, those are just rumors, but rumors don't spring up out of nowhere. Regardless, the point is that we're not in a time period in which imperial heirs could even think about trying to usurp the throne." Master Seventh's gaze grew more intense. That said, this Seventh Prince is obviously ruthless and decisive. However he did it, he managed to break through the blockade set up by the nightshades and the crony species helping them. That alone eased some of the tension weighing down on the imperial capital. In other words, his actions have benefited both the emperor and humankind in general. Forget what sacrifices were made or whatever other clues are at play. The important thing to consider is the big picture. The bottom line is that what's going on right now in Forbidden by the Immortal is a matter related to gods. And that's not something Seventh Prince has the authority to deal with on his own. Long story short, the opening of Forbidden by the Immortal had to be ordered by the Emperor. Seventh Prince is simply carrying out the orders. With that knowledge, the fog begins to lift a bit. Both the captain and Xu Qing were now starting to understand things a bit better. "If you look at things from the perspective of the Emperor," Master Seventh continued, "you'll realize that he's obviously trying to accomplish something that relates to the war. Maybe it's to just end the war, or maybe it's to win it. It doesn't matter. What could you do that would either end the war or win it?" Master Seventh's eyes glittered with profound light. "It would be to use the most dangerous and majestic weapon of war humankind could ever have, a domain treasure." Master Seventh's voice rang with decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron. Of course, things aren't as simply stated as that. The Nightshades have the Red Moon god on their side. All their high priests have to do is make the right sacrifices and employ the right god magics, and they can summon a projection of that Red Moon. Therefore, thinking of a way to get a domain treasure is only one element. The second is thinking of a way to prevent that Red Moon from being summoned. And how could that be accomplished? Well, humans can't control the Red Moon, nor could we trust the fate of our species to some sort of business transaction with the Red Moon. Therefore, since a deal is out of the question, how could we prevent her from coming, or at least ensure she comes too late to matter? Master Seventh looked at Xu Qing and the captain. "Create a situation the Nightshades couldn't predict," Xu Qing said. "For instance, put the Red Moon to sleep." "Whenever I'm stuffed," the captain said, "I instinctively want to slumber." Both Xu Qing and the captain inhaled sharply as the implications hit them. Master Seventh chuckled in a way that made him seem especially wise. "This is only one line of reasoning that leads us to this conclusion. We can also analyze things from a different angle. For example, consider why the Emperor would open Forbidden by the Immortal just as the situation with the war seemed to be easing up. Why would he intentionally rouse the Red Moon in Xianxia? Before, that didn't seem to make much sense. But everything became clear thanks to that god's finger outright stating that its true form was going to be devoured. Xu Qing, you're still young, so no matter how carefully you think about a matter, it's normal for you to overlook certain things." Master Seventh looked at Xu Qing and clearly hoped that he would come to the correct conclusion. Meanwhile, Xu Qing's mind was in high gear as he thought back to what the god's finger told him. "Master," he said, "do you mean that it's important that the god's finger immediately realized that the red moon wanted to devour its true form?" Master Seventh's eyes glittered with praise as he nodded. "Exactly. That level of certainty provides the explanation. Clearly, it was absolutely confident that the red moon would devour its true self. That bit of knowledge itself contains deeper elements to consider. Obviously, it's not uncommon for powerful gods to devour weaker gods. Couple that with the fact that the god forbidden by the immortal is in a state of sleep, then the chances our conclusion is correct rise to over 80%. As I mentioned to you before, my research has led me to the conclusion that gods are nothing more than higher versions of people like you and me. When mortals stuff themselves with food, they get tired and lazy. They don't want to do anything. It's the same with cultivators. When Big Sib gets stuffed, he instinctively wants to sleep. That goes for both me and you as well. Of course, it doesn't necessarily require sleep. Going into secluded meditation might also work. And the length of time spent in seclusion or sleep depends on the type of food." Xu Qing was mentally reeling, while the captain was licking his lips. One thing was clear, both lines of reasoning led to the same conclusion. "So, does everything make sense now?" Master Seventh asked quietly. "The Emperor is taking the initiative to awaken the red moon, place it in forbidden by the immortal, and devour the god here. Then, the moon will be forced to enter a digestion period. During that time period, the red moon won't pay any attention to the nightshades, even if something goes wrong for them. To the moon, the nightshades are nothing but servants, and there's no way she'll forego food or sleep for servants. What's more, the digestion period will last for a while. During that time, the nightshades won't have any protection from their god. The Emperor must have been waiting for an opportunity just like this," Xu Qing said. He felt like he had experienced a sudden revelation, as if the clouds had parted, making everything incredibly bright. In fact, as his thoughts coalesced, his 12th heavenly palace began to materialize even faster and got very close to the Great Circle. With Master Seventh's guidance, Xu Qing suddenly came to a much deeper understanding of the big picture. No longer were his thoughts limited to what was right in front of him. Master Seventh could have refrained from helping out in this way, but thanks to his help, Xu Qing's powers of cognition improved. Having Xu Qing logically think through the situation had been an instance of immense good fortune. Moral and practical instruction could really be given at any time. Xu Qing's eyes glittered with reverence as he clasped hands and bowed deeply to Master Seventh. Master Seventh smiled faintly. The truth was that he was very proud of Xu Qing. The captain was also shaken. Looking reverently toward his master, he said, "Okay, well, what about the domain treasure? What do you think about that, Master? Should we steal it?" Master Seventh's smile wavered. The captain had actually asked about something Master Seventh hadn't considered. Then he realized that Xu Qing was looking at him with keen expectation, and he suddenly felt a headache coming on. Considering how hard he had worked to build up his image just now, he obviously couldn't say that he hadn't thought of stealing the domain treasure. "How could you be so short-sighted, Big Sib?" Master Seventh said, doing nothing to show his displeasure. "I already made a decision about that. That said, I can't just go around explaining every little thing to you all the time. Therefore, let's consider that the homework assignment for this class. Take some time to think about it on your own and see which of you can figure it out first. Whoever does will be rewarded." Xu Qing nodded, feeling more admiration for his master than ever. The captain, however, looked suspiciously at Master Seventh. Seeing that Chen Erniu was about to say something, Master Seventh gave a cold harumph and decided that he wasn't going to forget this. Quickly taking out a special semi-transparent skin mask, he handed it to Xu Qing. "This item is the immortal skill that I got years ago. It has one use, concealment, extreme concealment. 4th Sib, when the red moon awakens, you need to put that mask on. That's your first layer of concealment, but not the only one. You also need to find a place with a lot of flesh built up and dig your way inside. That will hide the god's aura that you carry with you. That's your second layer of concealment. Whatever other assets you have will be the third layer. And finally, I'll bolster you with a god magic of concealment. That's the fourth layer. That way, unless the red moon specifically starts looking for you, you should be fine. The awakened moon is definitely going to be attracted to the sleeping god, so be cautious and you'll be okay. Remember, after you put that mask on, you can't move. Your cultivation base isn't high enough, so if you move, it will break the concealment effect. Letter 1D456, letter 1D626. Letter 1D4B8, letter 1D630, letter 1D45A. Xu Qing was touched by his master's concern and quickly clasped hands and bowed his head. Master, make sure to take care of yourself as well. Master Seventh smiled warmly. He really did like this fourth apprentice of his. Clasping Xu Qing's shoulder, he bolstered him with the god magic, then turned to leave. What about me, Master? The captain said. What about me? Master Seventh didn't bother looking at the captain. Compared to the aura of that sleeping god, yours is like nothing. Who would even notice you? Despite his words, Master Seventh waved his hand and sent a god magic of concealment to the captain. Then he turned and vanished. With Master Seventh gone, the captain shivered and looked at Xu Qing, his eyes shining brightly. RACO. Little Ah Qing, I saw something really amazing on the way here. The old man was moving too quickly, so I didn't say anything. Come on, let's go check it out. Chapter 521. A Hand to Create All Things, Part 1. When Xu Qing saw how bright the captain's eyes were shining, he was just about to nod in agreement when a cold snort suddenly swept over them. Check what out, and since when did I become the old man? Xu Qing inhaled sharply, and the captain's face fell. Both of them turned to look in the direction of the familiar voice. The air there rippled as Master Seventh suddenly appeared. This is today's second lesson, Master Seventh said coolly. Sometimes what you can see with your eyes isn't real. Going forward, you should move a good distance away before discussing business. Xu Qing bowed his head and said nothing. The captain appeared to be on the verge of tears. How could he ever have guessed that his master, who had very obviously left, would actually be hiding nearby? Anyway, Master Seventh continued, I was thinking about how Fourth Sib's cultivation base is on the verge of a breakthrough, so I came back to provide a reminder. Fourth Sib, it shouldn't be hard for you to break through from Gold Core to Nascent Soul. However, in the Heaven Fate Nascent Soul level, cultivation involves provoking 5 instances of Heaven Fate tribulation. Each one will make you a lot stronger. Xu Qing nodded. This information conformed to what he had already learned in the past. However, the increase of battle prowess in the Nascent Soul level is of secondary importance. Of more importance is using those tribulations to build up Heaven Fate for use later in the Spirit Trove level. Based on my experience, if you deploy multiple Nascent Souls in each tribulation, then despite the fact that tribulation will be more powerful than normal, the resulting success will bring in more Heaven Fate. If you encounter good fortune in Forbidden by the Immortal, that's fine, but don't provoke any tribulation. I'll explain more about the details later on. At that point, Master Seventh gave one final glare at the captain, then turned and vanished. Xu Qing, meanwhile, considered the advice, which contained some new information. As he did that, the captain blinked a few times, grabbed his arm and pulled him a good distance away. There he breathed a sigh of relief. Master really does treat us well, wouldn't you say, little Ah Qing? I definitely received some enlightenment during today's lesson. Me too, Xu Qing said convincingly. The captain nodded. We'll probably never be able to pay back Master's love, not in this life anyway. The two of us need to work as hard as possible, Xu Qing said solemnly, so that one day in the future we can keep Master safe. The captain's face lit up. That's right, little junior brother. We definitely need to make that our goal. The captain and Xu Qing continued walking along, all the while exchanging such words. A few hours later, they looked at each other. He's probably gone, right? The captain said. Most likely, replied Xu Qing, looking around. The old man really does pop in and out randomly. the captain said with a wry smile. Lowering his voice, he continued, "Let's get out of here and go back to that spot I mentioned before. There's definitely some good stuff there." The two of them flew off at top speed. Time slipped by slowly but surely. 3 days had passed since the opening of Forbidden by the Immortal. During that time, the first wave of hundreds of thousands of cultivators had already carved out a safe space of roughly 500 kilometers. That was like a drop of water in the ocean compared to Forbidden by the Immortal as a whole. In fact, even when just considering the Eastern District, it barely counted for 1% of the area. The place was just that large. Considering ancient Emperor Dark Serenity had 36 operations palaces in the past, it made sense that they were all considered minor worlds. What was more, because this one had a god sleeping inside of it, it had never been fully explored. Despite the invasion of mutagen, there were countless unique treasures, ancient records, and reserve powers to be found. That was especially true given that, in revered ancient, great efforts had been made to study and research mutagen. As a result, there were many methods that could be used to disperse mutagen, such as those used to purify taboo treasures. That was why the imperial capital highly valued Forbidden by the Immortal, and didn't intend for it to be opened for only a short time. The plan was for the exploration to last for several months, and gradually get closer and closer to the Imperial Hall in the very center of the Forbidden Ground. Of course, that was all based on the presumption that there wouldn't always be a god inside. Right now, the captain and Xu Qing were about 50 kilometers away from the safe zone, resting atop the roof of a palace hall. During the days that had passed, they had explored quite a few locations and made some significant gains. They had seen a lot of buildings that were fading from existence, presumably because of the seal on the Forbidden Ground having been broken. They had run into a few dangerous situations. For example, the place the captain had originally gone to had been so infused with mutagen that the only thing left behind was the head of a huge statue. When the two of them got close to the statue, it rushed toward them. It turned out to be a very hazardous incident that they barely escaped from. Thankfully, the concealment blessing from Master Seventh turned out to be very effective and facilitated their escape. It left the captain sighing repeatedly. The feeling of being able to see a juicy piece of meat right in front of him, but being unable to eat it, left him with increasingly bloodshot eyes. They experienced a lot of ups and downs until they eventually reached this very promising-looking palace hall. Unfortunately, they couldn't get inside. After multiple failed attempts, they went about 5 kilometers away to a safer palace hall, where they rested on the roof to try to come up with another plan. The captain was grinding his teeth as he discarded plan after plan. "This place is just too big, little Ah Ching, and we don't have enough in the way of intelligence reports. I'm convinced there's some treasure in that palace hall. Otherwise, why would those 4 flesh-covered statues be standing guard over it?" As the captain spoke, Xu Qing was looking off in the direction of the safe zone. That area had mostly been cleared of mutagen, thanks to the spell formations that had been set up, and it caused light to shine up into the dark sky from that spot. The surrounding mutagen constantly tried to work its way back in, and eventually it would succeed, but not at the moment. On the inside of the glimmering shield created by the spell formations were numerous strange-looking buildings. They were towering pyramids made from spirit stones, and they emanated shocking fluctuations that linked all of them into one huge formation. Small squads of people came in and out constantly. They were groups who, like Xu Qing and the captain, were on exploratory missions. All of the palaces within the 500-kilometer safe zone had already been cleared out and had been integrated into the spell formation. Even more shocking than all of that were the 9 30,000-meter white crystals that hung in the air like floating mountains. Generalissimo Bloodhorror had brought those huge crystals, and originally they hadn't been that big. They had grown over the 3 days into that shocking size. They floated in midair like black holes, sucking in all the surrounding mutagen. More precisely put, they were filtering the mutagen. In other words, they sucked in mutagen, then dispersed it. It was an endless cycle that, as it propagated, left tiny golden markings on the crystals. Xu Qing thought about it for a moment. It must be taking the god vitality out of the mutagen. Based on the expanded knowledge and sense of judgment imparted by his master, Xu Qing's conclusion was that the crystals were being prepared for use on the front lines of the war. "Forget those things," the captain said, sitting up suddenly. "They're not important to us right now. I just got a new idea, little Ah Qing." Xu Qing looked away from the crystals and at the captain. "You're still thinking about that palace?" "Of course. We've seen a lot of palaces over the past few days, and the ones that aren't guarded are complete trash. The ones that have a single guardian statue are better. But this is the only one we've found with 4 guardian statues. Compared to a sleeping god, it probably doesn't count for much. But since we're here, we need to do our best to get some good stuff." The captain licked his lips as his eyes glittered with a crazy look. Xu Qing thought back to the palace and the 4 flesh-covered statues that guarded each of its sides. The statues were alive, and only small portions of them had dissipated. The fluctuations they released were completely terrifying. The palace they were guarding was unusual in appearance because of its square shape. Also, Xu Qing remembered that the roof had countless finger-width ventilation holes in it. The strange thing about those holes was that the encroaching flesh clearly avoided them. Xu Qing had no idea what might be inside the palace. His shadow couldn't get inside. He'd tried, and something inside the palace prevented surveillance. After the red moon awakens and devours the sleeping god, it should be a lot easier to get inside. Does it have to be now? Xu Qing looked at the captain. "When that happens, a lot more people are going to be inside exploring," the captain replied. "At that point, even if we get what's inside, we might not be able to keep our hands on it. And once the palace starts crumbling, we'll be out of time. Besides, little Ah Qing, my intuition is telling me that the treasure inside there is incredible." The captain licked his lips. "My plan is simple, little Ah Qing. In a moment, we'll head over there again. Just like last time, you absorb the surrounding mutagen and get the attention of the statues. Once the 4 of them are chasing after you, I'll go in and loot the place." "Last time you couldn't even get the door open," Xu Qing pointed out. On the previous attempt, Xu Qing had put himself in danger to create the distraction, except the captain didn't work hard enough to get inside. Eyes bloodshot, the captain gritted his teeth and said, "It'll be different this time. I have a new way to open that door." Seeing how determined the captain was, Xu Qing finally nodded. "I'll give you 30 breaths of time." "No problem." Grabbing Xu Qing by the arm, he dragged Xu Qing in the direction of the palace hall. Making sure to stay concealed, they headed toward the square-shaped palace hall. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, they arrived. Seeing the 4 flesh-covered statues and sensing their terrifying fluctuations caused both Xu Qing and the captain to breathe a bit more heavily. After exchanging a glance, they split up. Xu Qing quickly loosened the restrictions on his absorption powers, causing the surrounding mutagen to rush toward him. When it entered him, it created a pleasant, even intoxicating sensation. His soul felt like it was floating, and his fleshly body was getting stronger. On an instinctive level, he wanted that mutagen to just keep pouring into him. People without great willpower would find it hard to avoid becoming lost in the sensation. Thankfully, Xu Qing had the perseverance to remain cool and collected. As he absorbed the mutagen, the golden threads within him trembled with longing. Slowly but surely, Xu Qing felt himself transforming. Meanwhile, the 4 statues outside the palace hall slowly looked up. The flesh-covered faces, features flickered, and their eyes glowed red. Then they all started moving at the same time. Xu Qing quickly took out the mask from his master. Speeding along, he kept absorbing mutagen, all the while counting down in his head. After a bit more than 10 breaths of time had passed, he felt a sudden sensation of critical catastrophe from above. Without any hesitation, he put the mask on his face, then threw himself down onto the flesh-covered ground and burrowed inside. There, he remained unmoving. The mask covered all traces of his existence. Intense rumbling sounds echoed out, and terrifying fluctuations spread everywhere. The statues were clearly searching for him. However, Xu Qing had the mask on and he wasn't moving. In that state of concealment, the 4 statues didn't even recognize his existence. He and the captain had tested out how the mask worked with the statues. As long as they were a distance from the hall, it worked normally. But if they were close to the hall, they would eventually sense him. That was a big difference from the other guardian statues they had encountered at other palaces. And it was one way that this palace hall was very unique. Hopefully, the captain makes it work. The source of this content is Chapter 521, A Hand to Create All Things, Part 2. After the statues were lured away, the captain ran pell-mell toward the entrance of the huge palace. This time, he didn't waste time trying to open the door. Instead, he rushed to the roof with the countless holes. Upon arriving, he madly threw himself toward the holes. Bizarrely, his flesh split apart, forming into countless finger-width strips that shot right through the holes. Of course, those holes weren't just simple ventilation shafts. They had terrifying warding spells within them that instantly erupted, destroying many of the strips of flesh. Those left over wriggled like worms. As they struggled, faces appeared on them that resembled the captain, and they gnashed their teeth as they tried to break through the warding spells. Unfortunately, the warding spells were very strong, and before long, about 90% of the captain's strips of flesh were gone, and there were only about 30 left. Within the mouth of each worm was an ancient and damaged command medallion. Those medallions were none other than ancient Tao righteous bestowal edicts. As they glowed with amber light, the wriggling worms began to transform. They glittered with crystalline light, and though more than half crumbled in the end, 4 managed to wriggle to the end. After popping out of the ventilation hole and dropping into the hall beyond, they looked around. There was only one thing in the hall, and it was right in the middle. Emptiness surrounded it. It was a severed hand with a bit of the forearm attached, fully 300 meters in size. The spot where it had been severed featured a large fleshy growth that ended with countless swaying tentacles. The 5 fingers were outstretched, and in the palm was a huge mouth filled with countless razor-sharp teeth. "What's this thing?" The captain's voice emanated from the mouths of the 4 crystalline worms as they clumped together, and then transformed into a tiny crystalline imp. The imp was, of course, the captain. However, his face didn't resemble the captain, as he was wearing a vicious and greedy mask. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and unleashed the heavenly dog immortal skill. A massive dog appeared in the middle of the palace hall. Pulsing with greed, it lunged toward the severed hand and gobbled it up. Letter 1d6 to a letter 1d4 4e. Letter 1d6 to 4 letter 1d4 5c letter 1d4 5a. The crystalline imp then broke back up into 4 wriggling worms, which shot back through the ventilation holes. Of course, this entire process took a lot longer than 30 breaths of time, so the 4 statues had already returned from chasing Xu Qing. As a result, the warding spells in the ventilation holes were even stronger. The captain struggled to fight his way through them, but eventually ended up stuck. As the destructive power of the warding spells surged, he started getting very nervous. However, right then, the mutagen in the area suddenly started flowing away rapidly, causing the statues to burst into motion again. The captain took advantage of that moment to burst free. The 4 crystalline worms turned into an imp again, and the imp fled at top speed. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the palace area returned to normal, and the 4 statues returned to take up their guard positions. Xu Qing was already at the rendezvous spot. He squatted there, spitting blood out of his mouth and looking frightened. When he'd realized the captain wasn't coming back, he'd assumed something unexpected happened. Gritting his teeth, he'd once again drawn away the statues. Though he'd managed to hide successfully, the statues were enraged from being repeatedly fooled and had unleashed random attacks. Xu Qing's hiding spot was never revealed, but he still suffered the effects of the attacks. As his heart pounded with lingering fear, he turned his head to see a crystalline imp running toward him that bore the face of the captain. Before Xu Qing could ask any questions, the captain shivered and started to grow larger. Moments later, he was back to normal size, although his face was pale and he looked very weak. Dropping onto the ground, he gasped for breath, all the while looking very excited. Thankfully, I had that righteous bestowal edict. Otherwise, I would have been done for. In the end, it was worth it. Seeing that the captain was fine, Xu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. What was inside? I have no idea, but I think it's a precious treasure." Looking very pleased with himself, the captain took out the skin mask and put it on to summon the heavenly dog. The heavenly dog's throat wriggled as it coughed up a 300-meter severed hand onto the ground, along with a shower of saliva. Before Xu Qing could even take time to examine it, the huge mouth on the hand lunged toward the captain. In the blink of an eye, the captain was gobbled up. It happened too quickly. Face falling, Xu Qing took out a dagger and slashed it toward the severed hand. The dagger had absolutely no effect on the hand. What was more, the backlash attack from it caused Xu Qing to shiver and stagger backward. Eyes grim, he unleashed his poison to try to invade the hand. However, before he could actually send the poison into the hand, its 5 fingers glittered with multicolored light accompanied by loud cracking sounds. It was a 5-colored light that flowed out of the fingers and back to the severed part of the arm. The light gathered at the fleshy growth there, grew stronger, and then went back to the fingers. From there, the light floated into the air and began to converge into the shape of a heart. Xu Qing's pupils constricted. Things weren't over yet, though. As the 5-colored light stitched together, Xu Qing's eyes went wide as he realized it was taking the shape of a peach. The light then faded, and a moment later, the captain was vomited out of the mouth. "Precious treasure, eat little Qing." Looking very excited, the captain lunged toward the peach with his mouth wide open. Xu Qing hesitated. When the captain bit into the peach, it collapsed, turning into a noxious black sludge that splashed into the captain's mouth. The captain immediately started retching. Dazed, he said, "How could this be happening? Damn it. I got scammed by that thing. It asked what I wanted, and I said I wanted to eat a peach that would turn me into a smoldering god." Xu Qing looked quizzically at the black sludge, and then the hand. Finally, he looked at the bedraggled captain. "Captain, what's going on?" "I got scammed, little Qing." The captain ground his teeth. "After that thing ate me, I heard a voice asking me what I wanted it to create. It said it could use life force power to create anything. But after I told it what I wanted, it created nothing but a lump of trash." Looking angry, the captain walked over and kicked the hand. That wasn't enough, though, as next, he leaned over and bit into it. He instantly let out a shriek. Pupils constricting, Xu Qing looked over and saw that the captain's teeth had shattered. How could it be so hard? The captain's eyes were wide as he looked at the hand, which had a faint bite mark on it. However, the bite didn't come close to penetrating the skin. "It actually broke my teeth. This thing is incredible. Maybe I didn't use it right. Little Qing, you try it out." After some thought, Xu Qing walked over toward the huge hand's mouth. The mouth opened, and a powerful gravitational force latched onto Xu Qing. He didn't resist, but rather allowed it to suck him inside. Afterward, the same 5-colored light started to swirl, and eventually it took the shape of a mirror. It was the 7 blood eyes taboo treasure. Whether in the appearance or the aura, it seemed completely genuine. The captain looked on, his eyes shining with anticipation. Shortly after, the hand's mouth opened and spat Xu Qing out. The instant he appeared, he looked up at the mirror. Moments ago, he had found himself in a blood-colored world, with a calm voice speaking into his ear. It had said that it could use the power of life force to create anything. Xu Qing had then created the mirror. At the same time, he noticed that his life force hadn't been absorbed. Perhaps it was because the severed hand had been hurt too badly and didn't have all of its powers. Xu Qing reached out to grab the mirror, but the moment he touched it, it turned into black sludge that splashed onto the ground. Xu Qing frowned and the captain sighed. "A scam," the captain said. "I really lost out this time." "Eldest brother, maybe the hand has just been in that palace hall for too long. Maybe back in the days of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity, it really could create anything." The captain pondered that for a moment, then nodded. "I guess too much time has passed. The mutagen invasion probably broke it. But if that were the case, could this thing really be called a precious treasure? No, I'm going to give it one more try." He walked toward the hand and let himself be swallowed up again. And he did that again, and again. He created a wide assortment of things, even things from the mortal world, but all of them collapsed into black sludge. Xu Qing also tried a few more times, with the same result. However, their repeated tests revealed another function of the hand. If you entered the hand but didn't use it to create anything, you had a very secure location to stay safe. After some specific tests, they were even able to determine how tough the exterior of the hand was. "It's as strong as the void returning level," the captain said through gritted teeth. Xu Qing nodded. "It almost doesn't seem like it's made from flesh. It's more like some special tool, crafted to be like a shield." After that, the captain's eyes glittered brightly, and he felt a bit better. "Ha ha ha, the two of us can use it like a shield, and Enning Yan like a meteor hammer. Perfect. Let's go, little junior brother. We can use this hand to check out some other locations." 1. Xu Qing figured using the hand as a shield would be a perfect complement to their concealment abilities. Before long, it was possible to see a 300-meter hand flying through the mists in Forbidden by the Immortal. By lifting the hand up and smashing it down into the ground, Xu Qing and the captain had managed to curl the 5 fingers until it formed a fist. Once inside, they felt a lot safer. Time passed. As the two of them continued their exploration, the 4th day arrived. The passage to the outside had been opened, and everyone was free to leave if they wanted. Some did, while others stayed behind to explore. On the evening of the 4th day, the second wave of cultivators arrived. Most of them were made up of Imperial troops. Many of them wore black robes, and the moment they arrived, they flew off into the depths of Forbidden by the Immortal. Xu Qing, who was already about 250 kilometers away from the safe zone, didn't see any of that. Though they weren't incredibly far away, it was too far to see things back at the safe zone with the naked eye. However, a transmissions tower had been erected in the safe zone, which meant that their command swords could again be used to send messages. Both Xu Qing and the captain felt their command swords vibrate, and checked them to find that in 3 days, the 3rd wave of cultivators would arrive. That evening, a greenish-red color appeared in the sky, spreading rapidly. A strange sense of fear rose up in Xu Qing's heart. What was more, he could tell that his heavenly Tao was sending him a warning. "We need to hurry up, eldest brother. I have the feeling that the red moon is about to wake up. I think it will probably happen in 3 days when that 3rd wave arrives." Xu Qing squatted in the severed hand, and the captain squatted next to him. Nodding, he pointed to the path ahead. "Look over there, little junior brother. I wasn't paying close attention before, so I didn't realize this forbidden ground had a palace complex like that." Xu Qing turned to look in the direction he was pointing, and saw a flesh-covered palace complex surrounded by a high wall. "Look at how intact the outer wall is. That's different from anything we've encountered before. It hasn't even started to crumble yet, and even with the flesh covering the buildings, you can see that the complex generally resembles the shape of a phoenix. I wonder if one of the concubines from ancient Emperor Dark Serenity's harem used to live there. Female cultivators generally love cleanliness, taking baths and stuff. If that's a harem palace, then do you think there might be something like an immortal hot spring there? And if so, I wonder if there might be some clothes like Nethersprite had, maybe even jewelry and ornaments. Female cultivators always have lots of fun stuff where they live. I mean, that's what it was like with Nethersprite, right? She had all sorts of treasures." The captain's eyes were shining brightly. "By the way, we're in the East District. I've read a lot of books that make it very clear the girls in the East Palace are extra special." Xu Qing's eyes narrowed with interest. But then, he heard Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior clearing his throat. "My lord, based on the palace intrigue novels I've read, the East Palace is usually occupied by the Empress Dowager, the Crown Prince, and the young princesses." 2. 1. Presumably most of you know that a meteor hammer is a weapon in traditional Chinese martial arts that features some sort of weighted object at the end of a rope. Here's a short YouTube video demonstrating its use. 2. The Patriarch is right. Historically, the East Palace of the Imperial Palace Complex would be where the Empress Dowager and/or the Crown Prince lived in some ancient dynasties. There were even some readers who commented about this in Chinese. There are some more complexities, but I won't get into them because they're not relevant. Chapter 522. Plumdark and a Green Lamp, Part 1. Upon hearing Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior's words, Xu Qing looked thoughtfully at the distant palace complex. Then he looked at the captain, nodding his excited expression, and the fact that he seemed just on the verge of rushing toward the palace. The crazy look in his eyes seemed different from how he looked when going after ordinary treasure. This is how eldest brother looked back during the Nethersprite heist. Apparently, he's really obsessed with stealing things from female cultivators. Surprised, Xu Qing couldn't hold back from asking the captain for more details. The captain smiled proudly. "You don't understand. Let me tell you, little Ah Qing, based on my experience, female cultivators always have a lot of treasures, especially the really pretty girls. It's the result of countless men competing to give them the best gifts. I saw this thing over and over again in my previous lives. Think back to Nethersprite. She was just like that, right? She had tons of treasures." Xu Qing thought back to Nethersprite's mansion grotto and all of the countless items she had there. "In the past," the captain continued in a very meaningful and heartfelt tone, "I would shamelessly give all sorts of gifts to girls to get them to like me. Later on, I made a promise to myself to help female cultivators share the burden of having so many gifts around. Do you know what the most important quality of a good person is, little Ah Qing? It's being helpful, kind and helpful, and that's what we're doing now, being very helpful." Xu Qing was somewhat taken aback. Although the explanation seemed strange, the captain's facial expression and manner of speaking were very confident, and thus, what he said made a lot of sense. "Oh, you," the captain said. "You're just too young. That's why you don't understand. Trust me, I'm right about this. As your eldest brother, do you think I would try to scam you or something?" The captain patted Xu Qing's shoulder. "Let's go. As you mentioned, we have no more than 3 days until the third wave is all here and the red moon awakens. We need to make the most of those 3 days, and we're going to start by finding whatever treasures are in this palace." Licking his lips, he sent the severed hand flying toward the phoenix-shaped palace complex. Because of the impending awakening of the red moon, Xu Qing decided not to ask any more questions. Thus, the severed hand flew over the ground of flesh, getting closer and closer to the palace. At a certain point, a tremor passed through the hand. At the same time, Xu Qing and the captain sensed something dangerous up ahead. Through the cracks between the fingers, they could see the huge wall of flesh circling around the palace, creating a barrier to entry. Beyond that wall of flesh was the palace complex, which was made of 9 palace buildings. There were no guardian statues, and the roaring of mutant beasts was actually less loud here than in other places. "It's too quiet," Xu Qing whispered. The captain nodded. "Something off here." They exchanged a glance, and then Xu Qing gave orders to his shadow, causing it to stretch out to gather information. The captain bit off one of his fingers. When he spat it out of his mouth, it turned into a crystalline worm that sped in roughly the same direction as the shadow. Xu Qing wasn't surprised by this ability, as the captain had already used it numerous times during their explorations. By combining their surveillance abilities, they could usually identify dangers and avoid them. As the seconds ticked by, Xu Qing's shadow neared the wall surrounding the palaces, while the captain's finger, now a worm, veered in a slightly different direction. Eventually, the finger reached the wall and tried to fly over it. As it did, violet light flickered, and the crystalline worm lurched to a halt midair. Then, it was sliced into ribbons, almost as if invisible blades had slashed at it. The crystalline worm had very strong life force, though, as the ribbons just became smaller individual worms that continued onward. However, there wasn't just a single line of defense to deal with. Powerful warding spells erupted, and the ribbons were shredded into ash. Then a powerful force of expulsion sent the ashes back to the area outside the wall. And yet, there was more. After the worms were turned into ashes, a sealing power erupted from inside the wall, which clamped down on the area where the ashes had scattered. The air there rippled and distorted, and an eye which had previously been invisible was suddenly revealed, then squashed out of existence. The captain grunted and coughed up some blood. Frowning, he said, "I can't believe this place has the power to resist the ancient Tao righteous bestowal edict. Little Ah Qing, this place is no simple palace complex." Meanwhile, Xu Qing was also having trouble. When his shadow reached the wall, it screamed as it was severed by some powerful force. Of course, the shadow was inherently vicious. The portion that had been severed quickly self-detonated, breaking itself into countless smaller fragments that raced in all directions. Unfortunately, that action elicited a response from an even more powerful set of warding spells. A terrifying shockwave burst out of the wall of flesh, along with violet light. As it swept over the countless tiny fragments of the shadow, they screamed as they were wiped out of existence. And the shockwave continued onward, apparently looking for the source of the shadow fragments. From a distance, Xu Qing and the captain saw dazzling violet light and an icy will rushing toward them. As the violet light spread out, it became so dense it started to turn black, until everything in front of them was completely dark. The two of them were about to flee when, all of a sudden, the violet light tumbled backward, so that the area in front of them turned bright and radiant again. The surviving portion of the shadow by the wall hastened back to Xu Qing, where it trembled and sent him emotional fluctuations of embarrassment and terror. Scared, can't get in. Surprised, Xu Qing looked at the area beyond the wall of flesh, his heart pounding. Off to the side, the captain was panting for breath. Well, this is annoying, little junior brother. I wonder who lived here back in the day. That was really tough, especially the violet light witch. Eldest brother, Xu Qing interrupted. I feel like this place is familiar. Did you hear that just now? Stunned, the captain looked at Xu Qing. Familiar, hear something. A sigh came from that violet light just now, Xu Qing said softly. The captain reached out and grabbed Xu Qing's arm. Little junior brother, he said in a serious tone, we don't have a complete understanding of all the species that exist in this world. After the broken face of the god came, a vast number of grus and other terrifying creatures came to exist. That includes gods, plus other indescribable entities. You might think I act like a crazy person, but the truth is that every single job I've taken you on was something I spent a lot of time preparing for, taking into account all sorts of intelligence reports and other clues. But Forbidden by the Immortal is different. I actually don't know much about this place. If we've run into something that you can hear, but others can't hear, well, that seems to indicate this thing is extremely dangerous. That's especially true considering how unique I am. If I can't hear something, then it means we need to be very careful. I think we should forget about getting into this place. Let's wait until the sleeping god is dead, and then we can decide if it's worth it to come back and try again. It was rare to hear the captain talking like this. In fact, Xu Qing couldn't remember any other time in which the captain would hold back from trying to gobble up a juicy morsel. That went to show how unusual the situation was. Xu Qing nodded. However, just as they were about to leave, he noticed that, beyond the wall of flesh inside the palace complex, there was a person standing amidst the violet light. It was a woman. She wore a violet gown, and the light around her almost looked like a plum flower. She was spectacularly beautiful as she stood there alone, looking straight at him. There was something so familiar about her gaze that Xu Qing's mind was battered by waves of shock. Little junior brother, the captain said. Nodding Xu Qing's vacant expression, he shook him. Xu Qing shivered and looked at the captain. Then he looked back at the palace complex, except the woman was gone. What was more, the entire area surrounded by the flesh wall was turning blurry, almost as if it were about to decompose into nothing. Rant. This wasn't a unique occurrence. The same thing had happened in other places that Xu Qing and the captain had visited on their journey so far. Apparently, when the ancient seals were broken and outside energy entered, it had a huge effect. Items which normally wouldn't have survived for so long would finally return to the state they should have reached long ago and simply disappeared. Looking somewhat dazed, Xu Qing murmured, "Did you see her, eldest brother?" Seeing Xu Qing in that state got the captain even more nervous, especially since he hadn't seen a thing. "Let's get out of here, little junior brother. We need to go back right now. There's something really strange going on here." "I'm fine, eldest brother," Xu Qing said softly. He was still looking at the decaying area beyond the wall and thinking back to what just happened. He also thought about how his heavenly Tao didn't give him any warning about this place being dangerous. "Eldest brother, can you help me out with something?" "What are you planning to do?" the captain said. He suddenly had an idea of what was about to happen. "Given how fast that area is decaying," Xu Qing said, "by the time the sleeping god dies, it'll be gone. Therefore, I'm going inside to take a look around. You wait for me here." "Absolutely not," the captain said, shaking his head. "I refuse." Xu Qing looked at the captain. "If I don't go in to look around, I'm going to regret it. Besides, my heavenly Tao isn't giving me any warnings. It should be safe." A long moment passed, and then the captain sighed. "We'll go in together." "Captain, the power in there is dangerous to you. It's dissipating, but it will still affect you. If we stick together, I won't be able to go in." They went back and forth a bit before the captain reluctantly agreed. At that point, Xu Qing took a deep breath and had the severed hand swallow him. Because of the warding spells, it wasn't possible to just walk into the palace complex, so Xu Qing's idea was to enter the hand and then have the captain throw the hand over the wall. If the area beyond the wall wasn't decomposing, then he would have waited to find a safer means of entry. But right now, he was running out of time. And the reason was that the figure he had seen was none other than arch-immortal Plumdark, who absolutely, positively should not be in this place. Chapter 522, Plumdark and a Green Lamp, Part 2. After Xu Qing entered the hand, the captain gritted his teeth. Grabbing the hand, he swung it around as hard as he could and then hurled it over the wall. The hand became a streak of light that shot into the palace complex. The moment it entered the complex, the warding spells activated again. However, the hand was extremely tough, so its flesh ended up lacerated and cut down to the bone, but it made it into the courtyard intact. Before long, the hand's mouth opened and Xu Qing stepped out. He looked around. Of the 9 palaces that made the phoenix-shaped complex, the middle one was glowing with violet light. Simultaneously, a similarly colored light was shining in Xu Qing's bag of holding. A jade slip flew out of the bag of holding, moving of its own accord to hover in front of him. It was the same jade slip arch-immortal Plumdark had given him, which contained protective power from her. The moment it was out in the open, it pulsed with light. The light in the palace flickered in response. A blurry figure appeared within the violet light in the palace, floating there and looking at him. Xu Qing's heart flip-flopped. It was none other than Plumdark. But now that he was closer, Xu Qing could see that she wasn't exactly like the Plumdark he remembered. It wasn't in terms of her looks, but rather her bearing. This person seemed desolate, even emotionless. Xu Qing stood there for a moment before walking forward. As he approached, the warding spells seemed to make a path for him, allowing him to walk right up to the center-most palace. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the ancient doors. They opened noiselessly, revealing a pitch-black hall. There were no lamps in the hall, making it very dark and gloomy. In fact, it was so dark the light from outside couldn't enter. Xu Qing stood there for a while getting used to the darkness, until he was finally able to see the interior. The hall was almost completely empty. There were no chairs or anything else. However, there was a lonely statue in the middle of the hall. It was easy to imagine how, when the door was closed and the hall was sealed, it would feel very much like a cage. There was only that statue there, standing eternally alone. The statue was of a woman, but she was not Plumdark. However, she was beautiful, and within that beauty was a gracefulness that came with age. The statue didn't seem to want to hide that age, as there were some wrinkles at the corner of her eyes. She had a warm smile on her face, and her eyes had been sculpted in a way that made them seem warm and merciful. In her hand was a lamp that she held as if it were the most precious object in the world. It was a very unique lamp. It was carved from purple stone, and it resembled a blooming bauhinia flower. On the surface of the flower rested a violet phoenix with its wings outstretched. It looked very lifelike. Upon seeing that lamp, Xu Qing struggled to control his breathing. It was a life lamp, or more precisely, it was a sculpture of a life lamp. Xu Qing had never seen it before, yet it seemed very familiar to him. And the reason was because of a dream arch-immortal Plumdark had related to him. There's a dream I have occasionally. In the dream, the world is pitch dark. I can't see anything except for a lamp which is right in front of me. The lamp is extinguished. It has no light. That makes it almost impossible to see, nor can I touch it. It's as if it's too far away, but at the same time, incredibly close to me. In my imagination, it looks like a blooming bauhinia flower, and living on it is a little violet phoenix with its wings spread. That lamp has always appeared in my dreams, and it's always extinguished, and there is never any light in that world. 1. Xu Qing was visibly stunned. In the past, he'd assumed the story was just a random dream arch-immortal Plumdark had. But then he saw Plumdark outside this hall, and then he saw this carving of a lamp. He had no idea where the real version of the lamp was. In the Holy Lands, vanished in time. Why would Plumdark dream about this lamp? And why did she appear in the violet light outside? What karma connects her to this lamp? Within the darkness of the hall, the image of Plumdark appeared in front of the statue. She was looking at the statue, her eyes glittering with something like familial admiration and also extreme bitterness. She looked over her shoulder at Xu Qing, and something flashed through her desolate eyes. She opened her mouth and spoke. Letter 1d6 to a letter 1d4 4e, letter 1d6 to 4 letter 1d4 5c letter 1d6 2e. Xu Qing heard nothing, but after she finished speaking, her expression changed. It became sorrowful. All of a sudden, another figure entered the hall, walking forward and through Xu Qing. Shivering, Xu Qing looked over his shoulder, then back at the figure that had just walked through him. It was a tall young man wearing an imperial robe with a four-clawed golden dragon on it. He had a 9-tasseled imperial crown, and though he emanated no aura, a mere glance at him gave the impression of mighty strength. 2. Standing with his back to Xu Qing, he spoke to Plumdark, although Xu Qing couldn't hear what he was saying. Plumdark wept as she looked outside of the hall. She seemed overwhelmed with sorrow. That was when Xu Qing realized that, reflected in her pupils, was a shattered sky and an enormous broken face looming there. Xu Qing suddenly realized that what he was seeing wasn't real, but rather was like a recorded image. Earlier, Plumdark hadn't been looking at him. She had just been looking in the direction where he was standing. As he watched, Plumdark shook her head and spoke. She seemed to be saying something critical. The figure in the imperial robe eventually extended his hand, as if asking Plumdark to leave with him. Plumdark decisively shook her head. The young man in the imperial robe stood there for a long moment. Then he took a small violet bottle out of his robe. Walking up to the statue, he poured a few drops of liquid from the bottle onto the violet lamp. The liquid was transparent, like lamp oil. Having done that, he put the nearly empty bottle down to the side. Then he turned, revealing a face full of grief and bitterness. When Xu Qing saw his face, he was shocked to find that the young man looked very similar to Plumdark. Apparently they were brother and sister. The young man left, walking through Xu Qing and out of the hall. After he was gone, the doors of the hall slowly closed. Plumdark knelt in front of the statue, her face a mask of sorrow. Gradually, the hall started to turn dark again. The lamp carving had oil in it, but the darkness continued to gather until everything disappeared. Everything turned very cold. When darkness and gloom filled the hall, the only thing that remained was a sigh that echoed out before fading into nothing. A moment later, the darkness vanished. It turned into a violet light that swept back toward the distant wall of flesh. When the violet light was gone, the coldness disappeared. Everything returned to normal for Xu Qing. The captain stood next to him, panting for breath. Well, this is annoying, little junior brother. I wonder who lived here back in the day. That was really tough, especially the violet light witch. The shadow by the wall hastened back to Xu Qing, where it trembled and sent him emotional fluctuations of embarrassment and terror. Scared, can't get in. Xu Qing frowned and looked at the courtyard beyond the wall. Eldest brother, Xu Qing interrupted, I feel like this place is familiar. Did you hear that just now? Familiar, hear something. The captain looked stunned. It was like a sigh came from that violet light just now, Xu Qing said solemnly. The captain's expression flickered, and he was about to say something when a rumbling sound echoed out from the safety zone about 250 kilometers away. Despite the great distance involved, the sound was very clear, and they even felt the ground tremble. Then their command swords vibrated as a notification came in. The third wave has arrived. Furthermore, 7th Prince has new orders for those who came in the first wave. For 7 days, you have been working hard here and forbidden by the Immortal. Dramatic events may be unfolding, so you may all leave over the course of the next 3 hours. Those who came in the second wave may leave after they have been here for 7 days. The same pattern holds for the third wave. Xu Qing and the captain looked at each other. There was no way they were going to leave, so they put their command swords away and looked back at the wall of flesh. The captain had been about to ask Xu Qing about the Sai he mentioned, but before he could, something occurred to him. Eyes widening, he looked at Xu Qing. Xu Qing apparently had thought of the same thing, as he also turned to look at the captain. The third wave is already here. Last I remember, the second wave had just shown up. Their pupils constricted simultaneously as they took out their command swords again to review the contents of the notification. Both of them focused on the same thing, and it caused waves of shock to roll through them. 7 days, the captain's eyes narrowed. When we arrived at this palace complex, it was the 4th day, and the second wave had just arrived. Xu Qing's expression became incomparably serious. As far as I can tell, the captain said, we've only been here for about the time it takes an incense stick to burn. But based on the information from the command sword, it's been 3 days. His eyes glittered. What were we actually doing during those 3 days? Xu Qing's expression was very unsightly as he looked past the wall of flesh at the 9 palaces. He suddenly got the sensation that he had forgotten something. At the same time, he felt like this area seemed very familiar. It was a feeling very much like what he had experienced back in D-132. Without any hesitation, he tapped into the power of his D-132 Heavenly Palace and sent it throughout his body. The captain's expression was grim. The image of a face appeared in his pupils, and his aura turned very cold as he looked in the same direction as Xu Qing, at the wall of flesh. A long moment passed, and they slowly backed away from the area. As they did, the 9 palaces began to crumble and disappear. Seeing that, Xu Qing and the captain stopped in place. The moment they did, the crumbling stopped. Eyes blank, they took a few steps forward, which caused the crumbling to reverse. Then they backed up, and it started again. After they had backed up about 3,000 meters, the palace complex had crumbled into nothing, as it would have thanks to the ravages of time. However, there was one thing that didn't crumble: an old statue. It was in such bad shape it was impossible to tell much about it. Its facial features weren't visible. It wasn't possible to tell if it was male or female. It didn't even have arms. The only thing visible was a lamp. And next to the lamp was a violet bottle, right there in the middle of the ruins. 1. Plumdark explained her dream in chapter 380. 2. The robes with the 4-clawed dragon would be for princes or other royalty, as opposed to the emperor himself. And the crown with 9 tassels would also be worn by high-ranking people other than the emperor, with the emperor having a 12-tasseled crown. Chapter 523, Heaven Fate Dao Soul, Part 1. The captain hesitated. Xu Qing frowned. Their experiments had confirmed that the phoenix-like palace complex with its 9 buildings would crumble when they moved away from them, and then be restored as they got closer. The transformation occurred based on the behavior of whoever came to explore the place. And if they got close enough, even stranger things would happen. They would enter a bizarre, distorted state of reality in which time passed without them realizing it. Little Ah Qing, the captain said, remember how you said the place seemed familiar? Was that a really strong feeling? Xu Qing nodded. Very strong. In that case, do you think it's possible that, during the 3 days that passed, we actually went in and explored the place? Maybe more than once. I have a similar feeling, but it's not very strong. So maybe I stayed on the perimeter while you went further inside. That would explain why you have such a strong feeling. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. If you're right, then had we not received that notification from the command sword, we wouldn't have realized time was passing. In which case, the next thing that would have happened would be me thinking to use the severed hand as a protection, and I would have asked you to throw me over the wall. Apparently that method works. Once inside the wall, I would step out of the hand and explore the palace complex. With that, Xu Qing looked over at the hand, hopping to find evidence to prove his theory. Unfortunately, the regenerative properties of the hand were so impressive that it looked exactly as it always had. That said, upon looking very closely, it was possible to find evidence of newly regrown flesh. The captain's eyes glittered. So, you have explored the place a few times, except you don't remember what happened inside. Little junior brother. Think carefully. Are you able to remember even the slightest thing? Xu Qing closed his eyes and searched his memories. Unfortunately, he couldn't remember anything at all. His recollection of the events with the palace complex seemed to make perfect sense, without any discrepancies in the timeline. He frowned. This was indeed very much like his early experience with D-132, although there were some differences. D-132 had two levels of reality, a superficial one and a deeper one. Because of the effects of destiny aura, there was balance between the two, leaving most ordinary people to only be able to see the superficial reality. That said, the deeper reality still existed at all times, and its influence still existed. People just didn't notice it. That was why other guards had died because of the misfortune in D-132. There were also other people who, for a variety of different reasons, woke up and saw past the superficial reality. But when they left D-132, they would forget everything. Because of that cycle, Xu Qing would wake up every day and then forget everything every day. However, that led to a subconscious cyclical sensation. In contrast, the phoenix-like temple complex didn't have a superficial and deeper reality. It only had one level of reality that was part of the endless cycle. After analyzing the situation for a time, Xu Qing decided to activate his taboo poison core, his ghost emperor mountain, his heavenly Tao, and the power of D-132, all at the same time. In the blink of an eye, he rose to a higher level of existence. As winds screamed in the area, the captain looked over. This was the captain's first time seeing Xu Qing in such a state. Eyes shining, he smacked his lips. Xu Qing ignored the captain. As he continued to power up, he looked over at the palace complex. Everything seemed normal, but then Xu Qing's jaw nearly dropped. Tapping into his god body, he forced the golden threads within him to stir. Then his eyes glittered with golden light as he looked more closely at the temple complex. This time he saw something different. The 9 palaces were clearly still there, but they seemed blurry. And they were covered by a shimmering layer of violet, a light that seemed illusory and gave off the sensation of existing somewhere between reality and falsehood. What was more, it contained a sense of flowing time. The sensation was difficult to describe. A moment later, Xu Qing retracted all his powers. Sighing, he turned to the captain and shook his head. I can't remember. The captain sighed. Although, Xu Qing suddenly added, I think I have a way to get that little violet bottle. The captain's eyes narrowed. Xu Qing waved his right hand, causing the stone lion and head to fly out of his D-132 heavenly palace. The head was a quick learner, so the moment it appeared, it plastered a fawning expression onto its face. Greetings, my most great, esteemed, paramount, and exalted jailer. The stone lion had no head, and thus couldn't speak, but it wagged its tail vigorously and put its chest on the ground like a dog. The captain had seen the head before, but not the stone lion, so his eyes glittered as he examined it. Is this another friend of yours, little junior brother? I remember seeing the head before and was very intrigued. As for this stone lion, I'd say it looks amazing. It smells a lot like a cloud troll, though. Also, these 2 friends of yours are very fantastic. Not only do they have destiny aura, but also they've been cursed. And those 2 powers exist in a perfect state of balance. For a curse to exist in a state of balance with destiny seems to indicate that the curse is from a god. Little junior brother, have you ever heard of the idiom a ghost helping a tiger? In that idiom, the ghost is none other than a tiger-assisting ghost. According to the stories, if a tiger kills someone, they'll become a special kind of ghost that stays by the tiger's side forever. These two friends of yours are basically tiger-assisting ghosts. 1. When the stone lion heard that, it shivered. The head's eyes went wide, and it looked suspiciously at the captain. This was the second time the two had encountered someone who could quickly see how unique they were. The first was Xu Qing, the second was this person, too. He called the fiendish Xu little junior brother. That means they're fellow disciples. Anyone who has such a close relationship with the fiendish Xu must also be a freakish hellion. The terrified head thought back to when Xu Qing recently summoned it, stomped it, and then put it away after it recovered. In that brief moment, the head's attention had been focused on the terrifying Xu Qing, so it hadn't paid much attention to the other two individuals present. But now, it looked over and examined the captain closely. The moment it did, its eyes nearly exploded, and it screamed, "Mouths! Infinite mouths! Chains, chains from the 9 serenities, sealing marks, unending seals. Dear Lord, what am I looking at? The bones of gods, innumerable bones of gods." All of a sudden, the head exploded. Xu Qing looked at the captain. The captain looked back innocently. The stone lion shivered, even more terrified than before. Shortly after, the head was back to normal. Trembling, it inclined itself into a bow, looking incomparably obedient. It didn't dare to look at the captain or Xu Qing and was inwardly howling in grief. After all, it was just now realizing that, back when Xu Qing summoned it recently, there had been a third person present. Xu Qing had quickly whisked it back into D-132. But even back in D-132, it had trembled fearfully for a long time. That group of 3 people was just too terrifying, so much so that the head was too scared to use any of its powers. All 3 of them are completely terrifying. Xu Qing's curiosity was piqued. Though he knew the captain had a lot of secrets, the head's reaction was really pushing the boundaries of melodrama. Now wasn't the time to delve into the details, though, so he just looked coldly at the head. "I want the 2 of you to go get that violet bottle. If you do well, I'll consider reducing your sentence." "Oh, great and wonderful jailer, the reality is we don't care if our sentence is reduced or not, as long as we..." Before the head could finish speaking, the stone lion planted its forepaws onto the ground, then burst into motion toward the temple complex. Seeing that, the head instantly got nervous and started rolling along after the stone lion. After picking up some speed, it flew into the air and landed on the lion's neck. Together, they dashed toward the area beyond the wall of flesh. Xu Qing watched carefully, as did the captain. "You think they can do it?" the captain asked. "They're prisoners from D-132. Considering how long they were in that cell block, they should be able to do it." Xu Qing went on to explain a bit about how D-132 worked. The captain's eyes glittered. "I had no idea the corrections division had such an amazing location." The captain noted the look in Xu Qing's eyes and realized how much he missed life in the corrections division. That made the captain think about Palace Lord Kong and how nice things had once been. Sighing inwardly, he clasped Xu Qing's shoulder, then pointed toward the temple complex. "Very impressive." The stone lion, carrying the head, shot toward the wall of flesh and then leaped over it. Because of their unique nature, the warding spells weren't effective at all against them. As Xu Qing watched, the stone lion landed in the courtyard and started circling around as if searching for something. Unfortunately, despite the fact that the violet bottle was very close, they didn't seem capable of finding it. Xu Qing frowned slightly. Then things changed. Apparently at the urging of the head, the 2 of them backed away from each other, then rushed toward each other, slammed into each other, and exploded. They were quickly resurrected. Trembling in excitement, they flew a short distance away, then killed each other again. That cycle continued to play out, getting them closer and closer to the violet bottle. The captain chuckled. Those 2 are actually pretty smart. Whenever they're resurrected, the interaction between the destiny aura and the curse gives them a brief moment in which they can see their surroundings clearly. Xu Qing nodded. As the 2 of them watched, the head and the stone lion died a good dozen times or so. Eventually, they reached the violet bottle. Without the slightest hesitation, the head stuffed the bottle into its mouth, then flew back to the stone lion. As they fled, the area of decomposition reached the remnants of the statue, which started blurring and eventually crumbled into dust. At the same time, the wall of flesh extended to cover the entire complex. During the process, the stone lion and the head managed to race back to Xu Qing. The head released the violet bottle, then continued to jabber fawning words. However, Xu Qing just waved his hand and sucked them back into D-132. The captain squatted and picked up the bottle. The moment he touched it, he shivered visibly. He recovered a moment later, and then looked at Xu Qing with an expression of complete incredulity. This is a Timescape bottle. 1. I've directly translated the entire passage regarding ghosts and tigers. The idiom the captain cites, a ghost helping a tiger, is not usually translated into English that way, primarily because the character for ghost is not the general one for ghost, but rather that of the tiger-assisting ghost. Such ghosts, which were mentioned previously in Chapter 241, are the ghost of someone who was killed by a tiger, yet helps the tiger to devour others. Usually, the idiom in question is translated in ways such as playing the jackal to the tiger, helping a rascal commit villainy, abetting an evildoer. 2. Don't forget that, as initially revealed in Chapter 412, Xu Qing figured out the secret of D-132 on his second day there. Chapter 523, Heaven Fate Dao's Soul, Part 2. The captain instinctively looked left and right, then grabbed Xu Qing and directed the severed hand to leave the area. Xu Qing already had a lot of questions, but given the captain's behavior, he held his tongue. Eventually, when they were far away in a safe location, the two of them squatted across from each other in the severed hand. The captain was breathing heavily, and his eyes shone with brilliant light. Eldest brother, Xu Qing asked, what exactly is a Timescape bottle? The captain exhaled slowly, then once again looked around. Upon confirming they were alone, he performed an incantation gesture to seal the surroundings. Seemingly overwhelmed with excitement, he said, "This is a major windfall, little Ah Qing. A Timescape bottle. I've seen them described in certain ancient records. Back in the era of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity, only the Imperial clan had these things. Even then, they were very rare. If a new one popped up, it would become the sole focus of the Imperial clan. And any group outside of the Imperial clan who got one and hid it would eventually be exterminated. Doing so was considered a major crime. Supposedly, when ancient Emperor Dark Serenity took the Imperial clan and various other humans out of this world, they took all the Timescape bottles with them. Yet right here we have one, an actual Timescape bottle." Lowering his voice, the captain continued, "Nobody really knows where Timescape bottles come from. From ancient times until now, not one person has been able to identify their true history. However, one known fact is that whenever ancient emperors conquered revered ancient in the past, they always collected them. According to one legend, and it's just a legend, mind you, the Timescape bottles contain the biggest secret of the revered ancient mainland. Other people say that they contain the method that lets ancient emperors and imperial sovereigns break their inner shackles. Yet others say that Timescape bottles contain the most supreme and paramount legacy imaginable. There's just about every sort of rumor imaginable regarding them. But in the end, only one Timescape bottle can come to exist in a given epoch. They're mysteries that belonged only to the imperial clans. Although no one has ever unraveled the secrets of the Timescape bottles, not even after all these years, they aren't useless by any stretch of the imagination. They have the power to preserve time itself. You see, they're receptacles, and anything you put inside them is spared the ravaging effects of time. Little junior brother, now it makes sense why that area was so strange. There was a section of time that was preserved in the Timescape bottle, and it was slowly spreading out in the area, creating an endless cycle. This was Xu Qing's first time hearing about Timescape bottles, and the information was quite surprising. However, it also made him think about wish boxes and recording bottles. Therefore, he asked the captain if they were connected. IRCO. Wish boxes and recording bottles. Both of those things are basically imitations of Timescape bottles. One of them copies the Timescape bottles, preserving powers, the other imitates their powers of time preservation. The captain lifted the Timescape bottle and shook it back and forth gently. There's something inside. It sounds like a liquid. Eyes shining, he sniffed the bottle, causing an intoxicated expression to fill his face. Smells lovely. I wonder what it is. Seems consumable. Little junior brother, do you think we should drink it? Licking his lips, the captain passed the bottle to Xu Qing. You smell it. Xu Qing accepted the bottle, put it under his nose, and inhaled. A strange aroma entered him, becoming an energy flow that swept through him. It didn't provoke any reaction from his god body, but it did cause the 4 life lamps in his sea of consciousness to flicker. They seemed to surge with boundless longing, as if the contents of the bottle would be an extraordinary boon to life lamps. And then there was his incomplete 12th heavenly palace, which rocked back and forth. Apparently, the contents of the bottle would be a big help in the process of materializing a heavenly palace. Xu Qing was visibly moved, but was also hesitant. After all, he had no idea what that liquid was, and it was a relic of ancient time. That said, as for whether or not it could be consumed, Xu Qing decided to trust the captain. He nodded decisively. Let's drink it. The captain chuckled, took the bottle, shook it, then lifted it to his mouth and let a single drop of the viscous fluid flow out. There was another drop left in the bottle. The captain handed the bottle to Xu Qing. Xu Qing opened his mouth and poured the second drop inside. Then he closed his eyes to focus on absorbing the liquid. He immediately felt like his insides were about to explode. A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering aura erupted in his mouth, shot down his throat, spread through his body, and converged in his sea of consciousness. The 4 life lamp heavenly palaces trembled violently, much as the taboo poison core had reacted to god vitality, except that the longing was even more intense. It was as if their long existence had resulted in them being incredibly withered, and only now did they encounter true nourishment. After all, though they existed inside Xu Qing, and were thus bolstered by him, they hadn't been created using his blood. After absorbing the liquid, the life flames that burned on the lamps became unprecedentedly brighter. The fire burned incredibly brightly, such that it pierced the mist that hung over the sea of consciousness. As that fire climbed higher and higher, it was possible to see that atop each of the 4 life lamps sat a small, illusory figure, right in the middle of the flame. When Xu Qing saw that, he was rocked with astonishment. He knew exactly what those small figures were. They were nascent souls. Though they were currently illusory, they were already getting very close to a state of full materialization. Thanks to the incitement of the liquid from the Timescape bottle, the life flames burning on Xu Qing's 4 life lamps grew vastly brighter. What was more, the small figures sitting in the fire all bore the exact same face as Xu Qing. After 10 breaths of time passed, the first of Xu Qing's life lamps, the black umbrella, started burning so brightly that the figure atop it materialized. It became completely clear to see. Then its eyes opened, and it seemed to be looking right at Xu Qing via divine sense, through the life flame. Xu Qing's mind spun as his cultivation base fluctuations grew even more intense. At the same time, an umbrella appeared over Xu Qing's head. It looked different than before. It was more lustrous and seemed even more real. What was more, as it hovered above the cross-legged Xu Qing, he seemed like a young ancient emperor. He abounded with majesty. Things weren't over yet. Next, as the 7-colored wind-chanting lamp emanated deafening sounds, the figure in its flame opened its eyes. A second umbrella appeared. Next, a nascent soul formed in the Hellspirit Bloodwing lamp, and then in the immortal shredding, god-devouring lamp. Xu Qing sat cross-legged underneath 4 umbrellas, all of which flowed with dazzling light. There was the black umbrella, the 7-colored umbrella, then the blood wing. After that, his aura became fiendish and deadly. All of that combined with his spectacularly beautiful good looks would ensure that, if anyone was able to see him right now, and didn't know who he was, would assume that he was an imperial prince of humankind. 4 nascent souls appeared, one after another, causing Xu Qing's cultivation base to rise dramatically. His fluctuations reached an astonishing level, and terrifying power flowed through him. Next, his golden crow nascent soul erupted. At the same time, a sensation of impending heavenly tribulation filled Xu Qing's mind. However, it hadn't reached the point of becoming a reality. The sensation needed to intensify before he could summon the tribulation. There was still a bit of power left from the liquid in the Timescape bottle. Therefore, Xu Qing directed it toward his 12th heavenly palace. It was close to being materialized, but not all the way. As it absorbed the power, it rapidly materialized, reaching an 80% level of completion. Then 90%. Then 99%. His 12th heavenly palace glittered brightly as it rocked back and forth. All it needed was an item to fill it, and it would be complete. Xu Qing opened his eyes to see the captain looking regretfully at the umbrellas. The captain's aura was obviously dramatically higher than before. Similar to Xu Qing, he emanated the fluctuations of the nascent soul level. However, it was hard to tell exactly how many nascent souls he had. Upon seeing Xu Qing awaken, the captain inhaled sharply, his face a mask of regret. Little Ah Qing, the nascent souls your life lamps have formed are almost on the verge of summoning the first tribulation. Life lamps really are precious treasures. What a pity I don't have the blood of any ancient emperors or imperial sovereigns, so I can't make my own life lamp. And external life lamps can't be integrated into my blood. Nor can I do as the descendants of the ancient emperors and imperial sovereigns and use a life lamp as one of the spirit trove ovens, in other words, as the foundation for one of the 5 secret troves. That's why a lot of almighty cultivators don't care much about life lamps when they reach spirit trove. It's not that life lamps aren't good, but rather, we eventually just can't use them. AI. Xu Qing hadn't heard about life lamps being converted into ovens in spirit trove. But he had sensed that, as his cultivation base climbed, the life lamps were reaching the point of being obsolete. There's no way you can integrate them with your blood, Xu Qing asked. The captain shook his head. From ancient times until now, there have been plenty of people who tried. But sadly, it's not possible. The only people who can do that are descendants of ancient emperors and imperial sovereigns who use their own blood to make the life lamp. Xu Qing nodded. That said, he wasn't going to cry about the situation. His life lamps were still helping out when it came to the nascent soul level, and he got the sense that they would enable him to reach a peak level of strength. The captain patted Xu Qing's shoulder. It's not a big deal. I'll keep thinking about it, and who knows, maybe I'll come up with a way to make it happen. Let's not worry about that now. I doubt Master had any clue that we would benefit from the good fortune of a Timescape bottle. Therefore, he didn't bother giving us much detailed information about nascent souls. I guess I'll have to pick up the slack. The nascent soul level is called different things by different species. For instance, the Heaven Fate level, or the Tao soul level. And of course, the Heaven Fate nascent soul level. All of the different names trace back to times when various conquering ancient emperors decreed that the name be changed. When ancient Emperor Dark Serenity conquered revered ancient, he stipulated that it be called the Heaven Fate Tao soul level. But the reality is that they all mean the same thing. The Tao was added to unify the understandings of all of the various species. As for Heaven Fate, it refers to a specific type of heavenly tribulation. Xu Qing took things he had already heard about the Heaven Fate Tao soul level and combined it with what the captain had just told him to get an even clearer understanding. The way humans understood it was that the level required a Tao soul that had experienced the baptism of heavenly tribulation. After that, it was called a Heaven Fate Tao soul. Truly stepping into that level required experiencing heavenly tribulation. Before you did, it didn't matter how many Tao souls you had, you were still considered to be in the pseudo-nascent soul level. That was how it was in the era of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity. Though humans no longer controlled the entire mainland, their understanding of the level hadn't changed. Of course, different species had different beliefs and customs. There were even many species who didn't believe that heavenly tribulation was important, so as soon as someone had a Tao soul, they were considered to be in a higher cultivation realm. Humans considered the heavenly tribulation to be a way to deal with the shackles limiting nascent souls. With every new nascent soul that appeared, they would have it face heavenly tribulation, the baptism of which would break that shackle. The world of revered ancient was huge and filled with countless species that had varying beliefs. For instance, there were the demi-immortals, who looked at things very differently than humans, and there were plenty others like them. As a result, there was no way there would be one unified understanding. What was more, there were different ways of achieving breakthroughs, depending on the species. As a result, there were plenty of variations within the level, and also some that were stronger than others. In the final analysis, though, there were basically two main types. In one type, the baptism of heavenly tribulation came starting with the second nascent soul. In the second, which was the rarer type, the cultivator would form nascent souls in all of their heavenly palaces, and then experience all of the tribulations at one time. The latter was the more difficult version, but those who succeeded would have stronger heaven fate, which would be of great assistance in the spirit trove level. Once in the heaven fate Dao soul level, rising higher was a different process than in the gold core level with its heavenly palaces. It required passing the heaven fate tribulations. With each nascent soul that experienced that baptism, one rose to a higher level. Doing so 5 times was considered the Great Circle. There were dangers involved, and thus it was required to strengthen the nascent souls as much as possible before attempting the tribulation. Otherwise, a failure would involve the permanent destruction of the nascent soul. That was where life lamps showed their true advantage in this level. That was because if a life lamp failed a tribulation, the lamp wouldn't be destroyed. In turn, that meant that multiple attempts were possible with them. As he contemplated those things, Xu Qing examined his 12th heavenly palace and tried to decide what to do with it. That was when the captain unexpectedly tossed him the Timescape bottle. "Put this thing into your 12th heavenly palace." Xu Qing looked up at the captain. "It's a real treasure, and I can't use it. My cultivation involves undoing seals." The captain chuckled and winked. "Thank you, eldest brother." Xu Qing felt warmth in his heart. Over the years that had passed, the captain and Master Seventh had become like a family he couldn't do without. His experiences as a youth had resulted in him developing a cold personality, but deep inside, he had always longed to have family. He and the captain had gone through a lot together. They had risked their lives together, and unconsciously, Xu Qing had started to think of him as a big brother. Without any hesitation, Xu Qing put the Timescape bottle into his 12th heavenly palace. The palace rumbled as it became complete. It was very different from his other heavenly palaces. The 12th palace pulsed with the power of time. As it did, Xu Qing could just barely make out something like a sigh coming from the ancient past. That sigh caused his eyes to widen. It was Arch-Immortal Plumdark's voice. He was just about to try to figure out what was going on when, all of a sudden, a deafening rumbling sound filled the dome of heaven. Cracking sounds rang out, and rifts opened up overhead, filling the sky. The canopy of heaven suddenly resembled a spider web. Bright red light began to spread out everywhere. Both Xu Qing and the captain looked visibly surprised. Chapter 524, Crimson Mother Arrives, Part 1. The canopy of heaven in Forbidden by the Immortal was lit with crimson light, making it seem like a world of blood. What was more, it was full of rifts. Thanks to the bright red sky, it was possible to see that the rifts were very deep, and they didn't look like they'd formed naturally. They looked constructed, such that they resembled a massive magical symbol. A mere glance at that symbol would cause feelings of uncontrollable terror to rise up in a person, something instinctual, and from the depths of one's life force. It wasn't just Xu Qing and the captain who were shaken. All of the cultivators in the safety zone were also affected. Everyone felt deeply moved and sensed as if a great catastrophe was looming. The army of cultivators was made mostly of people from the second and third wave. Most of those who'd made up the first wave had already left. The source of the dramatic scene in the canopy of heaven was the central region of Forbidden by the Immortal. At that location was the main imperial palace hall of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity for this particular operations palace. What had once been a magnificent and incomparable palace hall was now very different. It was now covered in a gigantic, cancerous growth of flesh. From a distance, it looked like a massive ball of flesh some tens of thousands of meters in size, covered with thick blood veins that stretched all over it. What was more, it pulsed, almost like a heart. Thump, 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 thump. Every time it moved, it sent a thunderous noise rippling out in all directions. That noise distorted the air, turning it blurry. Mutagen levels soared, becoming like a mist. It also created gruish figures who hovered in the air and bowed to the ball of flesh. The blood vessels stretched out from the flesh and across the ground in the area. About 500 kilometers away, there was another strange sight. It wasn't a ball of flesh, but rather something like a spike rising into the sky. It was pitch black, incredibly sharp, and pulsed with a cold aura. It looked like some sort of consummate, deadly weapon. It was a godly weapon, and there wasn't just one of them. Another 500 kilometers away was another spike that looked exactly the same. Yet another 500 kilometers away was a third spike. If you could look down on Forbidden by the Immortal from a very high vantage point, you would see that there were a total of 27 spikes. Starting from the Imperial Palace, they stretched out toward the west. It was almost as if there were some huge beast buried underneath the operations palace, and the thorns were spikes coming off of its back. The heart, covering the Imperial Palace, was directly above that beast, and hovering above it in the sky was an octagonal spell formation that looked like it was set into the sky itself. It pulsed with red light. There was a natural cadence to the way it flickered and turned the sky red. It was impossible to tell what the spell formation was made from. It was only 3,000 meters across, so compared to the beast below, it was insignificant other than the red light it cast. That said, it was clearly the source of the rifts, as they spread out from the formation to fill the dome of heaven. Inside the octagonal spell formation were 361 black-robed figures. 360 of them sat cross-legged and were chanting some sort of complicated and indecipherable enchantment. It wasn't a human language. It sounded gruish and bizarre. What was more, every so often as they chanted, they would lift a hand, plunge it into their bodies, and pull out one of their organs. Then they would hold the organ high overhead, dripping blood, as if it were an offering. The organs would rapidly wither, turning into black energy that converged in the middle of the spell formation. That was the location of the 361st person. Though he also wore a voluminous black cloak, he was trembling so hard that the hood had fallen back to reveal a face crisscrossed with red blood vessels. He was none other than Xianxia. He knelt there, his head thrown back so he faced the sky, his expression one of agony. The blood vessels on his face wriggled and were seemingly trying to take the shape of a crescent moon. Tears of blood leaked out of his eyes. His left eye had burst out of the eye socket, leaving an open hole. Countless blood vessels snaked out of that hole and connected to the spell formation, whose blessing allowed them to continue growing outward. If you traced those blood vessels further, you would find that the rifts in the sky were actually extensions of the blood vessels from Zhang Xian's hollowed-out left eye. As the sound of the enchantment rang out, the wriggling of the blood vessels on his face increased in intensity, and the shape of a red crescent moon became more clear. Meanwhile, the black energy converging around Zhang Xian was sucked into him, where it became red, and was fed into the growing moon. Then Zhang Xian's hands slowly rose. It seemed as though he would soon rip out his right eye and then cover both eyes with his hands, which would conform exactly to the figure atop the moon that Xu Qing had seen in his sea of consciousness. 1. The 360 black-robed figures surrounding Zhang Xian started chanting with increased fervor, all while continuing to rip out their organs and offer them as sacrifices. The smell of gore abounded in the most gruish fashion, accompanied by a boundlessly vile aura. Xu Qing and the captain were deeply shaken and were no longer seeking new places to explore. Instead, they were looking for somewhere with a lot of built-up flesh. Though there was magenta flesh everywhere, it seemed better to find a place with a lot of it. About 2 hours later, as Xu Qing's anxiety was really starting to build up, they saw some distant ruins that had been covered with so much flesh it looked like a mountain. Eventually, they found a spot in one of the massive, flesh-covered walls that seemed to be an opening. Letter 1D456, letter 1D626. Letter 1d6 do 4, letter 1d4 5c, letter 1d6 do e. Let's hole up in here, little junior brother, the captain said quietly after looking around. Xu Qing also scanned the area, then nodded. The two of them entered. As they did, they spotted a fallen placard with the character East on it. Letter 1d456, letter 1d626, letter 1d450, letter 1d630, letter 1d620. East Palace. Normally a crown prince's residence is called the East Palace. The captain looked around regretfully. It's too bad the place is in ruins. Normally speaking, the crown prince's residence would have a lot of good treasures in it. Xu Qing also felt it was a pity. They had seen a lot of palaces as they traveled, which gave a good sense of the wealth during ancient Emperor Dark Serenity's time. They hadn't even explored all of the East District yet, much less gone beyond it. Forbidden by the Immortal was so huge that completely exploring it would require a huge group of people, and even then would take many months. I wonder if we'll get a chance to come back in later, the captain said. After looking around, they selected a rather remote side chamber. Clearing out the flesh, they started digging a little cave. The flesh was in almost constant motion, so as soon as they cleared the flesh, it started growing back. Therefore, as soon as they had a little tunnel dug, they burrowed in. As the flesh closed up behind them, they kept digging in. Eventually, when they felt they were deep enough, they settled down cross-legged amidst the flesh and the mutagen. I wonder how Master is planning to profit from all of this, Xu Qing said as he looked around at the darkness. He still couldn't stop thinking about the sigh he'd heard when he integrated the Timescape bottle into his heavenly palace. It seemed to still echo in his mind. Hey, little Ah Qing, want to see a battle between gods? The captain chuckled, then extended his hand to reveal an eyeball in his palm. It blinked a few times, then projected an image of a red sky. Xu Qing's pupils constricted. I put a few eyes in place outside, all for the purpose of being able to witness this battle between gods. That said, I know it brings a certain element of risk. So let's wait until the red moon is awakened and in the middle of devouring the local god. Things will be a lot safer then. Looking very pleased with himself, the captain closed his hand, covering the eye. Xu Qing nodded. Yeah, let's wait. It shouldn't be very long now. With that, he put on the skin mask with its concealment powers. He settled the power of his taboo poison over his violet moon heavenly palace. He also added in the power of his heavenly Tao, the Ghost Emperor Mountain, and the Daybreak Light. With all that, he was confident the violet moon wouldn't be revealed. Having accomplished these things, he closed his eyes and settled down to wait, all while mentally reviewing everything that happened with the phoenix-like temple complex. In that matter, time slipped by slowly but surely. About 6 hours later, intense rumbling sounds once again echoed out in the sky outside. They were so intense that Xu Qing and the captain could hear them even in their hiding spot in the flesh. Shaken and still a bit fearful, they continued to wait. They didn't try to look at what was happening. Xu Qing knew for sure that the red moon was about to wake up. The red color in the sky was even more intense than before, casting all of the buildings and flesh in a deep crimson light. There was some violet in it, but it was overwhelmed by the blood-red color. The 27 spikes trembled, and the racing heart seemed to pulse with an aura of awakening. Meanwhile, in the canopy of heaven, all of the black-robed individuals in the octagonal spell formation, who had already sacrificed their 5 yin organs and their left eyes, dug out their right eyes. As they held them aloft, Xianxia's right eye withered into nothing, and a host of blood vessels exploded out of his eye socket. More rifts opened up in the sky. Then Xianxia's hands slowly covered both of his eyes. His facial expression didn't reveal any hint of pain. The corners of his lips twitched upward slightly. A terrifying and paramount will suddenly erupted from Xianxia. Both heaven and earth were all stained red by that will. Then a red moon rose in the sky of Forbidden by the Immortal, right above Xianxia. Xu Qing saw the figure atop the moon, covering its eyes with its hands, in Chapter 361. Chapter 524, Crimson Mother Arrives, Part 2. The ground shook as a voice erupted from below, that sounded like it had been wrenched from sleep. Crimson Mother. Countless palaces crumbled, and the flesh that filled Forbidden by the Immortal shivered. The 27 spikes all started emitting bright light. In the location of the heart, the wriggling flesh opened up to reveal a 30,000-meter golden eye inside, which was open. The ground trembled violently, the sky rippled, and mutagen exploded out everywhere. The entire world blurred. The prostrating figures all around screamed and scattered. And the subject of the eye's vision, the octagonal spell formation up in the sky, instantly crumbled into ashes. The 360 black-robed figures experienced instant mutation, and then exploded, becoming a rain of blood that showered down. Shockingly, the raindrops mutated in midair. They became numerous golden eyes that swirled around the huge 30,000-meter eye, and they were looking up at the only entity left in the sky. They were staring at a kneeling figure, floating there with both hands covering its eyes. It almost looked like a statue. It was none other than Xianxia. He was very conspicuous as the eye of the god stared at him, but it didn't seem to affect him at all, as if the power of that gaze were insignificant. The red moon behind him glittered with blood-colored light, becoming the only thing clearly visible in the entire Forbidden by the Immortal. The corners of his mouth rose further. Though it seemed a given that he should seem sinister and terrifying, there was also something very elegant about him. Keeping his hands in front of his eyes, he slowly rose to a standing position. As he did, something about him changed. Terrifying fluctuations rolled off of her, filling heaven and earth. Long black hair became as red as blood, spreading out to cover the lands and fill the sky. A crown of thorns settled onto the head of Xianxia. Clearly visible on it were 3 vicious faces, sealed inside, howling in agony. From the fluctuations emanating from the crown, it was obvious those 3 faces all belonged to gods. They had been used to create the crown. The blood vessels on the face flowed together, converging on the forehead in the shape of a red moon. Her eye sockets were now like seas of blood that glowed with an extremely disturbing light. The black Taoist robe covering her body crumbled into ashes and was replaced by a flowing gold robe, so voluminous it spread out in all directions, covering the surrounding lands. From a distance, the scene was spectacular and shocking. Hair filled the sky. The clothing covered the land. She hovered between heaven and earth, like the ruler of the world. The good looks of Xianxia seemed supremely holy. It was enough that anyone who looked at this scene would feel their blood vessels collapsing, and anyone who heard what was happening would descend into an endless sea of pain. The only way to live would be to offer obeisance. As of this moment, godly might raged. The distortions created by the huge eye below were wiped out of existence and replaced. The mutagen pouring out transformed, becoming a red mist that imprinted itself on her robe, becoming a complex red design. "How amusing," Crimson Mother said softly. All of the humans' plans were coming to fruition now that she was awake. Gods didn't need to sit around conjecturing and analyzing. With a single glance, a god could understand anything and everything. All information existed within a god. Nothing from the mortal world could be hidden from the sight of such a being. Everything was transparent. That said, the human emperor's scheme was still working. When Crimson Mother woke up and saw the god sleeping and Forbidden by the Immortal, that god was like a juicy piece of meat, just waiting to be devoured. A unique body. Excellent. Crimson Mother did not speak the language of humans, but that didn't matter. All species could understand words spoken by a godly voice. It caused Forbidden by the Immortal to show signs of immediate collapse. Cracks spread out on the ground, and the sky seemed like it might shatter. Black soil was revealed outside, but it quickly turned red. It was as if Forbidden by the Immortal itself couldn't sustain the sound of her voice. As the ground trembled, golden blood flowed out of the eye in the imperial palace. The 27 spikes released flickering fluctuations, and a thunderous roar echoed out. "High God Crimson Mother, my lord and master is flawless hell, celestial manager and 5th star of cruelty, to whom was burned the god-fear of the land of Cruelmurk, well deserving of the title High God." Crimson Mother looked down, blood-colored eyes fixing onto the huge eye below. Golden saliva oozed out of the corners of her mouth. Every drop that fell became like golden meteors that smashed into the ground and ate out enormous craters. Anything the golden saliva touched, it dissolved. It was as if Crimson Mother was completely ignoring the words spoken by the huge eye. As the saliva fell, she extended her right hand, then pushed it down toward the ground. That gesture caused the ground of Forbidden by the Immortal to tremble with unprecedented intensity. Starting with the Imperial Palace at the center, 5 enormous crevices appeared. Each one was a different length, with the shortest being 150 kilometers long, with the longest being about 250 kilometers. The ravines stretched in a fan-like shape, stretching to the northwest, true north and northeast. They were like 5 fingers. Behind them was a large portion of the land that sank down to a depth of 30,000 meters and was covered with countless smaller gullies in the southwest, due south, and southeast. Looking at it straight down from high above, it was obviously a huge palm print some 500 kilometers in size. It was as if a massive hand were falling from the sky into the middle of the forbidden ground. The 5 huge fingers were visible right where the 27 spikes stretched out. As the ground trembled and shook, her open right hand slowly closed. At the same time, the 5 fingers of the enormous hand did the same thing, digging huge furrows into the ground. Dirt exploded everywhere, and Forbidden by the Immortal shook violently. The god of Forbidden by the Immortal howled, and as the cries drifted everywhere, the 27 spikes glowed with dazzling godly light, becoming beams that shot upward. From a distance, it was possible to see that every single spike contained the power to pierce through heaven and earth. They were like 27 godly weapons, all targeting Crimson Mother. The red moon on Crimson Mother's forehead glittered, and the red moon higher in the sky radiated dazzling light. That light became a sea of blood that slammed into the 27 beams of golden light and transformed into 27 blood-colored vortexes. The vortexes spun endlessly and could not be pierced through. The 27 beams of golden light were obviously going to be assimilated by the red vortexes. Divine will tinged with terror erupted from the ground. Saliva continued to drip from Crimson Mother's mouth, while her blood-red gaze emanated fluctuations of greed and hunger. Then she lifted her right hand with great force. Cracking sounds rang out as 5 huge furrows grew deeper, until they reached the true form of the god below. Gold and red collided, laying waste to countless palaces and collections of flesh. The ground was pulverized as the god resting beneath the surface of the ground thrashed violently. Deafening rumbling sounds rang out as soil exploded everywhere. Crimson Mother's smile continued to grow as she wrenched her right hand up. The ground for 500 kilometers in all directions collapsed as the massive invisible hand latched onto the god of Forbidden by the Immortal. As the lands collapsed, something huge appeared. It was a gigantic tentacle of flesh, almost like a snake, that whipped about as it was wrenched violently out of the ground. Crashing sounds rang out as a 5,000-kilometer gully formed. Countless red lightning bolts filled the dark sky as the god of Forbidden by the Immortal was pulled into the open. The god resembled a snake or dragon, with no scales, but instead, a body formed from magenta flesh. As the god twisted and writhed, a host of 27 spikes was visible, with a distance of 500 kilometers between each one. They were like a line of 27 needles going down the back. This was the god sleeping in Forbidden by the Immortal. As the god howled, the 27 spikes stabbed toward the hand, but could not penetrate it. However, they did manage to surround the hand and thus reveal the hand's general shape. The scene was profoundly shocking to anyone who could see it. Even to the cultivators, it seemed like something out of myth or legend, and filled them with intense reverence. Because of the shockwaves, much of the lands behind were destroyed, but the place least affected was the East District. Clearly, that was why the humans had chosen to make their safe zone there. Everything had been part of the plan. Xu Qing and the captain were both stunned. Once the action started, the captain had opened his hand, and they had been able to use his eyes to view the event from different angles, giving a very comprehensive view. However, the power of the gods was too much for the captain's special eyes, and they kept exploding. Therefore, the view wasn't as clear as it could have been. That said, it didn't change the terror they felt regarding Crimson Mother. If anything, it increased it. To them, the god of Forbidden by the Immortal had seemed astoundingly mighty, to the point where even getting too close was risking death. Yet Crimson Mother was easily able to drag the god out of the ground. The struggling of that god made it very clear how vast the differences could be between the strength of different gods. Eyes glittering, the captain took a deep breath and said, "The gods of the revered ancient mainland are far, far stronger than most people can even imagine. Strong beyond comprehension. And these entities that even cultivators call gods are, to the mortals, creators. Each and every one. I really feel like eating Red Moon, little junior brother." Xu Qing's heart was pounding with fear, but he didn't show it. He wasn't surprised at all to hear the captain say something like that. It was just the type of crazy thing he was always saying. "Sure," Xu Qing said. "Good luck with that. Can't you support me a bit more, little junior brother? I'm already devising an amazing new plan. Actually, I worked out a similar plan in a previous life. It didn't work." Eyes glittering, the captain licked his lips. Chapter 525, Snatching Food from the Tiger's Mouth, Part 1. At the moment, the captain and Xu Qing were hiding, not moving a muscle. Other than them, all other cultivators had fled, terrified, into the safety zone in the East District. All of them sat cross-legged with their eyes closed, not even daring to look at what was happening outside. In fact, they didn't even dare to directly sense what was happening. They stayed in place in the defensive spell formations that had been erected specifically to use in this moment. A fight between gods was something they fundamentally didn't qualify to even observe. A mere glance could end with them killed in body and soul. Even using alternative methods to watch, such as the captain was doing, required some boost on a substructural level or perhaps a special item. Considering the elite nature of the cultivators who had been part of this expeditionary force, it was a given that some of them had such qualifications or items. Thus, there were a few who were able to use such means to see what was happening. Outside of Forbidden by the Immortal, in the mouth of the bottle that was the canopy of heaven, there were people waiting at the crumbled spell formation in the depths of the old corrections division. Shockingly, one of them was 7th Prince. With him were the lieutenant governor and the commanders-in-chief from the palaces. There were also numerous powerful experts from the Imperial Army. All of them looked very serious. Even the four-clawed golden dragon in the Dome of Heaven was paying close attention to what was happening. All were looking down at the world that existed beyond the spell formation. Of course, the opening had been sealed tight, but there was now a glowing screen there that showed a projection of Crimson Mother and the god of Forbidden by the Immortal. Standing next to 7th Prince was a person in a voluminous black robe, who spoke in a sinister, piercing voice. "Your Majesty, everything is going as planned. As predicted by His Imperial Majesty and the Imperial Preceptor, the first thing High God Crimson Mother did upon awakening was attempt to devour the god of Forbidden by the Immortal. Now we just need to wait and see if the second phase of the plan goes smoothly. It won't take Crimson Mother long to devour the other god. After that, if Crimson Mother escapes into the outside world, then I fear that all of Sealing County." Upon hearing those words, the surrounding Sealing County cultivators bowed their heads to conceal the mixed emotions on their faces. 7th Prince kept his gaze fixed on the screen as he softly said, "Before I came here, my father the Emperor asked if I was afraid of dying in this place. Do you know what I told him? I said that I was more than willing to give my life for a great cause. I'm not strong enough to stop Crimson Mother from escaping. However, not even a god would be able to do much after getting out, and would end up dying along with Sealing County. Kong Liangxiu could have seen that happen, and I, Gayu Zhang'an, can do the same thing." When I told my father the Emperor that, he looked at me and said, "Gods are just like us, except on a much higher level. Their so-called omniscience and omnipotence only apply to life forces weaker than their own. In other words, gods can also be plotted against, tricked. Crimson Mother is definitely not going to be satisfied. M. Back in Forbidden by the Immortal, the long, almost rope-like god was still struggling mightily. Its 27 spikes pulsed with the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth, and they shone with brilliant golden light that wrapped around Crimson Mother's invisible hand and stabbed into it. Every single one of those spikes would have been a precious treasure if it surfaced in the revered ancient mainland of ancient times. But now, when unleashed against Crimson Mother, they couldn't put up a serious force of resistance. Grating sounds echoed out that could shred the souls of ordinary people. At the same time, godly howls echoed out in heaven and earth. From a distance, the god of Forbidden by the Immortal looked like a snake that had been dragged out of the ground and was being slowly pulled toward the red moon. Its every twitch shattered the air, and its every howl caused the surroundings to collapse. Both land and sky in the area around the conflict were being reduced to rubble. Up in the canopy of heaven, Crimson Mother, whose physical form was that of Xianxia, looked at the other god with mouth open so wide it stretched from ear to ear. The mouth looked completely vicious and horrifying. Within it were countless razor-sharp teeth, as well as a huge tongue made of countless hairs that slowly stretched out. On the tip of the tongue was a blurry face that appeared to be the face of a woman, whose eyes were closed, and yet looked extremely greedy and hungry. Saliva dripped off the tongue, splashing down into the craters below. The scene could hardly have been more gruish. Taking the image in as a whole, it was almost impossible to describe. This was a level of power that surpassed cultivators by many times over. As the golden light and the blood-red glow neared, they were filled with hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of god magics, all combined into one force. When they formed, they instantly collapsed, then formed again in the blink of an eye. Apparently, they didn't even need to consciously unleash any god magic. Such god magic naturally formed automatically. In the final analysis, though, it was clear that of these two most primordial of beings, one was about to consume the other. There was none of the holiness one would expect of gods, yet any who saw it would, for a variety of reasons, feel a sense of holiness rising within them. It was as if the meaning of the word, holy, had, many countless years ago when the broken face of the god arrived, been carelessly twisted into something else. What was more, any observer would be able to sense that the god that had been sleeping and forbidden by the immortal, which possessed the power of misfortune, did have godly authority. Yet in the face of Crimson Mother, that godly authority wasn't doing it any good. The difference between the two was apparent. It was almost like an encounter between a toddler and an adult. It wasn't that the god and forbidden by the immortal wasn't strong. Rather, Crimson Mother was just a higher-level being. As the snake-like god from Forbidden by the Immortal was pulled inexorably closer to being devoured, it suddenly let loose a powerful roar. As a result, the god's entire body exploded. A massive boom ripped through heaven and earth. That god's body, which was more than 10,000 kilometers in length, shattered into a river of flesh, a stream of golden light that swept across the canopy of heaven. In that manner, the god slipped out of Crimson Mother's grip. The river of flesh then converged in another spot, where it quickly stitched back together. This time, it didn't resemble a snake, but rather something else. Ecom. It looked vaguely like a fish. And the 27 spikes that had been on its back were now inside of it, and resembled the skeleton of a fish. Meanwhile, the shockwaves sweeping through Forbidden by the Immortal caused the magenta flesh covering the various palaces and buildings to vibrate. Then they peeled off in strips, flew up, and fused with the fish-shaped body. From a distance, it was possible to see countless strips of flesh rising up and building into the shape of a fish. That included the spot where Xu Qing and the captain were hiding, and as the flesh lifted away, their hiding spot was revealed. Xu Qing sat there stock still, focusing completely on staying concealed. The captain did the same. The aura coming off that fish was profoundly important to Crimson Mother. Just like the sun would ignore the stars, Crimson Mother ignored everything else and focused fully on the fish. That was only truer as the strips of flesh filled in the colossally monstrous creature, until the appearance of the thing was that of an enormous, magenta fish. The fish was scaleless, with a huge mouth full of incredibly vicious razor-sharp teeth that emanated godly might. The fish also had 2 whiskers that undulated on either side, and they were the color of gold. Most strange was the fish's tail, which was not smooth and flat. It spread like a peacock's tail, with the feathers like sharp thorns that gradually assumed the shape of a face. It was not the face of a male or female. In fact, it wasn't even human. Its face had 4 eyes, no nose, and a closed mouth beneath the eyes. There were also complex designs that covered everything, making the face difficult to see clearly. That said, there was godly might on display that caused a sense of holiness to again rise in the hearts of any observers. Beyond that, boundless information streamed from the god's body and into the minds of anyone looking on. Those who did would feel madness rising within them, as well as a sense of impending amnesia. Any who looked for too long would find their memories disappearing and ultimately replaced. This was the true form of the god sleeping in forbidden by the immortal. Crimson Mother's saliva flowed as she stared at the fish and strode forward, surrounded by glowing red light that deepened the rifts in the sky. All of a sudden, golden light erupted from the eyes on the fish's tail, and the face's mouth opened wide. Golden bubbles spewed from the mouth that contained major worlds. Countless lives proliferated within them, creating generation after generation of life force. Little did they know that the world they lived in were mere bubbles spat out of the mouth of a god. When the bubbles reached the end of their flight path, they popped, releasing boundless force which smashed into Crimson Mother. The fish god took advantage of that moment to suddenly turn transparent. The air around the fish then sank in on itself, as if it were turning into a black hole. It was hopping to flee this place. Crimson Mother's eyes shone with greed. Clearly, she had no intention of letting this fish flee, and thus blurred into motion, sending out fluctuations that turned everything bright red. As for the popping bubbles, they became sealing marks that landed on Crimson Mother's clothing and formed a design. Crimson Mother's right hand waved through the air, and the air sank, turning into a sea of blood that swept over everything. The transparent fish god had no choice but to appear in the open, its facial expression one of terror. The fish god clearly wanted to flee, but then Crimson Mother arrived, ready for food. Red beams of light swept out from the red moon, filling the canopy of heaven as they swept endlessly toward the fish god. The fish god had no opportunity to flee. The red beams of light swept forth from every direction, creating an inescapable prison. The fish god struggled mightily, even roaring, yet none of that did any good. The moment Crimson Mother arrived, it was truly nothing more than a fish. Crimson Mother closed in on the fish god, pulsing with a sensation of intense hunger. Her eyes glittered with joy as she opened her mouth unnaturally wide. Her tongue then stretched forth like a snake toward the trembling fish god. The woman's face on the tip of the tongue opened her eyes, and they glowed bright red. At the same time, a godly voice echoed out into heaven and earth. "Open the entrance." The echoing words provoked an unprecedentedly shrill howl from the fish. The fish's flesh and bones ignited, burning with golden flames that rose into the sky and took the shape of a well. In the blink of an eye, the well went from illusory to corporeal. The pitch-black interior led to the land of Cruelmark. How could a single fish make Crimson Mother so happy? After all, the fish's paltry body could only be an appetizer to her. The reality was that the true feast was to be found beyond the entrance to the land of Cruelmark. All along, Crimson Mother had been planning to take advantage of the fish's relationship with Flawless Hell, Celestial Manager, and Fifth Star of Cruelty to open that entrance. Crimson Mother's true form was about to enter the land of Cruelmark to devour the godfire of High God Flawless Hell. This was the second phase of the Emperor's scheme, which Seventh Prince had discussed earlier. The subsequent length of slumber would be determined by the food devoured. Visit Chapter 525, Snatching Food from the Tiger's Mouth, Part 2. As Xu Qing and the captain observed these things happening in the projection in front of them, they were left reeling. The eyes of all observers couldn't help but be focused on the possessed Xianxia, who was now a mere godly doppelganger of Crimson Mother. At the moment, she was glowing with incredibly bright light. The countless rifts in the sky that formed a magical symbol were glittering brightly. The entire canopy of heaven was bright red and seemed to be stirring in motion. The sky spun, faster and faster, until it gradually became a blood-colored vortex. Rumbling sounds echoed out as moonlight emerged from within the vortex. It was as if the vortex connected to some unknown land, a place where, high in the sky, there hung a huge blood moon. This was the real red moon. On that moon was a kneeling statue with its hands covering its eyes. But now those hands were slowly lowering. The statue's mouth stretched wide in a greedy grin. This was Crimson Mother's true form. Entering the land of Cruelmerk to devour a high god by means of a doppelganger wasn't enough. Crimson Mother was actually coming in person. She rose to her feet on the red moon, and wild colors flashed in heaven and earth. Rumbling sounds echoed out, and destructive power rocked everything as she strode forward. Every step surpassed space and time. The step surpassed the vortex, emerging from the other heaven and earth to arrive. Right in front of the well formed by the burning of the golden god fish. The moment the true form appeared, the doppelganger blurred. Then, almost all of the energy within the doppelganger swept out of the top of its head in a haze. After taking most of the energy out of the doppelganger, Crimson Mother's true form stepped into the ancient well, thus entering the land of Cruelmerk. Violent rumblings emerged from the well, mixed with the anguished howl of the fish, who was enraged at having been forced to create the well to begin with. As for what exactly was playing out in the land of Cruelmerk, no one knew. However, splatters of golden blood flew out of the ancient well, and horrifying chewing sounds echoed out through Forbidden by the Immortal and into Xianxia County. It then spread through the entire Holotide region, into Nightshade region, and even into the Imperial region. They also echoed into the regions controlled by other major species. Over 40 regions were all inundated by that sound, which seemingly came from nowhere. That part of the revered ancient mainland was completely shaken. Meanwhile, beneath the supreme beginning Netherflight pillar in Emperor Receiving Prefecture, golden blood seethed. It was the same in the depths of the cavern at the bottom of the Forbidden Sea. In other prefectures, counties, and regions through revered ancient, there were over 8,000 ghast hollows, and in all of them, god blood seethed. All living beings were left trembling and astonished. That wasn't the end of it, though. All of the forbidden regions and forbidden grounds were deathly silent. No sounds emerged from them. Countless streams of terrifying divine will from actual gods stirred in all corners of revered ancient, and they were all paying very close attention to what was happening. High above the dome of heaven, the broken face of the god moved slightly as if about to look down. However, the eyes did not open. They were paying attention, not to some location in Xianxia County, but rather what existed beneath it, yet it was not some location that could be considered simple to find. The land of Cruelmerk. Not much attention was being paid to Forbidden by the Immortal in Xianxia County, despite that being where everything started. The devouring of a god was noteworthy, but didn't count for much when compared to the devouring of a high god. After the Red Moon's true self entered the land of Cruelmerk, the doppelganger was left behind and Forbidden by the Immortal. Xianxia turned, saliva flowing, and began devouring the fish god. Xianxia's mouth opened dramatically wide and gulped at least half the fish down, then began chewing. Next, Xianxia turned toward the blood-colored portal, as if planning to take the god fish into it. It seemed that everything was over. No one would dare to interfere with the Red Moon eating. Even the doppelganger, whose power had been taken away by the true form, wasn't something anyone would dare to trifle with. The human forces inside Forbidden by the Immortal were all in a daze thanks to the shockwaves of the event. Their mutagen levels were rising so quickly that some of them even died. So of course, none of them would dare to do anything. Even Seventh Prince and the others waiting outside of Forbidden by the Immortal were just standing there. However, that was when something unexpected happened. EACO. After Crimson Mother's doppelganger swallowed half of the fish god, then prepared to return to the blood-colored vortex, a rift opened up in the sky. That rift created a very obvious contrast with the surrounding blood-colored sky, as its color was very different. It erupted with white light. Then a huge hand emerged, dazzlingly bright and as white as fresh snow. The hand, fully 3,000 meters in size, couldn't have been more pure and fair. In fact, it was like white jade and seemed just as holy as any god. The surroundings pulsated in response to the presence, while at the same time, a mutagen that corresponded to the hand spread out in all directions. Without hesitation, the hand stretched forth and grabbed the fish that was currently clamped between the teeth of Crimson Mother's doppelganger. Off in the distance, Xu Qing was able to see this happening through the projection created by the captain. And when he did, waves of shock rolled through him, the reason being that he had seen this hand before. Back when he fought Chu Tianquan, the father of Master Shengyun, in the minor world of the Smoke Whites, his opponent had used a shocking god magic that summoned this very hand. Xu Qing would never forget that hand stretching out from Chu Tianquan's body. Nor would he forget that he would have died at that time were it not for Linger's sacrifice. 1. Back then, the hand wasn't as large, but from what Xu Qing could sense, they were one and the same. As his mind spun, a word suddenly popped into his mind: torchlight. As Xu Qing reeled, the hand of white jade stabbed into the fish, grabbed some of its bones, then pulled viciously. It was an instance of snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Rumbling sounds echoed out as 3 of the fish's 27 bones ended up clumping together as the hand grabbed them. Strangely, its actions didn't attract the attention of Crimson Mother's doppelganger. Now that the main course had been served, she apparently didn't care that much about the appetizer. What was most noteworthy was that the white hand chose this exact moment to take action. It was a moment in which Crimson Mother's true self was distracted while eating in the land of cruel murk, and much of the doppelganger's power had been extracted, resulting in a state of incredible weakness. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that Crimson Mother tacitly approved of what was happening. As for what was truly the case, no one could possibly know. In any case, whatever karma was involved, the white hand successfully grabbed the 3 bones and pulled them out. It was a completely astonishing scene for all the onlookers. That included everyone outside the entrance of Forbidden by the Immortal. Every one of them was visibly taken aback, with one exception: 7th Prince. His eyes only narrowed very slightly. After the jade hand grabbed the 3 bones, another dramatic transformation occurred in the canopy of heaven. Another rift opened next to the fish god. Rumbling sounds echoed out as more snow-white light erupted from that second rift. Then, another hand of white jade emerged, which looked just like the other, except much smaller, being only 300 meters in size. The timing of arrival for this hand was even more precise. It appeared in a perfect time and position, right underneath the god fish, where the fish had an unhealed wound. The white hand jabbed into the wound, moving at the perfect angle and speed to grab a fish bone and then yank it out. Rumbling echoed out as the bone was jerked out from inside the fish. That hand was obviously much weaker than the other. It immediately trembled as if it might collapse, yet it endured. With a surge of craziness, it threw everything to the wind as it pulled. Apparently, this hand was determined to get that bone even if it died in the process. After the hand dragged the bone out of the fish, it retracted into the rift. The process was so rough on the hand that much of it collapsed in the process. But the craziness in the hand was so intense that before it crumbled, it successfully pulled the bone all the way into the rift. Then it disappeared. It came quickly and vanished even more quickly, and everything about its actions, from its timing to its position, had been perfect. It was only then that the much larger hand with the 3 fish bones realized what had just happened. It paused for a moment. At the entrance of Forbidden by the Immortal, the onlookers were visibly taken aback. And for the first time, a glitter of suspicious curiosity flashed through 7th Prince's eyes. Xu Qing and the captain both gasped. The way that white hand appeared, and its method of stealing the fish bone, had seemed very familiar to both of them. It seemed to correspond perfectly to the style of the 7th peak. That, of course, was to wait in hiding until the right opportunity arose. When that opportunity came, it went crazy, snatched the target, then fled at top speed. The 2 of them looked at each other and could see the suspicion and excitement in each other's eyes. After pausing momentarily, The first white hand above dragged the 3 fish bones back into the rift. When the rift disappeared, Crimson Mother's doppelganger leaped into the blood-colored vortex with the rest of the fish god and disappeared. The vortex slowed, and the deep red color faded. It gradually faded from view, and then the sky went back to normal. Without the power of a god at play, the countless rifts in the sky shattered and began to fall to the ground in pieces. The lands of Forbidden by the Immortal also seemed like they were about to collapse and were almost immediately riddled with damage. In many areas, the lands were already in complete ruin. The one thing that didn't weaken was the mutagen, which spread out rapidly, turning everything dark. However, any sense of fear within Xu Qing and the captain disappeared along with Crimson Mother. They both breathed sighs of relief. "Hurry up and start absorbing, little junior brother. We don't have much time. I bet 7th Prince will be arriving soon. He'll probably stabilize everything, but will also seal the place up and make everyone leave. The only other possibility is that the entire place will collapse." Xu Qing didn't reply, as he had already come to the same conclusion. And thus, he opened himself wide and began absorbing all of the mutagen in the area. 1. The hand appeared in the Chu Tianquan fight in Chapter 465. Chapter 526. Lord of Forbidden by the Immortal. Ever since entering Forbidden by the Immortal, Xu Qing had been longing to absorb the mutagen here. Back when he had experimentally absorbed some in the presence of his master, he had benefited a lot from only a moment before he suppressed his instincts and stopped. It had made him like a hungry person, filling him with longing. Yet he had forced all of those feelings down. There hadn't been any doubt that if he let loose and absorbed the mutagen, it would attract not only the attention of the mutant beasts, but also the human cultivators nearby. Besides, absorbing a lot of mutagen while the god of Forbidden by the Immortal was still present would have been risky. Then, the red moon showed up, and that added additional variables that made the situation too difficult to control. He did have the violet crystal to offer some degree of protection, but it couldn't solve all problems. And it didn't seem like a good idea to become over-reliant on the violet crystal, especially in situations that weren't really life-threatening. But now, there were no such obstacles. During the fighting, Crimson Mother's true form had absorbed all of the magenta flesh, as well as the mutant beasts that it produced. What was more, the fact that Forbidden by the Immortal was crumbling meant that the human cultivators weren't going to be paying such close attention to everything. An unprecedented opportunity had arrived. Without the slightest hesitation, Xu Qing started absorbing mutagen. In the blink of an eye, mutagen swept toward him like tidal waters, streaming into his pores and filling him. He felt completely at ease as every fiber of flesh and drop of blood participated. In the shortest of moments, a vortex sprang into being around Xu Qing. As rumbling sounds echoed out around the cross-legged Xu Qing, he heard the captain speaking to him. "Little junior brother, I can sense through the rifts in the sky that the cultivators on the other side are repairing the canopy of heaven. Given their speed, I'd say we have the time it takes an incense stick to burn. I'll stand as Dharma protector for you and also keep all fluctuations masked. Hurry up." There was no way for Xu Qing to respond at the moment. Inside of him, the golden threads spread, and they absorbed the nutrients like dry, cracked ground absorbing water. All he could do was nod faintly. The mutagen was different from before. Previously, it just had the aura of the local god, but now it also had the aura of Crimson Mother. And because Crimson Mother's true self had passed through, the mutagen was even stronger than it had been. To any other person, it would be extremely poisonous, and they would need to immediately consume medicinal pills to stave off mutation. Generally speaking, Xu Qing had to be careful when absorbing the mutagen of other gods. But that wasn't the case with Crimson Mother's mutagen. Because he had his violet moon god source, there was hardly anything more suitable for him than the red moon. Therefore, he rapidly absorbed all the mutagen available. As he sucked it in, streams of golden god vitality proliferated within him. His taboo poison core, his violet moon heavenly palace, and his ghost Emperor Mountain all needed god vitality to exist. And thus, they shivered, becoming like black holes that gobbled it up. It created a repeating cycle within Xu Qing. The first step was the mutagen entering him. Then the golden threads created God vitality. That was the second step. As every stream of God vitality was snatched up, that made the third step. And every step of that cycle required him to absorb more mutagen. The taboo poison core, Violet Moon, and Ghost Emperor Mountain were like three furnaces, constantly burning madly, and the force with which they sucked in the golden threads seemed to spread outside of Xu Qing. As a result, mutagen surged toward him with even greater speed. The vortex around him soon spread 300 meters, only to keep growing. It eventually reached 1,500 meters, 2,400 meters, 3,000 meters. That entire area was a spinning vortex. It was shocking to the extreme. Boundless mutagen rushed toward him in wave after wave, creating seemingly unstoppable momentum. Now that there was no god and forbidden by the immortal, it was almost as if Xu Qing himself had become the lord of the place. Off to the side, the captain, who was nearly overwhelmed, looked on with wide eyes. "Off the charts," he murmured. Gritting his teeth, he pushed down onto his forehead with both hands, causing blue light to surge from within him. Frigid coldness spread out in all directions, linking with the vortex around Xu Qing and bolstering the concealing effect. In any other location, a bolstering like that wouldn't have worked well. It would have stood out like a bright torch on a dark night. But a torch in the middle of a sea of fire wouldn't attract much attention. Forbidden by the immortal was in such chaos that it was just like that sea of fire. Thus it was just as the captain had said. As long as they didn't stick around for too long, they would be safe. Xu Qing knew that time was of the essence, so he wasn't holding back. As he absorbed the mutagen, God vitality flourished within him. The golden threads felt wonderful, and they had grown larger than before by double. As golden light flowed across him, countless magical symbols appeared on his skin, all of which pulsed with holiness. It was almost as if he was no longer a mortal. Instead, he pulsed with the aura of a god. Letter 1d6 to a letter 1d4 4e. Letter 1d6 to 4 letter 1d4 5c letter 1d4 5a. Seeing that change in Xu Qing, the captain started salivating and his nose twitched. "Smells even better than Enning Yan." The captain's eyes glittered. "I wish I could have a bite, just one little bite." The captain swallowed, only to find himself salivating even more. As the captain vacillated inwardly, Xu Qing's taboo poison core absorbed so much god vitality that, for the first time, it experienced a transformation. Popping sounds rang out from the pitch-black gold core, and cracks appeared on its surface. As they spread out and became more numerous, fluctuations of awakening began to spread out. Nearby, the Violet Moon Heavenly Palace and the Ghost Emperor Mountain, though slightly slower, also exhibited similar signs of transformation. Half an incense stick's worth of time passed, whereupon the taboo poison core was almost covered with cracks. Then, a loud pop rang out as the outer shell collapsed. A black imp emerged from within. It looked exactly like Xu Qing and was the Tao's soul form of his taboo poison core. After flying out, the black imp opened its mouth and devoured the shattered shell of the taboo poison core. A tremor passed through it, and then it erupted with such a terrifying taboo poison power that it was obviously an entire level higher than before. It pulsed with black light that spread out over Xu Qing's sea of consciousness and filled his body. The captain, who had been paying close attention to Xu Qing the entire time, noticed the change. "A different flavor. It seems more delicious, but I can also tell that if I ate it, this current life of mine would be over. What poison is that?" As the captain's eyes widened and his heart pounded, Xu Qing's aura once again climbed higher. This time, the source of the increase was the Violet Moon Heavenly Palace. Previously, Xu Qing had used his taboo poison power and his own mutagen to suppress the projection of the red moon in his sea of consciousness, thus taking some god source. Because it had then become a part of Xu Qing himself, it became violet in color. From ancient times until now, it was rare for such things to happen, and normally speaking, it happened only when one high-level god devoured another. Back then, the red moon had sensed some of her god source go missing and had briefly awoken. Despite being on guard, not even the omniscient and omnipotent God had been able to pick up on any clues about what happened. That God source had vanished without a trace. Her first inclination was to believe that some other god was responsible. Now, inside of his violet moon heavenly palace, the god source that had once belonged to the red moon was rapidly transforming. Within the violet moon, it became something else. Out from within the violet moon stepped a figure in a long violet robe, with long violet hair, though it somewhat resembled the god in the red moon. Its face was the same as Xu Qing. This was Xu Qing's violet moon Dao soul. The moment it appeared, he made a beckoning gesture toward the violet moon behind him. The moon then transformed into a symbol that settled on his forehead. He then walked to the far end of the heavenly palace, where he sat down on the throne there, then gazed out of the sea of consciousness at Xu Qing. Xu Qing looked back with divine sense. When he looked at each of the Dao souls, it made him feel like he was staring at himself. That sense of linked self made Xu Qing realize that the essence that had once belonged to the red moon truly had become a part of him, and was now growing. If it kept growing, and things continued as expected, then in the years to come, he might eventually push the violet moon Dao soul to the highest level. At that point, it could theoretically usurp the red moon, and become a high god in its own right. When that happened, Xu Qing might be able to change all living beings, ensuring that, in their memories, there was never a red moon. They would believe that the violet moon was the only true existence starting in ancient times. Master was right. Gods are just like us, except they exist on a much higher level. They can be supplanted. As that realization hit him, he continued with the absorption work. After the Dao souls of his taboo poison core and violet moon heavenly palace formed, Xu Qing had 7 in total. 4 of his other Dao souls were from his 4 life lamps. And he also had one that was the manifestation of his imperial class technique. Golden Crow assimilates myriad spirits. Adding in the taboo poison and violet moon, it meant he had the power of 7 Dao souls. His battle prowess was now vastly superior to before. In fact, it wasn't even possible to compare the current version of himself with the one that entered forbidden by the immortal. And yet, things weren't over yet. As the Ghost Emperor Mountain continued to absorb the god vitality, and as the incense stick's worth of time reached its end, the heavenly palace rumbled, and the Ghost Emperor within it shook violently. The old body cracked and finally crumbled, and a Dao soul emerged. Just like the nirvanic rebirth of a phoenix, a new life was born out of death. The 8th nascent soul had formed. 8 soul power erupted from Xu Qing, causing him to tremble. As his aura skyrocketed, his eyes opened. The first thing he saw was the vast devastation in forbidden by the immortal. The second thing he saw was the captain, looking at him with a face full of conflict and regret. "Eldest brother," Xu Qing asked, surprised. "You smell better, little Ah Qing, but there's too much poison in you to make you taste good," the captain sighed. Face completely expressionless, Xu Qing ignored the captain and got to his feet. "Stow it, eldest brother, we need to go." Chapter 527, seems familiar. Moment Xu Qing stood, the surrounding mutagen surged away from him, creating a cloud of mist. He currently stood at about 3 meters in height, looking very mysterious. Extraordinary fluctuations rolled off of him, causing the mutagen to roil as if it were crawling away from him. Based on what Xu Qing could sense, he was at the point in which he could cause the mutagen to erupt if he wanted. Now that the god of forbidden by the immortal had perished, he was gradually becoming the lord of the place. "Sadly, my current cultivation base isn't enough to sustain much more of the local mutagen." Shaking his head, Xu Qing suppressed his desire for more mutagen. He could theoretically absorb some more, but they were running out of time, and doing so could reveal their position. There was another reason that had prompted Xu Qing to cease absorbing mutagen, and that was, he had sensed the god's finger stirring in D-132. The violet crystal is too weak to fully seal the god's finger, and if the finger gets the local mutagen, it's entirely possible it could break out from inside of me. He sighed at how seemingly useless the violet crystal was right now. Meanwhile, the captain was off to the side, looking up at the 3-meter-tall Xu Qing and comparing his own height. His eyebrows were fully raised. Xu Qing understood what he meant by that look. A tremor passed through him as he shrank back down to his normal height. Afterward, he felt different. Before, he'd known that his remolded body was unusual. However, he had been unable to control the golden threads inside of him, and as a result, hadn't been able to control the god body. As of now, he had enough control that he could reach a height of 3 meters. When transforming from his normal height to that 3-meter height, he was in a completely different state. In the latter, he was vastly stronger. The captain seemed pleased to see Xu Qing back at his normal height. Earlier, when he realized Xu Qing had become larger, he had very nearly released one of the seals inside of himself so he could do something similar. However, right then, intense rumbling sounds filled the dome of heaven. As the rifts above shattered and fell, a white net appeared overhead. Upon looking closely, it was possible to see that above the net were quite a few cultivators from the army. They were unleashing the net, which was now spreading out across the sky. Meanwhile, the 4th wave of cultivators was already coming through the entrance. From a distance, it was possible to see that 7th prince wasn't leading the way. Instead, the group was being led by the 3 commanders-in-chief from the 3 palaces. Behind them were masses of imperial cultivators, who quickly spread out to purge the mutagen or worked on repairing the shattered sky. By working on both fronts, they were attempting to quickly stabilize the area. Apparently, that was why they had taken a bit of time before entering. At the same time, Xu Qing and the captain both felt their command swords vibrating. An order had come in, requiring all cultivators from the first 3 waves to leave within 2 hours. After that, Forbidden by the Immortal would be converted into a special region that could not be entered without special orders. What was more, anyone who didn't leave in the required time would be considered an interloper. If Master was right, the captain said, then 7th Prince must have accomplished his mission here. Now he considers all of this to be his personal reward. A crazy look suddenly appeared in his eyes. You leave, little junior brother. I'm going to wait around just a bit longer. Xu Qing eyed the captain. Noting the crazy look in his eyes, and also knowing his eldest brother, he didn't bother trying to persuade him to leave. That said, the risks of staying outweighed the benefits for Xu Qing. After all, with 7th Prince in charge of everything, and if something went really wrong and forbidden by the Immortal, it would be hard to make an escape. Letter 1D456, letter 1D626. Letter 1D450, letter 2134, letter 1D628. After a moment of thought, Xu Qing nodded. All right, in that case, I'll leave now. Master already got the best loot, and he's probably outside waiting for us. I'll go work to make sure we get our fair share from the old man. Don't worry at all, eldest brother. You just have fun. With that, Xu Qing turned to leave. Stunned, the captain ran over to Xu Qing's side. Xu Qing looked at him in surprise. Eldest brother, I'm heading back to the camp. What are you doing? The captain laughed heartily and threw his arm around Xu Qing's shoulders. I changed my mind. The old man is ruthless to the core. I'm worried that you might not know how to deal with him. Ah, whatever. For your sake, little junior brother, I'm going to forget about the other treasures up for grabs here. Oh, Xu Qing replied, looking the captain up and down. The captain blinked a few times very sincerely, then urged Xu Qing to hurry up and get moving. Thus, the two of them raced along, making sure to keep their concealments in place all the way until they reached the safe zone. The magical devices in the safe zone purged mutagen. However, the mutagen levels were so high that it was possible to see occasional gory remains of cultivators who had mutated and died in the process. After the fight between Crimson Mother and the local god, the surviving cultivators were all dealing with various degrees of mutagen. For now, all they could do was suppress it and wait until they were outside to take steps to purge it. Quite a few people were already flying up to the exit. Xu Qing scanned the crowd, and though he saw a few familiar faces, he didn't spot Qing Qiu or Kong Xianglong. Therefore, he took out his command sword and sent messages to them inquiring how they were. He soon learned that Qing Qiu had left as soon as the initial 7 days were up, whereas Kong Xianglong only just now left. Upon getting Xu Qing's message, Kong Xianglong said he would wait outside to meet up. Xu Qing breathed a sigh of relief knowing that both of them were fine. Because of the situation with his master, he hadn't been able to tell anyone what was really going on. He'd been forced to just follow his master's lead. Besides, if they had gone with him, they would have been in a lot more danger. Considering how busy Xu Qing had been, he hadn't been able to check in with them. Thankfully, he'd managed to let them know ahead of time that something dramatic was going to happen, and that they needed to be careful. Clearly, Qing Qiu had taken the words to heart, and though Kong Xianglong hadn't left early, he'd been able to keep himself safe. Xu Qing and the captain exchanged a glance, then their eyes shone with determination as they shot up into the sky. As they rose higher and higher, forbidden by the immortal became smaller and smaller beneath them. Far off in the distance, Xu Qing could see the scars left behind by Crimson Mother's massive hand. He also saw the gigantic ravine that had once housed a sleeping god. The palm print was very clear, and the terrifying mightiness that pulsed from it gave a clue as to how powerful Crimson Mother was. Xu Qing felt lingering fear just looking at it. "Crimson Mother will sleep after eating," the captain said, "but will be even more terrifying after awakening. I just wonder how the Emperor plans to deal with things after that." Xu Qing had been wondering the same thing and didn't have any answers. With that, the two of them flew through the gigantic bottleneck. Leaving forbidden by the immortal, they reached the depths of the old corrections division and the crumbled spell formation there. Along the way, they had passed the web formed by dozens of spell formations, which was designed to isolate the mutagen. Looking up, beyond the pit that was the old corrections division, they saw that the sky was dark. It was night time. About a dozen breaths of time passed, after which they flew out of the old corrections division. They were met by a refreshing breeze that lifted their hair and caused their garments to ripple. Compared to the sealed world of forbidden by the immortal, the outside was a much more welcoming place. The moon in the sky was not red. That alone caused Xu Qing and the captain to subconsciously breathe sighs of relief. One thing they noticed right away was that the old army camp was gone. There had been millions upon millions of troops in that army, so they hadn't all gone into forbidden by the immortal. Based on what Xu Qing had estimated, it didn't seem that more than 1 million imperial troops had gone in. As Xu Qing took that in, he spotted Kong Xianglong, seated cross-legged nearby, waiting. Upon noticing Xu Qing, he stood and flew over. His mutagen levels didn't seem to be very high, so he had obviously used various methods to purge himself after leaving. Noticing Xu Qing looking in the direction of where the army camp used to be, Kong Xianglong offered a quick explanation. "They left 5 days ago, from what I heard. They used the county teleportation portal to go back to the front lines. I only found out after I left earlier. My guess is that something big is happening on the battlefield. About an hour ago, 7th Prince also teleported away. This time, he didn't conscript any sea-sealing county cultivators." Xu Qing thought back to his master's speculation that everything was part of the Emperor's plan related to the war. And now, right after the Crimson Mother plan wrapped up, the army suddenly left for the front lines. "There's definitely something big going on." Xu Qing took a deep breath and looked at the captain. The captain was looking back at him. Both of them were speculating about the same thing, and that was that humankind was going to announce that it had a domain treasure. "All fogs of confusion will soon be lifted," the captain said. "We'll know the truth in short order." Kong Xianglong sighed. "Xu Qing, I feel like there are a lot of things going on that we have no clue about. If you figure anything out, don't forget to give me a heads up. Letter 1D456, letter 1D626. Letter 1D4B8, letter 1D630, letter 1D62E. With that, Kong Xianglong took out 2 medicinal pill bottles, which he offered to Xu Qing and the captain. These are pallid boluses. Although a lot of preparations were made before opening forbidden by the immortal, there was still a lot of mutagen released. Since so many people are coming back with high mutagen levels, pallid boluses have sold out just about everywhere. They're basically impossible to buy. Those are some of the stockpiles I built up earlier. Take them." Chuckling, the captain took a bottle, opened it, dumped out 2 pallid boluses and consumed them. The process caused a medicinal aroma to spread out, clearing the area of mutagen. When Xu Qing smelled that aroma, it seemed familiar, as if there were some other fragrance in addition to the normal smell of the medicine. It was very faint and gave him a vague sense of déjà vu. Reaching out, he took the other bottle. Pallid boluses were an improved version of white boluses, which the lieutenant governor had created years ago. They were twice as effective as white boluses and were considered a blessing for humankind, especially Xianxia County. Unfortunately, some of the main ingredients were very difficult to produce, and thus, the supply had always been limited to the county capital. Despite that, many people had benefited from them, especially since they were actually cheaper than white boluses. As a result, many mortals could consume them. Although Xu Qing didn't need pills like that, there were some secrets he wanted to keep as tightly as possible, which was why he accepted the bottle. Next, he conveyed some of his master's speculations to Kong Xianglong. There were many finer details he had to hold back, but he was able to give Kong Xianglong a general idea. Upon hearing the theories, Kong Xianglong shivered and then struggled to control his breathing. His eyes were already bloodshot, and his hands kept clenching and unclenching. Clearly, he was thinking about Palace Lord Kong's death. Eventually, he opened his mouth to speak, only to close it again. Finally, his hands settled into fists, and he said, "I just hope we humans come out victorious." Looking bleak, he gave a farewell wave of the hand, then turned and left. Kong Xianglong was obviously very young, but right now, he seemed like he was aging rapidly. The captain watched him leave and softly said, "Kong Xianglong really is a great person." Chapter 528, The Fragrance of Osmanthus Flowers. Xu Qing said nothing. He knew why Kong Xianglong felt so bleak and lonely. Back in Forbidden by the Immortal, Xu Qing himself had felt similarly upon hearing his master's analysis of the situation. Palace Lord Kong, the governor, and all of Xianxia County were essentially game pieces in a huge game of Go. Everything leading up to Palace Lord Kong's death on the battlefield made that abundantly clear. That said, the Palace Lord had lived a life of bravery and courage, and had been a larger-than-life figure. Dying in battle for the sake of humanity was something he'd done without a single regret. Apparently, he had already come to a conclusion about what was happening. But as long as he could guarantee the safety of his people, his family, his subordinates, and especially his grandson, and the fact that his death would not have an overall negative effect, then he had been more than happy to offer salvation to Xianxia County. As long as Xianxia County lives, I won't hesitate to sacrifice myself for it. Xu Qing had thought back to Palace Lord Kong's words many times and pondered how decisive he had been in his final moments. 1. Sure enough, right after Palace Lord Kong died, an army arrived led by 7th Prince. The prince saved the day and became a popular hero as a result. How could Kong Xianglong not have mixed emotions after realizing the truth of it all? But in the end, he made a similar choice as his grandfather. He states his hope that humans would achieve a great victory in the war. By doing so, he honored his grandfather's sacrifice. Sighing, Xu Qing turned and went to his sword pavilion. The captain followed. Along the way, the captain didn't say anything. Once they were in, they sat down cross-legged, and the captain squeezed Xu Qing's shoulder. "Little Ah Qing, you..." "Wait, no," Xu Qing interrupted, looking up. His eyes glittered with a mysterious light. The captain's eyes narrowed. "Master was right," Xu Qing continued, "but there's more to the story. That white jade hand, I've seen it before." Thinking back to past events, he confirmed that he was right. The captain didn't say anything. Back in Forbidden by the Immortal, he had seen both of the hands of white jade. One was big, one was small. The small one was obviously created by his master, after having done research on that experimental god body. The big question was who summoned the larger hand. Up to this point, the captain hadn't brought it up, as he was worried about upsetting Xu Qing. There was no expression on Xu Qing's face as he bowed his head and said nothing further. The captain sighed. There were certain things his master had explained to him, and because of that, he could guess what was bothering Xu Qing. Therefore, the best thing he could do was sit there and offer company. Eventually, the sun rose. Seeing that Xu Qing was still not saying anything, the captain cleared his throat. Little junior brother, why do you think Master hasn't come back yet? Xu Qing shook his head. Little junior brother, based on how well I know the old man, I suspect that he's probably here already. Xu Qing suddenly looked up, his eyes flickering. Trust me, little Ah Qing, Master loves eavesdropping. Back before we had you around, I experienced that firsthand. I bet Master was actually here in the Sword Pavilion before we got here. Either that, or he left a message here for us. The captain had actually brought this up in the hopes of just getting Xu Qing to start talking. But as he blathered on, his eyes widened as he realized what he was saying made a lot of sense. Inhaling sharply, he shot to his feet and looked around. Rant. Fixating on one corner of the room, he hurried over, clasped hands, and bowed excitedly. Master! Master, you can come out now, I see you. Xu Qing looked on suspiciously. He had been in a rotten mood before, but the captain's antics had already squashed that bad mood. Unfortunately, no matter how the captain bowed, nothing happened. The captain blinked a few times, then went to another corner in the room. There, he continued bowing. Ha ha ha, truth be told, Master, I didn't see you before, but I can sense your aura. As you know, sir, I'm very sensitive to such things. Nothing happened in that corner of the room either. As Xu Qing watched quizzically, the captain looked around, thought for a moment, and then turned to Xu Qing. Little junior brother, do you still have that mask Master gave you? Xu Qing inhaled sharply as he realized what the captain was getting at. Taking the semi-transparent immortal skill mask out of his bag of holding, he put it down to the side, then got to his feet and bowed to it. The captain also somberly clasped hands and bowed. A long moment passed in which nothing happened. The two of them looked at each other. Maybe you're overthinking this, eldest brother. Trust me, I know our master. The captain looked supremely confident. However, as time passed, and morning turned to afternoon, and then afternoon turned into evening, things remained the same in the Sword Pavilion. Master Seventh never showed his face, nor did they receive any message from him. Xu Qing looked hesitantly at the captain. The captain looked at the mask and gritted his teeth. We have no choice at this point, little junior brother. I have to resort to a trump card. As Xu Qing watched attentively, the captain cleared his throat. Okay, little junior brother, he said loudly. I have a secret I want to reveal to you. Do you want to know why I'm so keen on helping girls resolve their issues with having too many gifts? It's because many years ago, there's an old person that both of us know. You know who I'm talking about, but I'm not going to mention the name out loud, who gave a bunch of gifts to a female cultivator. Later on, he went back in the middle of the night, bringing me along to take back the... Shut up, a voice interrupted angrily from the semi-transparent mask. Xu Qing gasped. The captain flashed a pleased look at Xu Qing, then dropped to the ground in front of the mask, plastering a pained expression onto his face. Master, you scared me. I was deeply concerned about your safety, so I had no choice but to use this method to confirm your whereabouts. Now that I know you're fine, I can rest at ease. I said to shut up, fool, Master Seventh roared from within the mask. I'm fleeing for my life here. Xu Qing's expression turned serious. The captain's face fell, and he refrained from making a sound. Worried, both of them just waited, not saying a word. Tension mounted. Xu Qing was starting to get really worried, and the captain's expression turned so serious he started looking somewhat vicious. An entire night passed. The following morning at dawn, the mask twitched, then floated up from the ground. As Xu Qing and the captain looked on nervously, Master Seventh's voice again spoke from the mouth. He sounded hoarse. I got away, finally. I just took one little bone. Was there really a need for a full-on manhunt? Upon hearing Master Seventh's words, both Xu Qing and the captain breathed deep sighs of relief. The two of you need to find an opportunity to get back to Seven Blood Eyes. I really made out like a bandit this time. I'm going to refine this bone and create some amazing treasures with it. I mean, it's the bone of a god, an actual, authentic item from a real god. Actually, the two of you should wait a bit before coming back to the sect. otherwise you might blow our cover. How about this? Come back in about a month. By that time, I should be nearly done with refining the bone. By the way, going forward, I can't afford any distractions. The two of you better not stir up any trouble. Incidentally, Big Sib, you need to devour this mask and hide its aura in your belly. All right, I need to go now. I'm going to find a place to hole up for a bit. See you back in 7 Blood Eyes. When Master Seventh finished speaking, the mask clattered to the ground. Eldest brother, do you think Master's okay? Xu Qing asked, looking at the captain. The captain chuckled, picked up the mask, and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing it up and swallowing it, he burped and looked at Xu Qing. The fact the old man could give such a detailed message goes to show that he's alive and kicking. He's fine. Don't worry. Master might not measure up to me when it comes to pulling off big jobs, but when it comes to fleeing. Let's just say I've never seen anyone as good as him. Think about it. What kind of person does it take to research an experimental god body that has the power of time in it, or create such powerful concealment magics? The captain sighed inwardly. He wasn't trying to pull a fast one. He really did have full confidence in his master. With that, the captain looked outside to check the time, and was about to say something further when his transmission jade slip vibrated. Xu Qing watched as the captain, his eyes glittering, licked his lips and grinned. I need to take off, little Ah Qing. Lady Peachy is looking for me. The captain hurried away toward the administration palace. Along the way, he bought a peach. After taking a bite, he used the eyeball in his palm almost like a mirror to check his appearance. After confirming his good looks, he sped up. Xu Qing watched the captain go and mentally wished him luck. Then he glanced back at his now empty sword pavilion. Earlier, he had been in a bad mood because of torchlight, but now he'd reached a state of equilibrium. In a month, I'll be back in 7 Blood Eyes, and I can ask Archimmortal Plumdark about everything that happened. Thinking about the Timescape bottle, he sighed inwardly. Shortly thereafter, he closed his eyes in meditation to stabilize his cultivation base. When that work was done, he took out the bottle of pallid boluses that Kong Xianglong had given him. Back when the captain consumed the pills, Xu Qing had noticed another fragrance that seemed familiar. He knew he'd encountered it before. However, after telling Kong Xianglong the details of Master Seventh's analysis, he hadn't been in the mood to dig into the matter. Now that his mood was stable, he figured it was a good time to check the pill again. It seemed unlikely to be important, but given his cautious personality, he didn't want to just ignore it. After opening the bottle, he inhaled the fragrance to confirm what medicinal plants were in the ingredients. There are a lot of plant fragrances. One by one, he began identifying the different smells, taking time to repeatedly inhale the fragrance of the pill as he did. It took some time, but he finally identified that unique and familiar fragrance. It was very faint, to the point where he wouldn't have noticed it unless he had his remolded god body. It's the fragrance of osmanthus flowers. All of a sudden, his pupils constricted, and he looked down at the pallid boluses. His expression became one of complete and utter incredulity. It's the fragrance of osmanthus flowers. Xu Qing felt like his mind was being struck by countless lightning bolts. In order to confirm that he was right, he crushed the pallid bolus into a powder, then carefully analyzed it. The fragrance of osmanthus flowers grew even stronger. For a long moment, he sat there in a daze, medicinal powder dribbling off of his fingers. It's the same fragrance from that empty wish box. Waves of astonishment rolled through Xu Qing's mind and heart as he realized why the smell was familiar. Back on the mission with Kong Xianglong, they had recovered an empty wish box. When he handled that wish box, he had noticed the fragrance of osmanthus flowers, and it was the exact same fragrance that was in the pallid bolus, too. Over the years, pallid boluses had become one of the necessities of life for cultivators and mortals in the county capital. Countless people had consumed them. 1. Palace Lord Kong uttered those words in Chapter 507.1. 2. Xu Qing noticed the osmanthus flower fragrance in Chapter 419. The wish box was also mentioned in Chapter 511, and the osmanthus fragrance was mentioned in Chapter 512. Chapter 529. The Truth Revealed. Xu Qing sat there quietly. Eventually, he looked up, his heart and mind trembling as wave after wave of shock crashed into them. "The lieutenant governor," he murmured, "Xianxia." Xu Qing hadn't dealt much with the lieutenant governor, but he had always respected him. The reason for that was his skill in alchemy, which reminded Xu Qing of Grandmaster Bai and the Grand Elder from the Swordsage Court in Emperor-Receiving Prefecture. He remembered how kind the lieutenant governor had been when he first arrived in the county capital, and also what Honor Guard's son had said about the virtuous achievement of inventing the pallid bolus. Once the war started, Xu Qing had noticed repeatedly how exhausted the lieutenant governor seemed. Back when dealing with the demi-immortals, the lieutenant governor had almost immediately picked up on Xu Qing's ruse and had played along. True, the lieutenant governor had quickly fit into the new arrangement when 7th Prince arrived, but that alone didn't mean much. Later, the lieutenant governor was responsible for many things that benefited Sealing County. He worked with the deputy palace lords for the 3 palaces to successfully submit many official requests to 7th Prince. After Xu Qing had just returned, it was the lieutenant governor who dealt with the cabal of non-humans who had protested Xu Qing's conscription orders. After 7th Prince took over and sought to make changes to the Swordsage Palace's rules and reward systems, it was the lieutenant governor who negotiated with 7th Prince on the Swordsage's behalf. The lieutenant governor's influence was present in so many things. Palace Lord Kong had trusted him with the safekeeping of the capital city. Even if the palace lord had suspected him, he still had a lot of trust in him. During the war, the lieutenant governor never procrastinated in anything. He worked diligently to serve the front lines, earned the confidence of the mortals, and became a pillar of stability. The only reason the front lines had been able to hold strong as long as they did was because of the lieutenant governor's hard work. He really had accomplished many virtuous achievements. He really was someone who kept the interior safe during a time of war. He really was someone who fought for the rights of Sealing County even after 7th Prince came and took over. Given all of that, Xu Qing had a hard time believing that he could be some sort of villainous mastermind. Previously, there had never been a single thing to lead him to suspect the lieutenant governor. He certainly hadn't come across any evidence implicating him. As Xu Qing sat there, he suppressed his shock. This was too important of a matter, and he couldn't do anything rash. Therefore, he took this new clue and tried to fit it in with everything he had uncovered up to this point. He thought back to the information in Palace Lord Kong's jade slip, and also what he had uncovered at Mount Daybreak. According to Classified Dossier 19, the empty wish box once contained a lightmost Fate Havok pill. Palace Lord Kong was aware of that, which was why he was certain the governor died because of that pill. After all, there are few things that could kill someone as strong as the governor in such a quiet, non-dramatic way. The only exception would be someone at least as strong as a smoldering god. But if someone like that were involved, what would be the point of the war? All those factors indicate that a lightmost Fate Havok pill had to be the murder weapon. Xu Qing was mentally laying out all the clues in the most logical fashion possible. However, to use a lightmost Fate Havok pill, one would first need a stream of daybreak light. That was what Palace Lord Kong wanted me to investigate. That, and the method by which the poison was administered. Back when Xu Qing and Kong Xianglong had discussed this matter, they hadn't even been able to come up with a theory about how the poison was administered. How could the governor, who was blessed with destiny aura and was halfway into the smoldering god level, not notice someone trying to poison him? I got to the bottom of the daybreak light. I proved that there was some daybreak light whose existence didn't make it into the official records, and that made it seem even more likely that we were dealing with a lightmost Fate Havok pill. As for how it was administered, Xu Qing looked down at the powder that was all that remained of the pallid bolus he had just crushed. Then he took the remaining pallid bolus out of the pill bottle. He had previously studied this pill. Back then, he had come to the conclusion that it was just a more effective version of the white bolus, and that its function was to extrude mutagen. The concoction method for the pill was unique, such that despite Xu Qing's skill in the Tao of alchemy, he couldn't figure it out by merely studying the pill. What was more, the pill contained many medicinal plants that didn't seem to be well matched. They only seemed to become effective after having been transformed in some way. That actually conformed to the lieutenant governor's unique Tao of medicine. He would transform medicinal plants by altering their environment. Xu Qing's eyes hardened as he thought about that. It was as if a huge hand were clearing the fog in his mind. He suddenly recalled the first time he had seen the lieutenant governor, which was when he taught a lesson to all the new sword sages. If you want to affect a medicinal plant, you can't be bold and decisive. You don't need to make yin-yang adjustments to change it. You just water it quietly. If you gradually change its environment, as well its diet, you can exert a huge influence on the plant without it even realizing it. To put it plainly, you're not actually transforming the plant. It's using its own power to transform itself. All you're doing is giving it the proper environment in which to change. That was what the lieutenant governor had said in his lecture. Upon hearing those words, Xu Qing had felt deep admiration. He couldn't help but respect the lieutenant governor after learning that he had come up with such a useful method of alchemy. After all, it was that method which led to the transformation of the white bolus into the pallid bolus, which had been such a blessing for people in the capital. But now that Xu Qing thought back to that lecture, it made him feel like lightning bolts were slamming into his mind. If you take the lieutenant governor's lecture and replace the word medicinal plant with the word governor, then everything makes sense. If you wanted to poison the governor, you couldn't do it in a bold and decisive way. You would need to do it just like quietly watering a plant. You would need to gradually change the environment around the governor without him even realizing it. And the environment is the population of the county capital. Without the governor ever realizing it, you could change his diet. In this case, his diet would be the most crucial element of the lightmost Fate Havok pill, Destiny Aura. As the governor slowly absorbed the Destiny Aura, he would be affected from the inside. The lieutenant governor didn't actually do anything to the governor specifically. The governor did it to himself through his normal routine. The lieutenant governor just created a way to influence the governor's environment and diet. Xu Qing trembled, and his heart pounded. In other words, the lieutenant governor didn't actually administer any poison at all. He treated the governor like a plant. To poison him, he used all of the humans in the county capital. The harmless and inexpensive pallid boluses were the carriers. They had the power of the lightmost Fate Havok pill in them. As the years passed and countless people consumed those pills constantly, they transformed the Destiny Aura, and by extension, the governor's diet. By using the Destiny Aura of all humans in the county capital, he transformed and influenced the governor. All for the purpose of ultimately poisoning him. How utterly devious. Xu Qing struggled to control his breathing as he realized that everything made perfect sense. The empty wish box had once contained the lightmost Fate Havok pill. Because it had been in the box for so long, the fragrance of osmanthus flowers remained in the box even after the pill was taken out. That mission had revolved around an agent who was in Holotide territory. After uncovering a monumental secret, that spy had fled back to human territory. Looking back, Xu Qing realized that the agent had probably been dead all along. The wish box that Xu Qing and the others had recovered had been in the hands of his son. And then there was classified Dossier 19, which contained the evidence palace Lord Kong needed to verify the governor's cause of death. Everything made sense. Everything. Next, Xu Qing thought about the boy in D132, who was a manifestation of Sealing County's Destiny Aura. It was only after they brought the wish box back to the county capital that he suddenly became listless and seemingly sick. Back then, Xu Qing had assumed that listless state came because the boy had somehow encountered an unclean thing. However, the boy recovered very quickly, and thus, Xu Qing never thought more about it. And why should he have, given the scant information he had back then? Later, the governor died, the corrections division exploded, and the boy went missing. Xu Qing had assumed the boy went missing because of the collapse of the corrections division. But now that he looked back, he realized that obviously wasn't the case. After completing classified Dossier 19, Palace Lord Kong had already started investigating the matter. Sadly, in the end, he was not omniscient and omnipotent. Before he had a chance to solve the mystery, the governor died and the war started. And in the end, he had to suspect everyone. Xu Qing felt his scalp tingling. Then he thought about how so many humans thought of the lieutenant governor's pallid boluses as a virtuous achievement. What was more, the lieutenant governor had openly, perhaps even brazenly, revealed his tactics publicly. And yet, not one person caught on to what was really happening. The pallid bolus was a pack of lies. The lieutenant governor had made a mockery of the people of Xianxia County. Xu Qing felt like he was being struck by 10 million lightning bolts as he thought back to the lieutenant governor's eyes when he looked out at the class and delivered that lecture. He had seemed so kind. But now that Xu Qing thought back, he realized that within that kindness was mockery. Scorn. It was like he was playing some cruel guessing game. I'm telling you the truth, every little aspect, but none of you have realized it, have you? This was the truth, revealed. And after putting all the pieces together, Xu Qing didn't just feel enlightened. He felt scared. Why would the lieutenant governor do this? Could it be that he and Torchlight? He stopped for a moment to think. I should have realized the truth even before Chu Tianquan died. Xu Qing had never forgotten what Chu Tianquan said in the moments before his death. When Xu Qing asked him about the whereabouts of Night Dove and the crown prince of Violet and Cyan. Do you know how to change the color of the sea? When you figure out how, you'll get your answer. Xu Qing looked out into the night at the capital city. The color of the sea. Based on the lieutenant governor's method of enacting change, the way to change the color of a sea would be to change the countless streams flowing into it. It would happen so slowly that, before the sea realized what was happening, it would be a different color. That's the answer, Xu Qing murmured quietly. The lieutenant governor is probably the crown prince of Violet and Cyan. Either that, or he's Night Dove. And he's the one who murdered the governor. The mysterious figure in the black cloak who appeared on the battlefield was Marquis Yao. It was the lieutenant governor. Xu Qing understood everything now. He understood the truth. Except he wasn't sure what to do with this information. The person who had assigned him to investigate the mystery was dead. The lieutenant governor was now the heart and soul of Xianxia County. All the leaders looked to him for guidance. Given his virtuous achievement with the pallid bolus, he was thought highly of by the emperor and had won the hearts of the people. He was like a sun shining in the sky. Given the circumstances surrounding 7th Prince's arrival, it seemed obvious that the two of them were working together. The reason that white jade hand appeared in Forbidden by the Immortal is because they had already worked out a deals. Sighing, Xu Qing opened the door of his sword pavilion, walked out, and looked out at the night sky. Eventually, a glimmer of light appeared on the horizon, which gradually illuminated the dome of heaven. It was the sign that dawn had come. The light seemed to spread faster than ever. Along with the light gave waves of heat. It was at that moment that all cultivators in Xianxia County received a message from the lieutenant governor. 20 hours ago, Emperor Dark War unleashed a domain treasure into the heart of Nightshade territory. Chapter 530, Human Domain Treasure, Dawning Sun, Part 1. During the end of the 10th month in the year 2932 of the Dark War calendar, the 3915th descendant of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity, Gaiyu Zhang'an, the 7th son of the magnificent and glorious Emperor Dark War, received imperial orders to save Xianxia County by opening the 9th Operations Palace of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity. 7th Prince summoned the Nightshades, Crimson Mother, into that operations palace to devour the vile god sleeping therein. Thus, a potential calamity was expunged, assuring 1,000 years of peace and security for Xianxia County. Because that dharmic decree of the magnificent and glorious Emperor Dark War was carried out, humankind could walk the path to victory in the war. It was a matter that shook the countless species of revered ancient to the core. The myriads of species in Xianxia County cheered in delight. Humans all looked up to 7th Prince. The Emperor himself praised the prince for the services he had performed. In the same month, after the 9th Operations Palace of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity in Xi County had been opened, the magnificent and glorious Emperor Dark War, who had been besieged in the imperial capital for months by the Nightshades, finally revealed his heavenly might by unleashing Dawning Sun into the heart of the Nightshade region. The immense, spherical sun was just like a real, scorching sun. It represented humanity's drive to rise to prominence, and when it exploded in the darkness of the Nightshade region, it released boundless light that filled heaven like burning fire. All of Nightshade region was lit ablaze. The sky there collapsed, and the ground cracked open everywhere. Countless Nightshades died, and all Nightshade cultivators were seriously injured. A tempest came into being, spreading out far and wide, like an eternal sea of fire that drew the attention of all eyes. The Nightshade's pitch-black region was now filled with radiance and light. Rough estimates indicate that the burning sun will remain in place for a full 60-year cycle. However, its effects will continue to play out for much longer than that. For the next 1,000 years, the dark night of the Nightshade region will be replaced with bright fire. Countless lives were lost, but at the same time, humankind had a new lease on life. The news was a huge shock to revered ancient. All species were shaken. The allied army that had besieged the imperial capital of the humans fell into retreat. Back home, they sealed their borders and trembled in fear. Even the most powerful species on the mainland were absolutely flabbergasted. It marked the beginning of a time of prosperity, the likes of which hadn't been seen for many tens of thousands of years. Emperor Dark War became so famous that his name was known to everyone from all species. By unleashing Dawning Sun, the human emperor was making a clear announcement to everyone. From this day on, humans are no longer prey. We have the power to defend ourselves. And that was because of the humans' domain treasure, Dawning Sun. That domain treasure was not created by a god. It was the work of human hands. The Nightshades suffered heavy losses. However, their fury overshadowed their terror, and they did not surrender. In fact, they started fighting back even harder. They unleashed their domain treasure, ultimately destroying a third of the human imperial capital. They stubbornly insisted that the humans were actually bluffing. Their narrow-minded assertion was that the humans hadn't actually created a domain treasure. They believed that Dawning Sun was nothing like traditional domain treasures. In fact, they were sure that it was a single-use magical technique, or some lone relic of the ancient past. War horns continued to sound. In the 11th month of the year 2932 of the Dark War calendar, 7 days after the first unleashing of Dawning Sun, Emperor Dark War once more revealed his heavenly might, as he again unleashed his domain treasure on another of the Nightshades regions, plus the neighboring Holotide region. The second usage of Dawning Sun created a destructive sea of flames and an eternal light. In the blink of an eye, the Nightshade's other region collapsed. The lands were set aflame, and the sky burned red. Countless Nightshades howled in anguish as the light melted their skin and dissolved them into ashes. Cultivators and mortals alike, as well as any species that adhered to them, were thrown into the ultimate distress. The death toll was too high to count. It was as if godly might had been unleashed. The Holotide region was also affected. Tempests of fire swept through it, crushing anything and everything. The countless species of the revered ancient mainland watched in silence. The Nightshades trembled. Countless members of their species were sacrificed as god magics were unleashed, and they beseeched their god Crimson Mother to come and punish the humans. Such efforts completely failed. They made 3 attempts to summon their god. They failed 3 times. Completely demoralized, the Nightshades had no choice but to retreat. However, the Imperial army gave chase, causing Nightshade blood to fill heaven and earth. The Nightshades were routed. It was only by using their domain treasure to cover their own retreat with a canopy of frigid cold that they managed to stop the human counter-assault. The war caused a sensation among the countless species of the revered ancient mainland. The prestige of humankind was once again on display. Emperor Dark War had truly lived up to his name. Despite the great victory won by humankind, Emperor Dark War didn't greedily take the war into Nightshade territory. What was more, he informed all interested parties throughout Revered Ancient that the creation of Dawning Sun had been proposed tens of thousands of years in the past by Emperor Mirrorcloud. 1. There had been many twists and turns in its creation, and construction was only finished recently. As for its operating principles, Emperor Dark War didn't keep them a secret. Besides, now that Dawning Sun had been unleashed, it would have been hard to do so, and ultimately the secret would have been revealed. Instead, he courageously chose to reveal the truth himself, thus revealing the spirit of what it meant to be human, and simultaneously striking fear into the hearts of the lowly. Dawning Sun was connected to the Lightborn species. Everyone knew that the Lightborn were close allies of the humans. The Lightborn had special eyes that could absorb and store sunlight. Because of that, there was an entire industry in Revered Ancient focused around the sale of Lightborn eyes. 2. That said, few people knew that, tens of thousands of years in the past, there was no such species as the Lightborn in Revered Ancient. They were actually a hybrid variety of humans created by Emperor Mirrorcloud, and their eyes were actually miniature versions of Dawning Sun. When that news started to spread, it was difficult to tell what was the truth and what wasn't. The idea that the humans had hatched a plot that took tens of thousands of years to come to fruition left many species trembling in fear. The war wasn't over yet, though. In the same month that the Nightshades were defeated, Emperor Dark War's 7th son, who was stationed in Sealing County, unsealed the county and led an army of 60 million to wage war against the Holotides. The human army crushed everything in their path. They reclaimed 3 prefectures which had recently been lost, then advanced into the depths of the Holotide region. Their warpath carved out rivers of gore and caused blood to rain from the sky. The Holotides experienced setback after setback, suffered countless casualties, and lost vast swaths of territory. 7th Prince possessed godly power, heavenly genius, and a courageous heart. Ignoring his own safety, he slaughtered the enemy, expanded human territory, and conquered half of an entire region. The 4 Holotide emperors were enraged. In the moment of greatest crisis, the Holotide ancestral emperor experienced a breakthrough in cultivation. He emerged shouldering a major world. Having stepped into the smoldering god level, he completely transformed the Holotide region by severing his species' bloodline connection with the Nightshades. From that moment on, the Holotides no longer adhered to the Nightshades and were completely free. The arrival of a smoldering god changed everything. 7th Prince's rampage was brought to an end, and in the ensuing deadlock, 7th Prince revealed his magnificent benevolence by kindly offering the Holotide species clemency. The Holotides, having already come to hate war and convinced by 7th Prince's boundless sincerity, were deeply moved. At the behest of their ancestral emperor, they agreed to return to the fold of humankind. The momentous turn of events caused a huge commotion among the court and common people alike. That, of course, was something the emperor had expected. The return of the Holotides wasn't something that could be effected in a short time. There were still plenty of aspects to be negotiated. As the person in charge of the affair, 7th Prince remained in the Holotide region to see the matter to its conclusion. It was in that manner that a war which had lasted for half a year was brought to a conclusion. The Nightshades had suffered crippling losses. The humans won a great victory and made a huge impression on the countless other species that existed. 7th Prince had saved Sealing County, carried out imperial orders to a T, expanded human territory, and overseen the return of the Holotides. His numerous accomplishments earned him widespread fame. He became a hero to all, and was even rumored to be named the Crown Prince in the future. Humans in Sealing County and the other counties were very excited to read the official reports about the resolution of the war. All households had shrines in which to make offerings to Emperor Dark War and wish him longevity. But now, such shrines also had a plaque to wish longevity to 7th Prince. After all, this was the first time during the Dark War calendar that humans had ever expanded their territory. In fact, tracing back the history, It was also the first time since Emperor Eastglory's spectacular defeat that humans had expanded their territory. 3. The implications were impossible to overstate. What was more, the betrayal of the Holotides during the Dao life calendar had brought unending pain to Emperor Dao life, and to humankind as a whole. But now, during the Dark War calendar, Seventh Prince guided them back to the right path, thereby accomplishing something downright amazing. Thus came to an end a skirmish that had long been playing out on the revered ancient game board. But what most people saw was only what lay on the surface. As for what happened behind the scenes, opinions were mixed on whether or not things had been handled properly. And it wasn't the sort of matter that could be decided with a few casual words. That was simply how war worked. War was not just about fighting and killing. It was not about one person attacking and one person retreating. Wars like that were either children's games or fiction. The reality was that war was brutal. What most people saw was simply the blood spilled on the battlefield, not all the other countless elements involved. Few people understood the truth, not even the majority of people in Xianxia County. Only those who actually participated in the war had an inkling, and frankly speaking, it was better that way. Not understanding the truth left the commoners happier. Xu Qing currently sat in his sword pavilion, gripping his command sword and taking in the reports and news. It had been 12 days since he learned the truth. Nowadays, reports were released every day, and they inevitably caused lots of cheering and rejoicing. The county capital was swept up in the moment. The mortals were all visibly exuberant, and even sword sages who had witnessed Palace Lord Kong die in battle seemed relieved and impressed. Kong Xianglong hadn't made a public appearance in days. He spent all of his time drinking alone. Xu Qing was also drinking at the moment. He had a jug of alcohol at his side from which he would sip. More days passed. As the dust settled, Seventh Prince finished his initial negotiations with the Holotides, then returned to Xianxia County. Because of how he had won the hearts of the people, he was received much more formally. The grand celebration thrown in his honor rivaled any celebration thrown for the sake of the emperor. It lasted an entire day. Later that evening, in a building in the governor's mansion, Seventh Prince stood looking out at heaven and earth. "I offer my thanks for all of this," Seventh Prince said calmly. As his words echoed out, a figure appeared next to him. 1. Emperor Mirrorcloud was mentioned in Chapter 401. 2. This isn't the first time we've heard about the Lightborn and their eyes. They were mentioned in Chapter 390, even in the chapter title. 3. Emperor Eastglory was also mentioned in Chapter 401. Chapter 530, Human Domain Treasure, Dawning Sun, Part 2. The figure that appeared next to Seventh Prince had a face full of wrinkles, along with very kind eyes. He was none other than the Lieutenant Governor. "I helped you," the Lieutenant Governor said. "You helped me. It was very fair. There's no need for thanks." He smiled as he looked out at the scenery along with Seventh Prince. Seventh Prince didn't speak for a moment. Then he said, "I wanted to win a claim. The Holotides wanted a magic to purge the nightshade blood from their species, as well as a chance to reach the smoldering god level. Both of us got what we wanted. But what about you? Do you really just want that item from the Imperial Palace that once belonged to Emperor Mirrorcloud?" The Lieutenant Governor smiled kindly. "Of course, I'm not a liar. Also, you forgot something. I want to be the governor of Xianxia County." Lowering his voice slightly, he continued, "So the Emperor had that domain treasure all along but didn't use it. Very devious. Very clever. No wonder you wanted to work with me. The reality is that, normally speaking, you shouldn't have won any acclaim in this war. The Emperor was behind everything. Your mission was simply to save Xianxia County, open forbidden by the Immortal as bait for Crimson Mother, and give humanity the right opportunity to unleash its domain treasure." It was almost as if Seventh Prince hadn't been listening. Face completely expressionless, he coolly said, "Why is the destiny aura of Xianxia County so important to you?" Having been baptized by the lightmost Fate Havok pill, the destiny aura is very important, and the old governor was the perfect person to give his life to purge it of poison. As of now, The destiny aura is fine. Think of it as a fruit that's only just ripened. It's a gift from me to you." The lieutenant governor spoke in a mild and straightforward manner. The truth was that he was worried Seventh Prince might renege on their agreement. Seventh Prince's eyes narrowed. "Who are you really?" "I'm a nobody," replied the lieutenant governor, smiling. Seventh Prince stood there for a moment before nodding. "During the big ceremony in 3 days, I'll publicly announce that you're the new governor. Going forward, Xianxia County belongs to you, so handle things here as you see fit. As for that item that once belonged to Emperor Mirrorcloud, I can simply add it to the list of goods we're sending to the Holotides as part of the deal governing their return. Even if my father notices it, given the bigger picture, I'm sure he'll still agree to hand it over to you. Besides, he's the only person that can open the ancestral land to retrieve it." Seventh Prince turned to look at the lieutenant governor. "That said, I'm very curious. Why did you hatch this extremely complicated conspiracy just to get a bowl?" The lieutenant governor smiled. "I can answer that, but there's also something I'm curious about. What happens later on if I give the people of Xianxia County and its destiny aura to my lord and master to devour? What will you do then?" "On a personal level," Seventh Prince replied calmly, "I couldn't care less. The county belongs to you now, after all, but from the perspective of humankind as a whole, I'd have to stop you." Hearing that, the lieutenant governor turned to leave. "You haven't answered my question," Seventh Prince said, his face expressionless. The lieutenant governor didn't look back. He just said one thing. "If I told you that bowl is actually the skull of my lord and master, would you believe me?" Seventh Prince's eyes glittered. The imperial palace had been constructed by Emperor Mirrorcloud. In other words, it was very, very old. It contained many secrets, some of which could actually be traced back to the time of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity. Emperor Mirrorcloud had been the type of person who liked collecting things. However, there was only one thing that went with him into his grave, and that was a bowl. It was a bone bowl, and it had been interred with him. It was put into a coffin of the exact same measurements as his own, such that it looked as if 2 emperors had been entombed there. No one knew what that bone bowl did or whose skull it was made from, and there was no information about it in any records. The truth had been erased in the countless years of time that had passed, so the only thing that remained were conjectures. There were even some people who claimed that the skull was that of Emperor Mirrorcloud's closest friend, the Crown Prince of the Sovereign Kingdom of Violet and Cyan. Seventh Prince didn't ask any more questions. The lieutenant governor left. A moment later, numerous streams of energy appeared around Seventh Prince, which resolved into a host of figures in black cloaks. They looked exactly like the cloaked figures who had been with Xianxia not so long ago. The figure in the forefront looked at Seventh Prince, clasped hands, and bowed, then spoke in a sinister voice. "Your Majesty, if you give us the order, sir, we'll kill him on the spot. We've already determined his origin. He's from an organization called Torchlight. As for his identity..." Seventh Prince shook his head. "Whatever information you uncovered is what he wanted you to uncover. I'm standing by my agreement with him. See to it." Kneading the bridge of his nose, Seventh Prince continued, "By the way, have you found any traces of my younger brother?" The black-robed figure bowed his head. "Your Majesty, we've already scoured all the counties looking for 12th Prince, but haven't found him. We found some clues indicating he came to Xianxia County, but his trail goes cold here." Seventh Prince digested that information briefly, then shook his head and left. News began to spread about the grand ceremony that was to take place now that Seventh Prince had returned. All human sects and organizations knew about it, as did all the countless species. Everyone was talking about the event because it was a coronation. Seventh Prince was going to crown the new governor. Once that happened, the new governor would be the most paramount entity in Xianxia County. His every word and deed could affect the lives of countless people. The 3 palaces, all the cultivators, and all the swordsages would have to listen to his commands. All it would take would be a single dharmic decree, and any one of Xianxia County's 13 provinces or countless sects and organizations could be wiped out of existence. He would be blessed by the destiny aura of Xianxia County, which would help him break through all the shackles tying down his cultivation base and enable him to reach the highest of heights. He would exist at the pinnacle of the county. Of course, along with that great power came corresponding responsibilities. He would be in charge of safeguarding both humankind and Xiaxia County. Although no public announcement had been made regarding the identity of the new governor, everyone could already speculate who it was. After all, there was only one person who, after having gone through so many dramatic events, qualified to take the spot, and that was the lieutenant governor. The lieutenant governor's virtuous achievement with the pallid bolus had earned him the veneration of the masses. During the war, he had been cautious and conscientious. He had kept the interior of the county safe, and after 7th Prince arrived, he fought hard for the rights of the county. Everything he had done ensured that people loved him dearly. If Palace Lord Kong had been alive, then he would obviously have been the best choice. The other 2 palace lords would similarly have qualified. But now they were gone, and only the lieutenant governor was left. He represented the heart of the people and also the old guard of Xiaxia County. Obviously, the people would have no qualms about someone like him becoming the governor. Xu Qing was drinking in his sword pavilion when he heard the news. He'd gone through quite a few jugs, but had plenty more. In 9 days, it'll have been a month. In 9 days, I can go back to 7 Blood Eyes. I really need to pay a visit to Arch-Immortal Plumdark. And Linger as well. Before I leave, I should go see her. She's probably awake by now. As for Master, I wonder if he's already done creating that treasure. Eldest brother must have other big jobs in mind for the future. I wonder what the next one will be. I should really work on my cultivation. I need to get stronger. The 2 of us haven't even come close to traveling the world together. I have to tend to Sergeant Thunder's grave and pay respects to Grandmaster Bai as well. I should leave some offerings at Master Sixth's gravestone too. There are so many important things to handle. Huang Yan, I wonder how he's doing. And also, who is he? I still don't know for sure. Sir Bloodsmelter is getting so old. And then there's elder brother Zhang San and Yan Yan and also Ding Zhu. I haven't seen any of them for such a long time. With so many things to do, I can't just stick around the county capital. I should just go out and do something. IACO. He took a long drink. Yeah, that's totally right. My cultivation base is too weak to accomplish anything important. At least I don't have any regrets about fighting in the war. Perhaps the sword sages aren't a good fit for me. I guess it doesn't matter. I grew up alone in a brutal world, fighting to survive. There have always been plenty of things beyond my control. From the time I was small, the most important thing was to just stay alive. Xu Qing kept drinking. Eventually, it was only about 7 days before the appointed time to return to 7 Blood Eyes. That was the day that Xiaxia County held its big ceremony. At first, Xu Qing wasn't planning to go, but then he thought about how he and the captain would be leaving in 7 days. When the bells started ringing and his command sword vibrated, he put down his jug of alcohol, walked out of his sword pavilion, and went up into the city. Soon, he found himself standing in the very same square where he had sworn his oath in front of the souls of the county heroes. There were a lot of people present, but everything was very orderly. Cultivators from all 3 palaces were there. Hundreds of thousands of people were all congregated. Everyone was dressed in fresh, clean clothes, and they all looked very excited. That included the 3 deputy palace lords, who didn't look anxious and worried like before, and all the sword sages who were veterans of the war seemed to be in great moods. Humankind had won a historical victory. They had a domain treasure, which meant they were no longer prey for other species. Everyone's spirits were lifted by all of the good news. More than half of the Holotide region now belonged to humans, and a golden age was starting. Besides, the fact that the Holotides were returning to humankind essentially meant that humans would soon control an entire region. It was something that hadn't happened for tens of thousands of years. It was little wonder everyone was so worked up. What was more, it would only be a short time before everyone got to see their new governor. Everything was playing out perfectly. The captain was in the crowd, as were Kong Xianglong, Qing Qiu, and Enning Yan. When the captain found Xu Qing, he threw his arm around his neck, leaned toward him, and sniffed a few times. What's wrong? Last time I messaged, you said you were in seclusion. Why do you smell like booze? How drunk are you? Xu Qing shook his head and chuckled. I'm fine. The captain looked suspicious and was about to ask a question when the bells started ringing. The golden dragon in the dome of heaven roared, spewing out colorful clouds. Seventh prince floated down from above, clad in a yellow robe, a 9-tasseled crown on his head. He moved with power and grace, and his mere presence caused the crowds to erupt into wild cheering. Victory! 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 Seventh prince smiled and nodded as he proceeded to the altar. He was flanked by dozens of followers, all of whom were clad in the robes of government officials. Among them were the 3 commanders-in-chief from the 3 palaces and the other commanders-in-chief and generalissimos from the imperial army, including the one who had presided over the operation in Forbidden by the immortal generalissimo blood horror. Also present was the lieutenant governor. Just as in the past, he looked kind, with merciful eyes. There also seemed something wistful about him. From the look of it, he was very grateful that humans had finally achieved this victory. The group floated down to the altar until they landed in front of it. The imperial prince strode to the highest position of all, then turned so that his back was to the statue of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity, and he was looking out at everything below him. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators below the altar went completely silent. Expressions somber, they looked up at the prince, and behind him, ancient Emperor Dark Serenity. Xu Qing did the same. As he did, his heart pounded, and he struggled to remain still and unmoving. Over the past 23 days, he had become accustomed to drinking. However, there was no alcohol to drink at the moment. He sighed inwardly. Once this ceremony is over, I'll go buy some medicinal plants. I still have some military credits. And a few days to spend them. Who knows how long it will be before I'm back in the county capital. Yeah, I might as well get some magical devices and other things as well. He tried hard to think about what things he should do before leaving, and thus keep himself under control. Meanwhile, Seventh Prince looked out at the hundreds of thousands of gathered cultivators. Clasping hands, he bowed. Xianxia County is here today, not just because I defended it. It is here because all of you defended it. We defended it, together. As such, the victory belongs, not just to me, but even more so to all of you, and especially to the fine officers and troops who gave their lives on the front lines. Therefore, on this day of ceremony, I wish to pay my respects to them. Please, join me as I bow to the souls of all the heroes. Expression somber, Seventh Prince turned in the direction of the front lines, clasped hands, and bowed deeply. Hearts swelling in response to his words, the gathered cultivators turned in the same direction, clasped hands, and bowed. I hope that we humans can live for all eternity in peace and security, and I also hope that we can once again capture the glory of our past. Seventh Prince's words resounded in all heaven and earth, causing the clouds to swirl into auspicious formations. Chapter 531, Follow the Path Your Heart Chooses, Part 1. 7 colored clouds shone in the dome of heaven, spreading out to fill the sky. They looked like beautiful flowers made of light, their shifting colors laced with gold as they hung over the grand ceremony taking place. The roars of the 4-clawed golden dragon thundered out as it exhaled multicolored clouds. Within the clouds were numerous illusory figures standing tall as they observed. They were all the governors from the history of Xianxia County, there to bear witness to what was to come. Of course, they were just projections created by Destiny Aura. Spirit energy gathered in the form of raindrops, which fell to the ground and dispelled the scattered mutagen that had seeped out from Forbidden by the Immortal. Countless plants began to grow vibrantly, while all living beings experienced a boost to their cultivation base and found old injuries and conditions rapidly improving. A golden age had arrived. All cultivators in the county capital, and in fact, all people in general, were cheering loudly. The various non-human representatives from around Xianxia County who were there to witness the event couldn't help but feel a deep reverence in their hearts. Even the demi-immortals respectfully bowed their heads. Atop the altar, the commanders-in-chief who had come with the imperial prince from the capital all had eyes shining with zealous veneration. Thanks to the leadership of 7th Prince, they had won a great victory and had performed unheard-of services to humankind. That group included the 3 commanders-in-chief assigned to the 3 palaces. The lieutenant governor stood there looking up into the sky. His expression seemed to be a mixture of lamentation and reminiscence, and it was tinged with the sensation of ancient time, as if he had already witnessed someone achieve things such as the imperial prince had achieved, except on a far grander scale. "It's not a big deal. Everything will return to the way it once was, my lord. 3 days at the most after the Holotides fulfill their agreement, I will sacrifice all the living beings in Xianxia County. I'll squeeze out all of their destiny aura to create a boundless life fruit for you, sir." The lieutenant governor smiled faintly. He was a man of rigorous schemes and deep foresight, and thus he couldn't stop his heart from swelling. However, he quickly wiped away any expression of reminiscence from his face. The kind smile returned, and the crow's feet around his eyes seemed even more prominent. Xu Qing was back in the crowd. As he looked up, his eyes were fixed, not on 7th Prince, but rather on the huge statue of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity. Within his mind echoed a certain collection of words. "A swordsage can execute judgment on anyone except the Emperor." Those words had popped into his mind over 20 days ago, and he had been suppressing them for just as long. Leaning over to the captain, Xu Qing said, "Eldest brother, after this, why don't we come up with a good reason to leave this place?" "Oh, that's simple," the captain said proudly. "I already figured it all out. It's been a full 2 years since we joined the swordsages. Normally speaking, new swordsages have to serve in the capital for 3 years, but you can reduce that time with military credits. Once we're ready to make our move, we can just apply for a position outside of the capital, and I'll grease the right wheels to make sure we end up assigned to Emperor Receiving Prefecture." "It's been 2 years," Xu Qing said. Time really had flown by. The captain sighed. "Yeah, 2 years. I guess that means I'm 20 years old now," Xu Qing mused. "That's right, little Ah Qing. You still haven't grown up all the way. 20 years old." The captain chuckled heartily. Xu Qing also chuckled. On the altar, 7th Prince raised his hand, and instantly the cheering crowd of hundreds of thousands went silent. The entire county capital quieted. "You fighting men of Xianxia County have had it rough over the past half a year," the prince said quietly. "I've watched your blood flow. The Emperor has seen the sacrifices you've made. All humankind has borne witness to your service. The war is over. Humans are triumphant. For tens of thousands of years, the Nightshades humiliated us. Now we've made them pay the price for that. Countless Nightshades died on the field of battle outside the imperial capital. Then we released Dawning Sun in 2 of their regions, exterminating 10 times as many Nightshade as died in the fighting. Humankind's domain treasure shook heaven and earth. But what is most terrifying about our domain treasure is not that initial burst of power. Rather, it is the fact that it will remain in Nightshade lands for a 60-year cycle, endlessly burning. During that 60-year cycle, 100 times as many Nightshades will die as have already died. Whatever Nightshades are born in the meantime will be altered, transformed. Granted, they have their own domain treasure, but they only have one, and they don't have the courage to use it at the cost of their own lives, so they will hold back from using it. Their champion, High God Crimson Mother, has fallen into a deep sleep. As for us humans, we have already unleashed our domain treasure 3 times, and can continue to do so. In this war, we have accomplished something incredible, the likes of which hasn't been seen for tens of thousands of years. Emperor Dark War is now known throughout all heaven and earth. 7th Prince's impassioned voice filled the sky. "Thanks to our hard work, Xianxia County stands strong, just as before. But there's more than that. Though 3 prefectures were lost, I have brought them back. In addition to the 3 prefectures I recovered, we humans have also recovered control of half of the territory in the Holotide region. That territory includes 9 counties and 100 prefectures." An excited wave of cheering swept through the crowd. As 7th Prince looked out, His gaze became filled with unswerving determination, and his voice deepened. That said, I'm aware that some people believe my methods to be overly cruel. They think my actions are for the purpose of turning Xiaxia County into my personal territory. That couldn't be further from the truth. I'm aware that Xiaxia County needs a leader, and therefore I submitted a formal petition to the Emperor and received official approval to appoint a new governor for you. And this governor is someone you're very familiar with. Soon, I will leave Xiaxia County, and in all likelihood, I'll never return. Instead, I will enter Holotide territory to guard the frontier border. He finished speaking, and before the crowd could react, he turned to the statue of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity and bowed formally. Then he turned to the illusory governors in the clouds and bowed even more deeply. The county of Xiaxia cannot be left unguarded. Throughout history, all governors of this county have been outstanding heroes. Therefore, on this day, I, Gayu Zhangin, as the seventh son of Emperor Dark War, would like to nominate a candidate to be the new governor. After his heart has been assessed by heaven, earth, and the people, I will submit his candidacy to the emperor himself, and then await the official appointment. Lieutenant Governor. The lieutenant governor smiled and clasped hands in his direction. Seventh Prince looked down the altar. Your pallid bolus is a blessing to all humans in the county capital. Your actions have freed countless humans from the corrupting pain of mutagen. This is your first accomplishment. During your time serving as lieutenant governor, you were cautious and conscientious. From assisting the governor to showing pity on the commoners, your hard work and meritorious service are known to all. This is your second accomplishment. During the war, you kept the interior safe, ensuring that the people of Xiaxia County didn't devolve into chaos. You spared no effort to support the front lines. This is your third accomplishment. Going forward, you will lead all the cultivators in Xiaxia County. You will see to it that the county returns to business as usual. You will oversee the reconstruction. You will return the county to its previous state. This will be your fourth accomplishment. As seventh prince listed out all of the lieutenant governor's meritorious accomplishments, the hundreds of thousands of onlookers, and the tens of millions of people in the county capital in general, all looked on, their eyes shining with reverence. The lieutenant governor stood there with a kind, merciful look on his face. Down below, Xu Qing looked down. He had no desire to watch any of this. He just kept telling himself that all he had to do was wait 7 more days. In 7 days, he could go back to 7 blood eyes. The ceremony should be over soon. After seventh prince finished listing out the lieutenant governor's accomplishments, the crowd roared, and the prince smiled and nodded to the lieutenant governor. The lieutenant governor then stepped forward. All eyes were on him as he walked up the stairs to the top of the altar, where he stood next to seventh prince. A strong wind swept through the area. It wasn't the result of a magical technique, but rather a manifestation of the invisible destiny aura. It came as streams of destiny aura rose up from all of the mortals and all of the cultivators in the county capital. Up above, the clouds seemed to grow thinner as the destiny aura formed a massive vortex. The vortex grew increasingly visible. That's the county's destiny aura, the captain said enviously. It wouldn't be of much use to me and you, but to avoid returning cultivator, the destiny aura of an entire county could easily push you up an entire stage. In fact, it might be enough to step halfway into the smoldering god level. With a blessing of destiny aura, he really will be the most paramount figure in all of Xiaxia County. Xu Qing looked down and said nothing. Atop the altar, seventh prince looked over at the lieutenant governor. The kind lieutenant governor softly said, I hereby ask heaven, may I serve as the governor of Xiaxia County. The most important aspect of the governor's coronation was the assessment of heaven, earth, and the people. It was a ceremonial tradition started by ancient Emperor Dark Serenity that had continued to this day. In this case, heaven was ancient Emperor Dark Serenity, and as a representative of the imperial clan, seventh prince qualified to represent heaven. Looking solemnly at the lieutenant governor, he nodded. You may. As the words left his mouth, thunder rumbled in the sky. It was as if a million lightning bolts all fell at the same time. As the sound spread out, the vortex of destiny aura became even easier to see. Gradually, it was taking the shape of a crown. The crown of the emperor had 12 tassels. The leaders of the regions had 10 tassels. The imperial princes had 9 tassels. And the leaders of the counties had 5 tassels. The regulations had been set in ancient times, and they had not changed. And thus, the destiny aura overhead was taking the shape of a crown with 5 tassels. As the thunder rumbled, the crown-shaped convergence of destiny aura overhead echoed with another sound. It was like that of a boy weeping. It struck Xu Qing to the heart, causing him to suddenly look up. The weeping was extremely clear to him, but no one else seemed to be reacting, as if they couldn't hear it. "Did you hear that, eldest brother?" Xu Qing suddenly said. The captain looked over at Xu Qing and shook his head. "I didn't hear anything, neither did you." Xu Qing didn't reply. He knew that the weeping in the destiny aura was the boy from D-132. Considering that he and the captain were both linked to a heavenly Tao, there was no doubt that the captain had also heard the weeping. The sound seemed to grow louder in his ears, and it struck him to the core. "There are a lot of things I still have yet to accomplish. I need to get back to 7 blood eyes. My cultivation base isn't strong enough. I have to stay alive. Everything depends on improving my cultivation base. Everything. There will still be time to fix everything, after I'm strong enough." However, even as Xu Qing consoled himself, there was another voice in the back of his mind screaming at him that the governor's killer, and Palace Lord Kong's killer, was right in front of him. All of the calamity Xianxia County had faced was the result of a plot carried out over many years by this very person. Of course, that voice was Xu Qing's own voice. He forced it into silence. "It's not my responsibility. Exactly. Not my responsibility. I'm a nobody who needs to focus on staying alive. Besides, I don't want to drag Master and eldest brother into this." As Xu Qing kept looking down, he clenched his hands into fists. Atop the altar, the lieutenant governor calmly continued speaking. "I hereby ask Earth, may I serve as the governor of Xianxia County?" In this case, Earth were the lands of Xianxia County, and in a ceremonial and symbolic sense, 7th Prince qualified to respond. "You may." Instantly, thunderous rumbling erupted overhead, like a million lightning bolts exploding at the same time. More destiny aura converged, and the crown became clearer. It even started floating down toward the altar. The weeping grew more intense and almost pleading. Xu Qing's chest heaved, and his heart pounded. He looked up. From his angle of view, it almost looked like ancient Emperor Dark Serenity's hands were placing the crown of destiny aura onto the head of the new governor. Once the crown was on the head of the lieutenant governor, he would become the governor. He would be blessed by destiny aura, and he would be in charge of the entire county. From that moment on, the heaven of Xianxia County would belong to Torchlight. The lands of Xianxia County would belong to Torchlight, and the destiny aura of Xianxia County would belong to Torchlight. 1. If that happened, then Sergeant Thunder's death, Grandmaster Bai's death, and Master Sixth's death would become pure regret. There was one unknown. Would Master Seventh's actions in Forbidden by the Immortal be able to evade the scrutiny of an entire county? Probably. Master should be fine. Worst-case scenario. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, and his clenched fists relaxed briefly before falling back into fists. But then the captain put his hand on Xu Qing's shoulder. "It's almost time to leave, little junior brother," the captain said softly, squeezing Xu Qing's shoulder. On the altar, the lieutenant governor smiled kindly as his gaze swept across the crowd of hundreds of thousands. It passed Xu Qing, then focused on something far, far away. "I hereby ask the people, the fighting men of the county, may I serve as the governor of Xianxia County?" This was the final step in the ceremony. In this case, 7th Prince didn't qualify to respond, as the question was asked to the people of Xianxia County. "You may. You may. You may." The response was immediate. Hundreds of thousands of voices joined together on the altar, and were joined by the even louder convergence of the voices of the mortals in the city. The popular sentiment had been made clear. All living beings were in agreement. Heaven, earth, and the people all approved. The clouds above seethed, and millions upon millions of thunderclaps rang out. The crown with 5 tassels, which represented the safety of an entire county, finished forming. The destiny aura converged, causing the lands to tremble and the sky to ripple. The pleading wail turned into one of despair, and then gradually began to fade from Xu Qing's ears. The crown slowly lowered from the sky, as if ancient Emperor Dark Serenity were placing it onto the lieutenant governor's head. At that moment, the struggle within Xu Qing reached an explosive level. It felt like heavenly lightning was smashing into him, shattering his thoughts. Looking up, he sighed. With that sigh, he exhaled the impure vital energy that had been building up within him for more than 20 days. He knew that he was powerless, and in recent days, he had come up with countless logical reasons to convince himself he was doing the right thing. "I've been fooling myself," he said quietly. "I can't say those words. I can't give my approval. Eldest brother, I can't hold back any longer." The captain's pupils constricted. Kong Xianglong gasped. Qing Qiu's jaw dropped, and everyone else in the crowd looked on in confusion as Xu Qing flew up into the air. When reading this part, I was initially confused as to why Xu Qing would connect the lieutenant governor to Torchlight. Though this passage is not written as internal dialogue, it's clearly being explained from Xu Qing's perspective. Only a few chapters ago, in chapter 529, Xu Qing made the initial connection to Torchlight. We also got confirmation, from outside of Xu Qing's perspective, in chapter 530.2. Though it's not spelled out in extreme detail, the main factor linking them was Chu Tianquan and the white hand that originally appeared in chapter 465. That white hand later appeared in chapter 525.2. Chapter 531, Follow the Path Your Heart Chooses, Part 2. In front of hundreds of thousands of people, Xu Qing alone rose up, glowing with the light of daybreak. A blue-green dragon appeared over his head, along with a group of scintillating umbrellas. Countless people shifted their gazes in his direction. 7th Prince looked at him. The lieutenant governor stared. Numerous cultivators looked up. The despairing wail of the boy suddenly disappeared as Xu Qing hovered there looking out at heaven and earth. In the heat of the moment, he wasn't thinking about whether he'd made the right choice. He wasn't wondering whether he would live or die. He was just following his heart. All of the arguments he had been using on himself for the past half a month became powerless. How could they possibly suppress the truth he knew in his heart? Perhaps if another moment had passed, he wouldn't have done this. And perhaps if he had another chance to do the same thing, he wouldn't. But right now, he wasn't thinking about such things. "I am Xu Qing, who received a 30,000-meter pillar of light when the Grand Emperor assessed my heart, and I object to this." In voicing his objection, he had no choice but to mention the 30,000-meter pillar of light and the assessment of the heart. Those were his qualifications. After speaking the words, he felt like a huge weight had been lifted from him. All of the pressure that had been building up on him over the last 20 days or so finally disappeared. Fuck off confusion. Fuck off deliberation. Popular sentiment couldn't suppress his heart. Public opinion couldn't keep his soul down. Concerns about good decisions and bad decisions could all just fuck off. Xu Qing's eyes shone brightly, and his entire person seemed to glow. The power of destiny aura in the sky seethed, and unexpectedly, some of it actually shifted away from the crown and toward Xu Qing's head. Another crown, slightly smaller, was now taking shape above Xu Qing. It represented the approval of Sealing County's destiny aura and the approval of its heavenly Tao. Although many people weren't able to see it happening, there were definitely some people who could see it. His words echoed like thunder into the hearts of all who could hear. Instantly, the hundreds of thousands of people gathered in the square went dead silent. A moment passed, and then gasps could be heard everywhere. 7th Prince's gaze focused on the spot above Xu Qing's head, and his heart started pounding. He knew full well who Xu Qing was. What stuck out to him was one single thing. It wasn't the services Xu Qing had rendered, or the fact that he earned the measly title of Secretary General from the old palace lord. Instead, it was the 30,000-meter pillar of light during the Grand Emperor's assessment of the heart. Never before in history had a person received a 30,000-meter pillar of light in Xianxia County. Most people only had a cursory understanding of what that meant, and that it was rare. To them, a person like that was like an individual with a politically approved family background and education, who could be trusted, and it would ensure they had good prospects for the future. But given 7th Prince's status and rank, he had a much deeper understanding. He knew that because of the Grand Emperor's assessment of the heart, Xu Qing's name was now inscribed on the statue of the Grand Emperor in the imperial capital. That statue was not a domain treasure. However, it was a legacy relic that had safeguarded humankind on many occasions. Throughout history, all emperors had prostrated in worship in front of it. People whose names were inscribed on that statue were considered very important to the emperor. In other words, even 7th Prince would hesitate long and hard before acting against such a person. And if he killed someone who had received a 30,000-meter pillar of light in the assessment of the heart, it would have a major effect on his reputation. It was because of that 30,000-meter pillar of light that Xu Qing's voice echoed out for everyone to hear, and all the cultivators who heard it were shaken to the core. If this were Xu Qing's first day in the county capital, then even the backing of the Grand Emperor wouldn't have been enough for him to be taken seriously. If it was his first day, nobody would know him or understand what he was like. On his first day, people might recognize his name, but nothing else. Anything he said would be meaningless, because though people might have heard he was outstanding, they wouldn't have actually valued him. Except this was not his first day. Without doing it intentionally, Xu Qing had worked his way into the hearts of everyone in Xianxia County. He was the one who had brought great aid to the Western Front, and because of him being the Secretary General, countless people knew about him. What was more, his actions on the front lines of the war had won him the approval and understanding of all his fellow veterans. He was a part of Xianxia County, and to the Swordsages, he was someone who had risked his life along their side, a comrade in arms who they trusted completely. Raycom. That, plus the 30,000-meter light, became like a glowing halo that made him the center of all attention. He had risen to the top based on his own talent, and had earned the deep trust and approval of the people of Xianxia County, and especially to the Swordsage Palace. In fact, when they looked at him, they instinctively thought about Palace Lord Kong. Not even someone like Kong Xianglong could do something like that. After Palace Lord Kong died, word began to spread about Kong Xianglong's true identity. And for the most part, Kong Xianglong had been by the Palace Lord's side during the war. As a result, his words were taken very seriously and could shake all of the county capital. However, after everything Xu Qing had experienced, he had come to realize that the most difficult thing to influence was public opinion. To the mortals in the county capital, the lieutenant governor was a person who had truly benefited the people. In that regard, Xu Qing couldn't compare at all. The cultivators from the other palaces were shaken, and at the same time, puzzled. All of that made it very clear to Xu Qing what he was up against. Being clear-headed was sometimes a big mistake. Even as Xu Qing's words continued to ring out, the deputy palace lord from the Swordsage Palace, the same one who had watched with tear-filled eyes as Palace Lord Kong perished, rushed out into the open. "Xu Qing," he shouted, "did you actually cultivate that technique I gave you all the way to the first level? Are you daft? I told you not to get greedy, but you just wouldn't listen." Though the deputy palace lord was yelling angrily, his eyes betrayed how anxious he was. Spinning, he clasped hands in the direction of the altar. "Your Majesty, Lieutenant Governor, Xu Qing clearly ran into some problems in cultivation. Please, take no offense. I'll personally take him away right now to punish him." At the same time, Honor Guard Sima and Honor Guard Sun from the Swordsage Palace flew up and bowed in the direction of the altar. Down below, there were other veterans who were about to join them. There were more than 100,000 of them, and they included Kong Xianglong, the captain, Qing Qiu, and Enning Yan. It didn't matter what happened. It didn't matter what mistakes Xu Qing made. They instinctively wanted to keep him safe. After all, Xu Qing would do the same for them. They were comrades in arms. That was especially true of the captain, who was already glowing with a faint blue light. However, before anyone could fly up, the deputy palace lord rebuked them angrily, then once again bowed in the direction of the altar. Seventh Prince's eyes were narrowed, and his heart pounded as his gaze focused on the spot above Xu Qing's head. Then he looked down at all the veterans below. At that moment, he realized that if he didn't handle this matter properly, it could lead to a lot of chaos. If that happened, then even if he smoothed everything out, there would be a blemish on the lieutenant governor. After all, Seventh Prince was now dealing with someone with a 30,000-meter pillar of light, plus the approval of Xianxia County's destiny aura. A person like that would be treated thoughtfully even by his father, the emperor. That said, none of this was really his responsibility. He had fulfilled his part of the agreement. If the lieutenant governor couldn't keep control of the matter, what did that have to do with Seventh Prince? Therefore, Seventh Prince didn't say anything. He just waited to see how the lieutenant governor would handle the matter. As the lieutenant governor stood on the altar, he looked at Xu Qing and quietly said, "It's no bother. However, I'm curious to hear why exactly you object. By the way, Xu Qing, I haven't forgotten that I had you in my class before." Before Xu Qing could say anything, the deputy palace lord again clasped hands and said, "Exalted governor, there's no reason for you to give any weight to the nonsense of children." Then he turned to Xu Qing and yelled, "What are you standing around for? Get out of here." With that, he backed up as if to drag Xu Qing away, while simultaneously releasing the power of his cultivation base, in case the imperial commanders-in-chief of the lieutenant governor made a sudden move. "Stop right there, Li Yunshin," the lieutenant governor said coolly. 1. Li Yunshin was the deputy palace lord's name. Upon hearing his name spoken, he stopped for a moment, then continued a few more steps until he was standing next to Xu Qing. Looking at the lieutenant governor, he spoke in a voice that mixed bitterness with decisiveness. "Exalted lieutenant governor, Xu Qing was the secretary general to Palace Lord Kong. He's a swordsage too. He's young and inexperienced, but he doesn't deserve to die. After Palace Lord Kong sacrificed his life, I'm the only one left to take care of Xu Qing. Therefore, I vouch for him." Honor Guards Sima and Sun released the power of their cultivation bases, as did the more than 100,000 veterans. Seventh Prince's eyes glittered faintly as he looked at the lieutenant governor. The lieutenant governor, meanwhile, looked at Xu Qing. Xu Qing took a step forward, bowed to Li Yunshin and the 2 honor guards. Then he turned to the more than 100,000 veterans and bowed to them. When he stood straight again, he spoke in a calm voice. "In the 4th month of this year, after the war broke out, when Palace Lord Kong led the army to the front lines, he gave me a secret mission to investigate the governor's murder." Li Yunshin had been just about to rush forward and drag him away when the words registered, and he lurched to a halt. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators present felt their minds reeling as they looked at Xu Qing. As everyone looked on, Xu Qing expressionlessly took out the jade slip that Palace Lord Kong had given him. "It took me half a year to complete that mission. Although we already know the role Marquis Yao played, there are still unanswered questions, and there is still a killer at large. Unfortunately, because Palace Lord Kong sacrificed his life, I didn't have a chance to report my findings to anyone. Lieutenant Governor, do you mind if I make my report to you, right here and now? I've uncovered some evidence relating to the governor's death that all humans in Xianxia County should know about. I would love for you to point out any errors I've made, Lieutenant Governor." Down below, the captain sighed. Eyes glittering with blue light, he prepared to release one more of his seals. Kong Xianglong trembled, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the lieutenant governor. Eningyan shrank back a bit. Surreptitiously glancing at Seventh Prince, he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Qing Qiu maintained silence, but her knuckles were white as she gripped her scythe. There was also a random swordsage, hidden in the crowd, who looked at Xu Qing with a gleam of approval in his eyes, even pride. However, there was also a bit of helplessness in those eyes, within which briefly flickered a hint of golden light. On the altar was Generalissimo Bloodhorror, who had led the operation in Forbidden by the Immortal. Beneath his mask, his eyes glittered. The crowds were absolutely silent. In response to Xu Qing's words, their gazes shifted to the lieutenant governor. Obviously, the governor's murder had brought sorrow to the entire county. And that wasn't even to mention that Xu Qing was acting on the orders of Palace Lord Kong. Even the mortals in the county capital were paying rapt attention. Already, public sentiment was wavering. Xu Qing couldn't match up to the lieutenant governor in terms of prestige. However, the lieutenant governor couldn't match up to the governor and Palace Lord Kong in prestige. The lieutenant governor looked down at Xu Qing, and he seemed very serious, as if he only just now realized who Xu Qing was. Say what you have to say. 1. Li Yunshin. Li is listed 2 on the list of 100 common surnames. It also means plum. Yun means cloud and Shan means mountain. Madam Deathblade says this name sounds cool but not amazingly unusual. Chapter 532. Point out any errors I've made, Lieutenant Governor. Part 1. For more than 20 days, Xu Qing had come up with countless reasons to convince himself to stay silent. But he hadn't been able to stop himself from thinking about another possible outcome. He had known all along that if he stepped out like he did, there were 3 possible catastrophic outcomes. The first was that the moment he stepped out into the open, he would be struck dead immediately. Although that didn't seem likely, it was a possibility. After all, to most people, voicing an objection wasn't the same as outright rebellion. The second possibility was that he would be imprisoned, whereupon his life or death could be determined by someone else's whim. The third possibility was that everything would go smoothly, but that he would create immense potential calamities that would lead to further catastrophe. Of course, all of those possibilities were what would happen if he failed. The moment he stepped out into the open and mentioned the 30,000-meter pillar of light, he ensured that the first possibility wouldn't play out. What was more, he hadn't even considered that the deputy palace lord and others would try to shield him from harm. Next, he had taken out the orders from Palace Lord Kong. With that jade slip as evidence, and as soon as he said he wanted to report the findings of his investigation, he ruled out the second possibility. Although the governor's murder had previously been announced as having been solved, his carefully worded statement did not exempt Marquis Yao from culpability. He simply said there was more to the story, and that he wanted the people of Xianxia County to hear all the details. Although the lieutenant governor was well-liked, he couldn't surpass the old governor in terms of being loved by the people. What was more, the brilliant services performed by Palace Lord Kong would not be easily forgotten. Xu Qing had called upon the names of 2 people who might as well have been mountains in the hearts of the commoners. Then he coupled that with the 30,000-meter pillar of light, and it bought him the opportunity he sought. The former was what shook the mortals. The latter was what shook the veteran cultivators. And that was why the lieutenant governor looked deeply at Xu Qing, as if he were only finally realizing who he really was. After all, if Xu Qing said anything that even hinted at him trying to protect Marquis Yao or contradict the previous judgment that had been announced, then it would be easy to crush him. Silence reigned in heaven and earth. Xu Qing hovered in front of everyone, the destiny aura slowly gathering above his head. He knew that his every choice of word was vitally important, and that if he said even one wrong thing, he would be damned by myriad tribulations. He let a few breaths of time pass, then looked at the lieutenant governor. In the 4th month of this year, the governor mysteriously died, the Holotides invaded, and 800 years of peace in Xianxia County came to an end. The Nightshades besieged the imperial capital, prevented the new governor and the relief troops from coming to our aid, and left Xianxia County isolated and without help. We were being tossed about by the wind and the rain, and everyone felt deeply alarmed. In the face of such deadly peril, Palace Lord Kong accepted the orders to stand in as the governor to safeguard Xianxia County. In that same month, I worked closely with Palace Lord Kong to process all war reports and announcements. At the end of the 4th month, the situation on the front lines became critical. The palace lord took command of the Xianxia County army and left to defend humankind. Living up to his oath as a sword sage, he personally went to the front lines. On the day he left, I helped the palace lord don his armor. Xu Qing's words were not meaningless in any way. He wanted the hundreds of thousands of listeners to think back to those times. He wanted the mortals to remember what life was like back then in the county capital. He wanted them to clearly remember who it was that had really kept them safe. Before Palace Lord Kong left, he told me I wouldn't be coming along. Instead, he took a body double with him so no one would realize I was secretly on my way to Daybreak Prefecture to investigate the governor's death. Palace Lord Kong already had a theory about the governor's cause of death. He believed the murder weapon was something called a lightmost Fate Havok pill. In ancient times, it was a very famous pill, but nowadays you have to study history books to learn about it. It specifically targets people upon whom destiny aura has converged. The stronger the destiny aura, the more deadly the pill will be to them. The old governor had all of the destiny aura of Xianxia County, and his death perfectly conforms to how the lightmost Fate Havok poison works. Palace Lord Kong's reasons for concluding that pill was involved can be found recorded in classified Dossier 19 in the Swordsage Palace. I have no idea if that file even exists anymore. Regardless, before the governor's death, the Swordsage Palace ran an operation to extract an agent from Holotide territory and also recover an empty wish box. Quite a few people participated in that mission, and they can all corroborate my story. However, there is one very specific item required to make a lightmost Fate Havok pill work, and that is Daybreak Light. I don't know if it exists in other regions, but I do know that it exists in Daybreak Prefecture here in Xianxia County. That is what Palace Lord Kong sent me to check on. I needed to look through the records there to see if there was any Daybreak Light that could have been used in concert with a lightmost Fate Havok pill to kill the governor. Acting on Palace Lord Kong's orders, I went to Daybreak Prefecture. While I was there, I resolved a crisis with the local Swordsage Court. That was when I got to the bottom of the situation. The Swordsage Court there can corroborate my story, and all of the evidence is recorded in this jade slip. What I found in Daybreak Prefecture is that there was some Daybreak Light that appeared a few years ago, but did not make it into the official records. All of a sudden, Kong Xianglong flew up into the air. I participated in the mission to extract that agent, and I can testify that classified Dossier 19 did mention that empty wish box. Everything is exactly as Xu Qing has said. Countless gasps rang out from the crowd of hundreds of thousands, and the mortals throughout the county capital were trembling. Seventh Prince's gaze had turned flat as he looked at the lieutenant governor. Taking a deep breath, Xu Qing continued, I compiled all of this into a report to give to Palace Lord Kong. However, in that very same month, he died in battle. Therefore, I decided to continue the investigation on my own. At this point in Xu Qing's speech, the lieutenant governor suddenly sighed. Brother Xianxia came to the same conclusion as me. Xu Qing's pupils constricted. The lieutenant governor's gaze left Xu Qing and shifted to the hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Looking hurt, he said, Xu Qing is giving voice to the very same things I considered. For example, I tracked down classified Dossier 19. You see, it wasn't just Brother Xianxia who was investigating the governor's death. I was also running my own secret investigation. The matter was too important to entrust to just a single person. I long believed that, given the high level of the governor's cultivation base, it should have been impossible to poison him without him realizing it. The governor was not just a colleague, he was my close friend, and he was a hero to all of Xianxia County. Because of that, I very much wanted to find out how he died and also get revenge. Thankfully, I made some progress in the short time before the war started, reached my conclusion, and announced it publicly. However, what Xu Qing says makes sense. The people of Xianxia County deserve to know the truth. With that, the lieutenant governor waved his hand, causing a large go board to appear in midair. There was a complete game on the board, with white and black pieces arrayed against each other in a display of fierce conflict. This is the governor's go board. Normally speaking, the only people who played on this board other than the governor were myself, Brother Xianxia, and Yao Tianyan. Only the four of us ever touched it. The lieutenant governor's eyes seemed to flicker with reminiscence. Sighing, he turned to Seventh Prince and clasped hands. I hate to trouble you, Your Majesty, but do you mind assisting as you did the day when we revealed the hidden poison? We need imperial blood to expose the Fate Havok element to view. Face completely expressionless, Seventh Prince flicked his finger, causing a red drop of blood to emerge and fly over to the Go board. That blood contained an astonishing bloodline power that caused all nearby humans to shiver. It landed on the Go board, and it was as if a veil had been lifted. Black energy pulsed off the board, and close examination would reveal that, specifically, it was coming from the game pieces. That black energy is the lightmost Fate Havok poison. Under normal circumstances, none of us could see or sense it. It was the same with the governor. Only those with the blood of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity, who conquered all of revered ancient, have the power to reveal it. The culprit used this Go board to poison the governor. The lieutenant governor's words caused a buzz in the crowd. After all, everything he was saying seemed completely believable and realistic. A bitter expression appeared on the lieutenant governor's face as he looked out at heaven and earth and quietly continued. Truth be told, my plan has always been to use my time as governor to train my successor from among the deputy palace lords of the three palaces. Li Yunshin, you are my top candidate. The lieutenant governor reached out and touched the imperial prince's blood on the Go board. That blood flowed up his finger, and where it spread, it revealed black energy. After the process was over, it was possible to see black streaks covering the lieutenant governor. He looked, just like the governor had looked in the moment before he died. The reason is that I've also been poisoned. I also touched the Go pieces on that board, not just now. I handled the board numerous times before the war began. Xu Qing, do you remember that time you paid me a visit? You saw how tired I was, right? I know full well that this poison cannot be cured. That's why I refused to take the medicine my subordinate gave me. 1. The governor perished. Brother Xianxia perished. And I don't have much longer to live. Yao Tianyan is on the run. Who could the killer possibly be? The lieutenant governor grinned bitterly. His words, coupled with the black energy, struck the altar like millions upon millions of bolts of heavenly lightning. Countless people were visibly shaken. Even Xu Qing felt moved, and his previous confidence diminished slightly. You're a good kid, Xu Qing, the lieutenant governor said softly, his expression one of kindness. Today's events just prove that you deserve that 30,000-meter pillar of light. It's a good thing, really. And now, does that 30,000-meter pillar of light allow you to approve my governorship? Will it allow me to keep everyone safe? Xu Qing didn't say anything. To anyone else, those words would sound like the epitome of benevolence. Only Seventh Prince realized that it made the lieutenant governor seem much more dangerous. He knew that those words were a death sentence. He knew exactly what the lieutenant governor was thinking right now. So what if the Grand Emperor gave you a 30,000-meter pillar of light? So what if you're willing to fight your way through entire armies? I didn't fly into a rage and attack you. I never got flustered and exasperated and started killing people. I just talked things out calmly. And then, I demanded that you say the simple words you may. Using popular sentiment, I sentenced your 30,000-meter of light to death. Everything was dead silent, as all gazes shifted to Xu Qing. The captain's expression was a bit fierce. Enning Yan huddled in on himself, his expression one of fear. Qing Qiu had no facial expression whatsoever, but she gripped her scythe even more tightly than before. That random unprepossessing swordsage who had looked proudly at Xu Qing earlier was now frowning and looking at the lieutenant governor with a slightly malevolent expression. On the altar, the masked Generalissimo Bloodhorror shifted his right foot as if he were about to take a step forward. But then Xu Qing looked up. 1. The lieutenant governor refused to take the medicine from his servant in Chapter 494.2. Chapter 532. Point out any errors I've made, Lieutenant Governor. Part 2. After Palace Lord Kong perished, Xu Qing said, I continued my investigation. After all, I didn't think some measly bit of daybreak light could explain how the governor would fall victim to a lightmost fate havoc pill. The governor was half a step into the smoldering god level, so poisoning him wouldn't be an easy task. Quite a few people frowned in response to Xu Qing speaking. It was almost as if he hadn't been paying attention to what the lieutenant governor just said. Had he not seen that black energy? He had just continued speaking as if he hadn't even been interrupted earlier. I started thinking how it might be possible to poison the governor without him realizing. I myself am skilled in the Tao of medicine, but not even I could think of an explanation. But then I remembered that wish box and how it contained the lingering smell of osmanthus flowers. 23 days ago, after returning from Forbidden by the Immortal, I noticed the same fragrance in a pallid bolus. The moment the words pallid bolus left Xu Qing's lips, the lieutenant governor's pupils dilated imperceptibly. "I've never claimed that the pallid bolus was some sort of benevolent achievement," he said calmly. "But that doesn't mean you can use it this way in such an insulting manner, Xu Qing. It's like a slap to the face." Along with his words, the lieutenant governor released a burst of void returning power, aimed right at Xu Qing. The deputy palace lord's face fell and threw himself forward to block the power. However, given the lieutenant governor's strength and the fact that he was blessed with destiny aura, the deputy palace lord was shoved backward. That was when the cloud cover split open and a sound erupted that could pierce metal and stone. Caw. The moment the sound echoed out, a three-headed bird appeared. It moved with shocking speed to arrive right in front of Xu Qing. Its right side head bent down so Xu Qing could step onto it. Then it lifted him up. After, all three heads loomed over the lieutenant governor. The bird's feathers all stood on end like spikes, and it pulsed with a deadly will as it released another ear-piercing caw. The sound wave swept out, causing the entire county capital to shake violently. All of the mortals in the city gasped, and the hundreds of thousands of cultivators looked on with shock. Seventh Prince's expression tightened, and the lieutenant governor frowned. As of that moment, all eyes were fixed on the great bird Kinkin. Only his caw could shake the clouds in heaven. Only someone that Kinkin viewed as a dear friend and equal could stand there. And right now, the figure standing there wore a white sword-sage uniform. He had 4 umbrellas glittering over his head, a blue-green dragon swirling around him, exhaling daybreak light, a projection of the ghost Emperor Mountain, and behind him, it was just possible to see a faint image of a flowing river of time. Secretary General Su, the representative of Palace Lord Kong, was finally back. All of the non-humans who were watching were shaken to the core as they remembered this person. Xu Qing's voice then rang out again. Over the years, countless mortals in the county capital have consumed pallid boluses. Thinking about that, I realized how the governor was poisoned. The killer didn't directly administer the poison. He crushed the lightmost havoc pill into powder and carefully blended it into batch after batch of pallid boluses. And those boluses were consumed by all the humans in the county capital. His words smashed into the hearts of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators like lightning bolts and slammed into the ears of countless mortals. Gasps and cries rose up. The crowd stirred chaotically. The chaos that had begun to foment because of Kinkin's arrival was now building. Countless common citizens were used to administer the poison. It changed the destiny aura of the county as a whole. The commoners themselves became the agents to carry the poison. It was no longer destiny aura, it was poison aura, and it slowly entered the governor, unbeknownst to him, full of the lightmost fate havoc poison. As Xu Qing continued to speak, the county capital was thrown into chaos. Hundreds of thousands of people beneath the altar were all crying out, shaking heaven and earth. The pallid boluses are poisonous. Pallid boluses, how is that even possible? But it makes sense, all the pieces fit. Pallid boluses were created by the lieutenant governor. They're a commodity unique to the county capital. All the medicine shops here get them from the lieutenant governor. Is this even real, or is it a lie? What is really going on? Xu Qing's words were shocking to the extreme, and it caused wild emotions to grip everyone in the crowd. Kong Xianglong gasped. All the other sword sages were trembling. The deputy palace lord's face fell. The lieutenant governor was simply looking at Xu Qing. From the moment Xu Qing mentioned pallid boluses, it revealed that he knew the truth. It caused the lieutenant governor to sigh inwardly. Xu Qing stood atop Kinkin's head, looking out at the county capital. Everyone in the county capital has been poisoned. I have no idea what will happen later on. If the poison flares up, it could cause catastrophe. I, Xu Qing, who the Grand Emperor blessed with a 30,000-meter pillar of light, will take full responsibility for every word I have spoken today. Exalted Lieutenant Governor, I've finished with my report. Please, point out any errors I've made. I calm. Xu Qing's voice spread out through the square, and everyone, whether they believed Xu Qing or not, was now looking in the direction of the Lieutenant Governor. It wasn't just them. Furious mortals throughout the city were all looking in the same direction. After all, this matter related to the safety of everyone. Whenever a matter relates to a person personally, no matter how small it is, it becomes something major. At the moment, few people were thinking about how the situation would affect others. They just wanted to know what was really going on. Were the pallid boluses we ate throughout the years actually poisonous? At the moment, Xu Qing was clearly on the side of the commoners. At first, Xu Qing tapped into the might of the governor, and the palace lord took away some of the public approval from the lieutenant governor. That earned him the right to speak. After that, the lieutenant governor negated his advantage. But now everyone sensed that they could be in danger, and thus their attitude changed. Now their hostilities were aimed at the lieutenant governor. Xu Qing hadn't devised this strategy out of thin air. He had learned a lot in the county capital, especially from 7th Prince, and especially when it came to winning public support. And then Master 7th opened a door of knowledge to him in Forbidden by the Immortal, which was when he realized he needed to stand at a higher vantage point to be able to take in the bigger picture. In the past 7 years, he had gone from being a scavenger in the slums to this current point. Over that time, his personality, which had started out like rough, unpolished jade, had slowly been transformed into something magnificent and gleaming. Back in the slums, the scholar teachers had taught him how to read. That was when his schooling began. Sergeant Thunder taught him manners. He transformed the lone wolf who didn't trust anyone into someone who felt like he had a warm home to go back to. Grandmaster Bai taught him about plants and vegetation. People were like plants in that they came in all varieties. That taught Xu Qing to behave with integrity. Master 7th taught him how to strategize, how to behave properly, and how to broaden his horizons. The captain's crazy antics helped him understand how to fight for anything and everything, and the manner in which to defy heaven. 7th Prince taught him the usefulness of being backed by the people. With that backing, right could be wrong, and wrong could be right. Ambition didn't allow for regrets. Palace Lord Kong taught him how to do the right thing. He taught him about the Swordsage Oath, and how sometimes dying was the only way to reach a goal. He also taught him that some ideals were worth defending until your dying breath. The lieutenant governor taught him how useful it could be to scheme and plot. He taught that all things can transform because of their environment, and that you could effect great change with little effort. Over the years, many people had been Xu Qing's teachers, whether they knew it or not, and he had grown. It all led down to this day. All of a sudden, the unfinished crown of 5 tassels above the lieutenant governor's head shivered. Destiny aura spilled out of it, and though most people couldn't hear it, was accompanied by cheering as it swept toward Xu Qing. As it gathered above Xu Qing, the crown there grew increasingly visible. Soon, people could see it. As Xu Qing stood on Kinkin's right head, he glowed from head to toe. A crown of destiny aura hovered above the umbrellas atop his head. It was just barely possible to see a boy in that crown, jumping for joy. It was as if the boy was telling everyone who could see him that this was the way things were supposed to be. This was where Sealing County's destiny aura was supposed to converge. This was a true citizen of Sealing County. Destiny aura surged, countless citizens' hearts were changed. Wild colors flashed in heaven and earth. Winds screamed. And as if the leader of it all, Xu Qing looked at the lieutenant governor. The lieutenant governor didn't say anything in response. Seventh Prince's eyes glittered as he looked at Xu Qing. Similar to the lieutenant governor, it was as if he was only just now coming to realize who Xu Qing was. This kid isn't some random chump. As Seventh Prince considered that, and as the lieutenant governor opened his mouth to speak, Xu Qing suddenly clasped hands and bowed deeply. I bow to you, exalted lieutenant governor, to thank you for the kindness of teaching class. After this bow, I can rest at ease and can finally speak my mind. I know you're from Torchlight, exalted lieutenant governor, and Torchlight cultivators disdain lying. They value rationality. That, sir, is why you explained your entire plan in your lecture. You spelled out everything. Considering you did that and then carried out your plan so meticulously, it only makes sense that you would eventually be exposed. And now, please point out any errors I've made, Lieutenant Governor. Xu Qing looked calmly at the Lieutenant Governor. In response to his words, Seventh Prince's eyes grew sharper. Before, the Lieutenant Governor had executed a death sentence on Xu Qing's 30,000-meter pillar of light. But now, Xu Qing had executed a similar death sentence on the Lieutenant Governor. Seventh Prince had indeed noticed that, during the time in which they worked together, the Lieutenant Governor hated lies. And he always acted rationally. When asked a question, he answered. As of now, if he admitted to the accusations, there would be no way for him to escape a guilty verdict. But if he denied the accusations, and thus violated his own principles, he wouldn't have a clean heart, and his will could be affected negatively. The Lieutenant Governor once again maintained silence for a time. He looked deeply at Xu Qing. Then he sighed. He suddenly seemed to get much older and much more exhausted. Taking out a pallid bolus and transforming himself into a huge projected image so that everyone could see him, he consumed the pill. Pallid boluses are not poisonous. The crowd was shaken. Xu Qing, I'm not sure why you're so dead set on slandering me. However, considering your accomplishments in the war, I can't bear to kill you. Instead, I'll imprison you in the Swordsage Palace. Later on, we'll get answers via interrogation. We've reached my bottom line. Li Yunshin, you handle the arrest and interrogation. Men. Calls of affirmation rose up as numerous figures flew up into the sky and surrounded Xu Qing. One of them was the Lieutenant Governor's servant that Xu Qing had encountered previously. Looking regretfully at Xu Qing, he erupted with the fluctuations of second-stage void returning. The Lieutenant Governor waved his hand, causing a vortex to appear. Out stepped a puppet in black armor with a face of mangled red flesh. An aura of death spread everywhere as it looked around coldly, pulsing with the fluctuations of fourth-stage void returning. So, you aren't the Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan, Xu Qing whispered. Face completely expressionless, the Lieutenant Governor calmly said, Arrest him. Chapter 533, Apprentice of the Crown Prince, Bai Xiaochun, Part 1. Things were getting very dramatic in the county capital. High in the dome of heaven, the four-clawed golden dragon looked down with coldly glowing eyes, peering first at the Lieutenant Governor, and then at Seventh Prince, whose face was completely expressionless. After a moment, a somewhat dejected gleam appeared in its eyes, and then it flew back into the clouds. A draconic hiss echoed out, as if the dragon were furiously attempting to shatter the clouds and bring the light of the sun to all creation. Unfortunately, despite the fact it was high noon, the fluctuations emanating from the city distorted the sky, ensuring that the canopy of heaven was as dark as evening. The statue of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity became darker, as if it had been covered with a layer of obscuring dust. As for the countless humans in the city held in the ancient emperor's hands, their expressions were those of confusion, and their hearts pounded with fear. The non-humans backed up a bit, their eyes glittering. They had absolutely no interest in participating in human affairs during this scenario. Everyone was waiting to see how things would play out on the square in the county capital. The Lieutenant Governor did not reveal any of the imposing boldness of the Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan. Instead, when the critical moment came, He admitted to nothing and instead used force to try to control the situation. In his heart was the evidence of a deep blow, struck by the death sentence sword of Xu Qing's condemnation. As the sky went dark and intense rumbling sounds echoed out in all directions, the lieutenant governor issued his orders. And the puppet he'd summoned emerged from the vortex, poolsing with the battle prowess of fourth stage void returning. As soon as it was out in the open, it walked toward Xu Qing. The fourth stage of void returning was nothing to take lightly. In all of Sealing County, people with cultivation bases like that were as rare as phoenix feathers or Killin horns. Each and every one was a famous and important person. Someone like that who had been transformed into a puppet could only be described as spectacularly terrifying. What was more, the puppet's mangled face, which made it impossible to identify any distinguishing features, ensured that there was no way to deduce who this person was. The moment the puppet stepped out, thunder crashed and countless bolts of lightning manifested about Qingqin. They became countless projections of minor worlds that overlapped like mountains in a mountain range. In the middle of them, all was the puppet. It looked down at Xu Qing without a scrap of emotion on its face. Then it reached out and lowered its hand, causing the terrifying might of heaven and earth to crush down, ignoring Qingqin. Qingqin shivered as the countless minor worlds surrounded him. Apparently, they contained some power of law that suppressed non-humans, and thus he was rendered immobile. Deputy Palace Lord Li Yunshan, as well as Honor Guard's son and Sima, were not completely suppressed by the terrifying power, yet were incapable of reaching Xu Qing to help him. Their anxious fury mounted. Meanwhile, the moment the vortex appeared and the puppet walked out, Xu Qing had already sent his thoughts into his bag of holding. A severed hand appeared, surrounding him protectively. This was the same severed hand he and the captain had acquired and forbidden by the Immortal, and during the past 20 or more days, he had decided to keep it ready in case a scenario similar to this popped up. 1. Immense pressure weighed down. In response, the hand shivered. Flesh was flayed off its surface and its fingers began crumbling. Cracks appeared on its surface. However, it didn't completely collapse. Taking advantage of the moment, Qingqin managed to slew off the bounds confining him. Flicking his right head, he threw the severed hand behind him. Then he threw all of his 3 heads back and let loose a thunderous cry. Kuh! The explosive sound shattered many of the minor world projections, and then Qingqin lunged toward the puppet. He had promised his eldest brother to keep Xu Qing safe as long as he was in the county capital. He hadn't been willing to go to the front lines, but they weren't on the front lines right now. They were in the county capital, which was his territory. And he happened to like this little munchkin who could harness light just like himself, and what was more, had taken Qingqin out for some lovely meals. What was more, he had never seen anyone who would foolishly walk out of the crowd and make a stand the way that this person had. And therefore, even though Qingqin's cultivation base was not on the same level as the puppet, he was going to keep Xu Qing safe. 2. Intense rumbling sounds echoed out. The severed hand, within which was Xu Qing, thumped to the ground. The lieutenant governor's old servant shot toward it. The deputy palace lord moved to block him. Back down, this is a Swordsage Palace matter. The servant's eyes narrowed as Honor Guard's son, and Sima also neared. Then, hundreds of Swordsages also flew over and took positions around the severed hand. Rumbling sounds echoed out as all of the cultivators in the lieutenant governor's personal command also rushed out and faced off against the Swordsages by the hand. The swords were drawn and the arrows were nocked. The lieutenant governor stood atop the altar looking at the scene, his expression one of disappointment. Since the Swordsage Palace is defying my orders, then I'll have to stand in for Brother Xianxia to point out the errors made by his Secretary General. Striding off the altar to hover in midair, he flicked his sleeve. Large amounts of destiny aura converged, along with the power of fourth stage void returning, which forced all nearby cultivators away, even Li Yunshan and the honor guards. The old servant now had no obstacles in his path, so he shot toward the severed hand, a strange glow in his eyes as he reached out. As the onlookers stood by, shocked and furious, the captain suddenly glittered with blue light, and he reached up to his forehead. It looked like he was about to rip something away. But then the old servant's face fell. Pupils constricting, the servant lurched to a halt and lunged backward. Seemingly out of nowhere, a golden net had appeared in the dome of heaven. Intense rumbling sounded as the net spread out, glittering with dazzling light. It was the net of taboo treasures that, thanks to the war, was something all people in Xianxia County were familiar with. Just before Palace Lord Kong died, he gave Xu Qing the authority to use the taboo treasure net one time. The moment the taboo power appeared, all the mortals in the county capital were overwhelmed with amazement, and the cultivators on the altar were shaken to the core. Golden light descended, shrinking down as it swept toward the severed hand. The servant's expression flickered as he shot backward at top speed. However, the golden net did not harm the servant. Considering that Xu Qing only had the authority to use that power only one time, he didn't want to waste it on the servant. Under the eyes of all present, the golden light spread out over the severed hand. At the same time, Xu Qing emerged from within it. Face pale, he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. His chest was partially caved in, and he felt pain from head to toe. Despite the protection of the severed hand, he'd still suffered serious injuries, yet he still stood there on the severed hand to accept the golden net. In the blink of an eye, the golden net covered him, becoming like a shield of golden fire. Compared to all heaven and earth, that fire seemed like little more than a spark, something that wasn't remotely capable of igniting the world. Xu Qing looked around, his heart pounding. He knew that the moment he stepped out from the crowd earlier, he had rebelled against the leadership of Xianxia County, and rebels would suffer the consequences of their actions. He hadn't anticipated that the deputy palace lord and honor guards would side with him, nor had he anticipated Kinkin's actions. Xu Qing hadn't asked any of them for help. Yet they had all stepped forward, one after another. As for the more than 100,000 veterans of the war, they were all looking at him with keen determination. They trusted him. Xu Qing wiped the blood from his mouth, and suddenly felt courage swelling within him. Only about a third of the cultivators present were swordsages. The other 70%, those from the other two palaces and the lieutenant governor's mansion, seemed hesitant. But Xu Qing felt no fear. That was just his personality. It didn't matter how hesitant and cautious he had been before. Now that he had thrown caution to the wind, he had rejected fear along with it. His only regret was that the enemy closest to him was the old servant and not the lieutenant governor. That meant it would be difficult to utilize his true trump card, and his previous preparations would need to be altered. As for the fourth stage, void returning puppet, it was also something he hadn't factored into his plans. I'm only going to have one shot at this. He was going to have to create a situation that would get the lieutenant governor closer to him. With that plan in mind, he took a deep breath. Lieutenant Governor, since you aren't willing to admit that you're with Torchlight, then I guess I have to keep calling you Lieutenant Governor. In reality, you shouldn't have to rely on others to apprehend me. As a mighty void returning expert, a mere pseudo-nascent soul cultivator like myself should be easy to handle. In fact, it's actually a surprise to me that I've managed to stay alive this long. Blood oozed out of the corners of Xu Qing's mouth as he spoke. Lieutenant Governor, we all know the extreme methods Torchlight employs. They love their blood-soaked performances. Presumably this scenario is your blood-soaked performance. Sadly, it's quite disappointing. Xu Qing shook his head. To be clear, what's disappointing isn't the performance. It's you. You're obviously defying your own heart and violating the principles of reason. You do not deserve to be in Torchlight. The lieutenant governor betrayed no reaction as he looked at Xu Qing and calmly said, because of your service to Xianxia County and the 30,000-meter light from the Grand Emperor, I've held back from slaughtering you. There's no need for you to continue down this path of rebellion and death. Xu Qing smiled calmly. For a schemer like you to talk so much is revealing. You've obviously come to realize that my clumsily chosen words are all an attempt to get you to approach me. I might not be a member of Torchlight, but the more I think about it, the more I admire how all of you stay so calm. So I'm going to stay calm too. You see, the truth is that I have a way to kill you, as long as you get close enough. Therefore, O exalted Lieutenant Governor, are you truly afraid of a puny pseudo-nascent soul cultivator? Do you dare to get close to me? I know the answer. You don't. After all, you don't even dare to tell us who you really are. Xu Qing shook his head. Who are you putting this performance on for? The Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan? If so, then he's probably shaking his head at your timidity. How could one of the Crown Prince's people act like this? Although, if his followers are all like this, then I suppose it's no wonder he ended up dying before he could accomplish anything significant. Xu Qing laughed. Or could it be that you just don't deserve to be a follower of the Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan? Throughout Xu Qing's speech, the Lieutenant Governor was completely calm. However, Xu Qing's last sentence caused his eyes to glitter with a cold light. The death sentence blow Xu Qing had inflicted earlier was now becoming more serious. The Lieutenant Governor looked up into the sky and spoke, his voice hoarse. It's time to end this farce. I'm sorry this has turned into such a joke, Your Majesty. Seventh Prince didn't respond. He just kept watching, a smile on his face. Lieutenant Governor lifted his right hand, and another vortex sprang into being. A second wave of fourth-stage void returning power erupted from inside, and then the sound of footsteps rang out as a second puppet appeared. It looked exactly like the other puppet. It wore a suit of armor, had a mangled face, and was completely terrifying. Everyone present felt their hearts pounding with astonishment. One puppet was bad enough, but now there was a second puppet, also in fourth-stage void returning. The Lieutenant Governor then spoke in a voice that reached the ears of all the countless mortals in the county capital. Swordsage Xu Qing obstinately persists in going about things the wrong way. He foments rumors, creates trouble, and sows chaos in Sea-Sealing County. His rebellious behavior is not befitting of a 30,000-meter pillar of light. Therefore, his Swordsage status is hereby revoked, and he will be executed on the spot, as demanded by the people. As the Lieutenant Governor's words rang out, the second puppet charged towards Xu Qing. The Lieutenant Governor was not going to approach him. However, right then, a sigh could be heard, seemingly from nowhere. The sound caused Seventh Prince and all of his commanders to suddenly look up. The Lieutenant Governor's pupils constricted. A figure appeared out of nowhere, as if being painted into existence by a master artist. As the figure appeared in front of Xu Qing, it extended its right hand and walked toward the puppet. A massive boom swept out. The puppet stopped in place and looked woodenly at the figure in front of Xu Qing. Xu Qing's mind spun as he realized who this figure was. 1. Xu Qing got the hand in Chapter 521.2. 2. The harness light term was previously mentioned in Chapter 498. Chapter 533, Apprentice of the Crown Prince, Bai Xiaochun, Part 2. Xu Qing's eyes turned bloodshot, and then, just like a child who had been caught misbehaving, he bowed his head. Master. The person who had appeared was none other than Master Seventh, who had been hiding in the crowd the whole time. He had told his apprentices that he left to go into hiding, and the reality was that his hiding spot had been the most dangerous place of all, the county capital itself. Considering what had played out in Forbidden by the Immortal, there was no way he could just leave behind his own apprentices and not worry about them. As such, he had decided to stay behind. He had told Xu Qing and Chen Erniu to wait for a month before leaving, because he had already decided to secretly stay behind and watch over them. And now, he had chosen to reveal himself. Noticing Xu Qing's bloodshot eyes and chastened demeanor, Master Seventh sighed inwardly. Keep your head up. Xu Qing shivered and looked up. Xu Qing, as your master, I don't think you've done anything wrong. In fact, I'm proud to have an apprentice like you. I don't know what the fallout will be for all of this, but I'm still your master. And there's no way a master can stand around indifferently while his apprentice puts his life on the line. You kowtowed to me. You offered me tea. Starting then, it became my responsibility to keep you safe. Same here. Blue light glittered in the crowd as the captain emerged. He had been ready to step in all along, except his little junior brother always seemed to have another move ready to employ. Thus, he'd been waiting for the right moment to do so. After he saw their master reveal himself, it was without the slightest hesitation that he rushed out to stand next to Xu Qing. Grinning, he said, "Why'd you go and try to do something this big without asking me along?" Countless eyes focused on the master and two apprentices. At the same time, even more destiny aura converged above Xu Qing. In fact, it affected the canopy of heaven, creating a huge vortex that even the mortals could see, filled with lightning and the roar of thunder. Everyone was deeply shaken. Xu Qing took a deep breath as he felt like his head was spinning. Meanwhile, Master Seventh looked at the lieutenant governor. "I've seen the crown prince of Violet and Cyan." The lieutenant governor's eyes suddenly flickered in a way that didn't seem calm at all. "And my fourth apprentice is right. You really don't deserve to be a follower of the crown prince. Why? Because you like to hide in the shadows. You don't have any courage." The lieutenant governor closed his eyes for a few breaths of time. When he opened them, they were calm again. The 8-sect coalition from Emperor Receiving Prefecture is guilty of fomenting rebellion. Let everyone in Xianxia County be notified that this sect is sentenced to extermination. Master Seventh laughed. "You think you can scare me with words like that, fool? Fuck off with your talk of extermination." He took a step toward the lieutenant governor. Instantly, the puppet moved to intercept him, and a moment later, the boom of combat echoed out. Master Seventh wasn't a match, but he had plenty of assets to call upon. God magics erupted. Though he couldn't possibly defeat a fourth-stage void-returning puppet, he could at least fight it for a time. The entire situation had been turned on its head. There had been so many twists and turns in this event that it was hard for everyone present to wrap their minds around it. As rumbling booms swept through the county capital, killing intent surged in the lieutenant governor's eyes. He knew full well that he needed to end things as quickly as possible. Thus, he strode forward to personally put an end to everything. However, that was when Master Seventh, even as he fought the puppet, shouted, "I know you're here. Even my apprentice figured out who you are. So why the fuck aren't you doing anything? Don't tell me you're going to let my two apprentices risk everything while you just watch." A blood-colored streak of light shot from the altar, moving at top speed. No one in the crowd could have possibly predicted that this would happen. In the blink of an eye, that figure shot down and joined Kinkin, who was still dealing with the first puppet. This figure wore a blood-red suit of armor and had a blood-colored mask, all of which shone with crimson light. It was the very same subordinate of Seventh Prince who had presided over the operation in Forbidden by the Immortal. It was Generalissimo Bloodhorror. The other commanders-in-chief were clearly surprised to see him interfere. However, Seventh Prince didn't betray even the slightest reaction. Xu Qing turned to look at Generalissimo Bloodhorror. As the onlookers shouted exclamations of shock, Generalissimo Bloodhorror performed a double-handed incantation gesture, then pushed his hand toward the puppet fighting Kinkin. "Palace Lord of the Justice Palace, Brother Hankson, wake up." 1. Generalissimo Bloodhorror's shouted words caused the hundreds of thousands of cultivators present to feel shaken to the core. Xu Qing was similarly taken aback. The cultivators from the Justice Palace felt like their hearts were breaking, and rage began to burn within them. That was even more the case of the mortals. After all, it had been announced that Zhang Hengxin, Palace Lord of the Justice Palace, had died on the Northern Front during the war. In response to Generalissimo Bloodhorror's shout, the puppet shivered. Its listless eyes seemed to twitch slightly, and tremors swept through its body. Then its hands lurched up, seemingly of their own accord, and started performing an incantation gesture that perfectly mirrored that of Generalissimo Bloodhorror. Their hands slammed into each other, and a deafening shriek rang out from the puppet's mouth. The puppet's armor shattered, revealing that its body was made of countless pieces that had been sewn together. Then a discarnate soul floated up, which bore the semblance of a burly, mighty man. His fleshly body had been ravaged beyond recognition, but his soul would always look the same. And the face of that soul was that of one of the 3 palace lords of Xianxia County, Zhang Hengxin of the Justice Palace. Everyone in the county capital, who was watching these events play out, were visibly astonished. The discarnate soul couldn't survive for very long before dissipating, nor could the soul speak. All it could do was look with melancholy at Xianxia County, in much the same way as the governor and palace Lord Kong had done. The rage of the Justice Palace cultivators was rising to heaven-shaking, earth-shattering proportions as they all glared at the lieutenant governor. Meanwhile, Generalissimo Bloodhorror turned to face the lieutenant governor, reached up, and grabbed his mask. When he removed it, he revealed a very familiar face. "Long time no see, Lieutenant Governor." The lieutenant governor looked back and sighed. He had done a lot of sighing today. "Yao Tianian, I'm surprised you would dare to come out of hiding." The hundreds of thousands of cultivators were rocked to the core. As it turned out, Generalissimo Bloodhorror was really Marquis Yao, who had gone missing from the battlefield and then been branded a traitor and rebel. The series of stunning events that were playing out in the county capital left everyone blank from shock. Xu Qing struggled to control his breathing as he looked at the remaining puppet, hoping to be able to make out some identifying features. From what he could tell, it was Palace Lord Kong. "I didn't want to reveal myself so soon," Marquis Yao said softly. "The old governor showed grace to my clan, and I still haven't accomplished the task he assigned me. But I had no choice. Who could have guessed things would turn out like this? An adult like me couldn't possibly let a human child be murdered in front of me. I've experienced a lot of things in life. I reached the peak of my career. I've been pursued, cursed, and have been considered both brilliant and infamous. If I die, then I die. But it was the words of this child that kept the few remaining members of my clan safe, and that's a favor I can't forget." He gazed warmly at Xu Qing for a moment, before shifting his attention to the lieutenant governor. "As for you, Lieutenant Governor, this plot of yours was amazing, I'll give you that. You pulled the wool over everyone's eyes, to the point where none of us even trusted each other. However, you also slipped up. While on the front lines, Brother Hankson, Brother Rongyu, and myself all used soul-hexing magics on each other so that we could truly trust each other. You coveted their physical bodies, and thus turned them into puppets after they died. But the soul hexes allowed their discarnate souls to wake up. Although it would only allow for a moment of clarity before the discarnate soul dissipated, that was more than enough evidence." Marquis Yao's words were heard by everyone present. They were borne witness to by heaven, earth, and the people. Flames of rage began to burn brightly throughout the county capital. Countless eyes began to flicker with killing intent. In a completely unprecedented turn of events, all of that killing intent was focused on the lieutenant governor. Xu Qing looked up, and he could sense that, though he himself was little more than a spark, he had managed to set the entire world ablaze. Everything made sense now. All the pieces of evidence fit together. "And now I'll just have to quote Xu Qing," Marquis Yao said calmly. "Lieutenant Governor, you carried out your plans so meticulously, it only makes sense that you would eventually be exposed. So do you dare admit to your crimes? Please point out any errors I've made." The lieutenant governor was silent for a long moment. Then he exhaled some impure vital energy. Seemingly very calm, he turned to Seventh Prince. Seventh Prince looked back at him expressionlessly. It was no surprise to Seventh Prince that Marquis Yao had been hiding amongst his commanders. After all, it was Seventh Prince himself who had secretly saved the Marquis. He had multiple reasons for doing so. One of them was to have someone to keep the lieutenant governor in check. The second was in case his father, the Emperor, started to suspect that he was up to something. Saving the Marquis would be evidence to prove that he was cooperating with his father's plan, and that he was doing everything for the sake of humankind. Based on what he knew about his father, as long as he could prove such a thing, he would be safe. Compared to the potential losses, the potential gain had been immense. To become a hero of humankind, to expand human territory, to bring the Holotides back into the fold. All could be considered unparalleled achievements. Given what was at stake, there was no chance he would come out the loser. At the moment, he actually hoped the lieutenant governor would try to expose him. After all, it didn't matter what the lieutenant governor said at the moment, no one would believe him. That said, he didn't think the lieutenant governor would actually do that. The deal with the Holotides wasn't complete, which meant that the bowl he wanted had not yet been secured. Besides, Seventh Prince had no intention of going back on his word. Everything that was playing out was the responsibility of the lieutenant governor. It had nothing to do with Seventh Prince. Thus, he had refrained from helping either party. He just stood back and watched. As he did, he focused more and more on Xu Qing. After looking at 7th Prince, the lieutenant governor turned away. There were countless gazes fixed on him, full of killing intent. Glancing around, he eventually focused on Xu Qing. It was this person, who he had never taken very seriously, that suddenly wrecked everything and delivered a death blow to his heart. He had recognized Xu Qing from the first moment he saw him in the Swordsage Palace. He knew that his lord and master had a younger brother in this current life. That said, the lieutenant governor had never felt Xu Qing was worth paying much attention to. How could a person who had seen a massive dragon care about a tiny snake? He had always assumed that the younger brother was just a minor accessory attached to his lord and master, as far separated from the other as mud was from the clouds. But now he didn't think that way at all. Now he realized that there was much about Xu Qing that reminded him of his lord and master. "Xu Qing," he said softly, "I can tell you who I really am now and my name." The lieutenant governor's eyes glittered with reminiscence. "I was the governor of Xianxia County back during the days of the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Cyan. My name is Bai Xiaochun. Tens of thousands of years ago, I was the governor of this very place. It belongs to me, too." His words caused the minds of all the natives of Xianxia County to tremble. Xu Qing's gaze sharpened. The name Holotide region had come into use after the betrayal of Grand Duke Holotide. Before, it had a different name. It was the Violet and Cyan region. Another ancient name was associated with this location, one that stretched back to the time of Emperor Mirrorcloud. Back then, it was called the Sovereign Kingdom of Violet and Cyan. The king of that kingdom had been weak and feeble, so its crown prince ended up taking control of national affairs. During that time, Xianxia County bore the same name as it did now, Xianxia County. In the year 315 of the Violet Cyan calendar, its crown prince perished in the southern continent. That same year, the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Cyan crumbled. Bai Xiaochun, the apprentice of the crown prince, who had been the last governor of Xianxia County, stood by when all of the other cultivators in his county died. Weeping tears of blood, he disfigured half his face to make himself look like the broken face of the god. Then he spoke his final words before dying. "I will accompany the crown prince in death. Then I will awaken 1,000 years before him to pave the way for him as his Tao protector." 1. Brother Hengxin is obviously the same Zhang Hengxin mentioned in chapter 508. 2. Bai Xiaochun. Bai is 70 on the list of the 100 common Chinese surnames. It means white, pure. It's the same surname as Bai Xiaochun and is also my Chinese surname. Xiao means miserable, desolate, dreary. It is not the same Xiao from Bai Xiaochun. Zhu means outstanding. Madame Deathblade pointed out that the two characters which make his name are part of two other common words, specifically Xiao Sa and Zhu Yue. The first means confident, dashing, debonair, while the latter means outstanding, brilliant, remarkable. Because of that, she thinks the names sound very cool and impressive. Chapter 534, Back from Antiquity, Part 1. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators beneath the altar reeled in response to the lieutenant governor's words. The mortals in the city were mostly confused, as not many of them were familiar with the history involved. Xu Qing himself had only learned about the history of the human species after becoming a swordsage and attending a class taught by the lieutenant governor. That was also his first time learning of the role played by the crown prince of Violet and Cyan in human history. Marquis Yao, who hovered in midair, the 3 deputy palace lords, and all the other important people present were looking at the lieutenant governor with complicated expressions that seemed mostly dazed. Although the lieutenant governor's true identity was unexpected, it also made sense. The services he had performed over the years, and also the way he kept the county going during the war, hinted at past experience with government affairs. In fact, if you looked at what he did during the war, and ignored the fake exhaustion he'd employed to enhance his cover story, then the reality was that he had handled everything with skill and ease. And that wasn't even to mention how smoothly the reconstruction work had gone after the war was over. Every single government decree issued by the lieutenant governor had been the perfect order to give at the time. He really was good at his job. Perhaps that was why, in the past, many people had believed him to be a bit more skilled than the governor himself. Talent like that wasn't something everyone possessed. Not only did someone in that position need to be very familiar with how to issue government decrees, but also they needed to be able to view Xianxia County as a whole. Because of all that, Xu Qing believed the lieutenant governor's story. However, there were other things he was suspicious about. For example, why had he been reincarnated? What did he sacrifice to make it happen? Regardless, none of the unrevealed information could possibly erase the crimes he had committed as the lieutenant governor. Whether it was murdering the governor, throwing Xianxia County into chaos, colluding with the Holotides, orchestrating Palace Lord Kong's death, his every single action was soaked with blood. In the briefest of moments, the killing intent in the county capital surged to an even higher level. "Xu Qing," the lieutenant governor said. He ignored all of the murderous gazes. He didn't pay attention to Marquis Yao and the others. It was as if the only person who was worthy of his attention in all of Xianxia County was Xu Qing. The captain, who had been standing right next to Xu Qing, eased a few steps backward. He knew that on this day, Xu Qing was the focus of attention. "I gave you the answer you were looking for," the lieutenant governor said tranquilly. "Now I have a question that I want to ask you. This place belongs to me. It's my territory. Isn't it reasonable for me to take it back?" Xu Qing shook his head. "Your territory was destroyed along with the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Cyan." He looked out at the hundreds of thousands of people gathered below the altar, and also the rest of the capital city. To all these people, Xianxia County is home. As his words drifted out, the eyes of those present glittered, and their hearts surged with approval. The lieutenant governor smiled. "Then why are you the only person who stepped forward to object? As I recall, you're not from Xianxia County. You're from the continent of South Phoenix." Xu Qing didn't answer the question. No one in the county capital answered the question. No one in heaven and earth answered the question. The words struck Xu Qing's heart and mind like a lightning bolt, creating great waves that threatened to overwhelm him. But they couldn't possibly overwhelm a certain blood-soaked figure in his memories. "There's an old man I respect very much," Xu Qing said quietly. "He died in battle, but in my heart he's still alive." Grief simmered in the hearts of the war veterans. They knew who Xu Qing was talking about. None of them would ever forget the image of Palace Lord Kong dying in defense of Xianxia County. The image of him fusing with the net of taboo treasures, and the way he slowly froze before shattering, was something every cultivator from the Western Front would grieve over for the rest of their life. The words he had spoken, "I will defend my home," had been branded into the hearts of all swordsages. 1. "That's it," the lieutenant governor seemed surprised. "What else did you expect?" Xu Qing said calmly. "Some big speech." The lieutenant governor chuckled. Xu Qing said nothing further. He just looked up into the sky. It was as if he could clearly see Palace Lord Kong. There was actually something else that remained unsaid in his heart, and that was the fact that Palace Lord Kong, through both words and actions, had taught Xu Qing what it really meant to be a swordsage. Therefore, Xu Qing took a deep breath and spoke in a grim voice that spread through all heaven and earth. "Swordsages, we have conclusive evidence, and we have the right to execute anyone but the Emperor." In response to his words, heaven and earth rumbled. Lighting crashed in the sky, and countless streams of killing intent rose from the veteran swordsages, all of whom had bloodshot eyes. They were all familiar with the words Xu Qing had spoken. The cultivators from the Justice Palace and the Administration Palace, despite not being swordages, were all familiar with the authority and responsibilities of the swordsages. They weren't the only ones who knew. All the mortals in the county capital also knew. A screaming wind sprang up. Through the county capital, people from all households stepped out into the open, and their garments flapped in the wind. As they did, destiny aura rose from them and swirled in Xu Qing's direction. As of this moment, the people all felt the same thing. As of this moment, heaven and earth trembled in unison. As of this moment, All the destiny aura was converging above Xu Qing, creating a resplendent crown so incomparably distinct that even the mortals could see it. The weight of the crown and the blessing of the destiny aura caused Xu Qing's blue-green dragon to roar as it directly transformed into a nascent soul. That nascent soul was an embodiment of destiny aura, and it caused heaven to shake and the earth to tremble. Up above, the vortex grew in size. This was Xu Qing's 9th nascent soul. Daybreak light erupted within Xu Qing, spreading out resplendently in all directions and transforming into a 7-colored nascent soul. The daybreak soul shone with such brilliance that all light dimmed in heaven and earth. This was his 10th nascent soul. Things weren't over yet. As the destiny aura continued to converge, D132 trembled. The destiny aura eventually became a tiny figure. It looked very much like the young boy from the early days of D132, except his facial features were those of Xu Qing. With his arrival, D132 was complete. The head, the stone lion, and Sir Inkwell all shivered as they kowtowed to the 11th nascent soul. Finally, the river of time outside of Xu Qing became so clear that a figure could be seen emerging from it. At first, the figure's features were indiscernible. It did not seem elegant and magnificent, but instead wore shabby clothing and had a face caked with filth. It almost looked like a child who had climbed out of the grave. But there was a tenacity and determination in the child's face, as if none of the bitterness of life could force him to bow his head. He would continue onward, no matter what. He would keep on living. This was Xu Qing's 12th nascent soul. The arrival of this nascent soul seemed to cause the entire county to resonate. Among the crowd of hundreds of thousands was Qing Qiu, who shivered from head to toe. The mere sight of that nascent soul left her stupefied. Big bro kid. Although Xu Qing was hardly aware of it, the fact that he had suddenly added 4 nascent souls to his cultivation base created a sudden increase that pushed him to the 12-soul level. High in the dome of heaven, lightning began to gather, which was none other than the power of tribulation. Because of the arrival of a 12th nascent soul, the heaven fate tribulation was forming. Though it wasn't a convenient time, it was still there. Within the darkness of the sky above, lightning flowed like millions upon millions of silver snakes. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators below the altar were shaken, and the countless mortals in the county capital trembled in fear. It seemed like heavenly tribulation was about to strike. However, just before it finished forming, something happened with the crown of Sea-Sealing County that hovered above Xu Qing's head. Within the crown was a young boy who looked up. "Begone," he shouted. As the word rang out, Xu Qing's 12 nascent souls flew up into midair, looked at the heavenly tribulation, and also let loose a shout. "Begone." As those two shouts harmonized, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators below the altar all thought the same thing in their hearts. Begone. The destiny aura had offered approval. The people had given their blessing. The heavenly tribulation crumbled and retreated. As a result, boundless heaven fate had no obstruction as it surrounded all 12 of his nascent souls and baptized them. The heaven fate blessed Xu Qing, who reached over his shoulder to grab an invisible sword. "I have a sword." Upon hearing those 4 words, the more than 100,000 sword-sages below the altar thought back to the blood-soaked figure in their memories. Right now, it was almost as if that figure was superimposed over Xu Qing. Thus, one voice after another spoke, their voices dripping with blood and death. "I have a sword. I have a sword." The words converged, echoing louder than heavenly thunder. One by one, all the sword-sages were drawing their swords. Streams of sword light erupted, sweeping toward Xu Qing and gathering in his hand in the shape of a sword. It was the Emperor's sword of the sword-sages, which glittered with blinding light. However, things weren't over yet. In one particular house in the capital city, a crippled old man limped out into the open. His clothes were neat and tidy, and his eyes shone with the desire to do battle. He was none other than the jailer from Unit C in the Corrections Division, Ghost Hand. Back when the Corrections Division collapsed, he held back from using his sword, and he'd told Xu Qing he was saving it to use on the culprit behind the disaster. This was the day he had been waiting for. Reaching over his shoulder, he loudly said, "I have a sword." As the words left his mouth, an emperor's sword emerged from behind his back that had been powering up for 800 years. It became a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering beam of light that shot toward Xu Qing. That was a sword that could devastate Spirit Trove and shake Void returning. When it merged with Xu Qing's emperor's sword, that sword erupted with many times more power than before. Eyes flashing, Xu Qing looked at the lieutenant governor. "I have a sword, and I will defend my home." He slashed the sword down. Sword light shone into heaven, and sword energy erupted that could devastate anything and everything. Backed by the oath of the sword sages and the ideals of Palace Lord Kong, it shot toward the lieutenant governor. Master Seventh shot toward the lieutenant governor. Eyes burning with killing intent, Marquis Yao also burst into motion, pulsing with blood-colored light. Qingqin let loose a piercing cry as he also launched an attack. The 3 palace lords, the honor guards, and all the cultivators from the administration palace and justice palace unleashed the power of their cultivation bases to attack the lieutenant governor. This was a blow that couldn't possibly be blocked. The lieutenant governor lowered his eyes and stood in place. Things were about to end. His old servant backed away looking shocked. However, there had been so much power unleashed that he didn't qualify to evade it. As the sword light glittered, the old servant's head flew off his shoulders. His body exploded. And as the head tumbled through the air, the skin dripped off of it like melting ice, revealing the true facial features beneath. Shockingly, it was Night Dove, too. He wasn't the only one to die. The lieutenant governor's other forces had no means to escape and were killed in body and soul. Then the power rumbled toward the lieutenant governor. The lieutenant governor hovered in midair, making no move to evade. Power which could destroy heaven and extinguish the earth surged toward him. He looked past the sword light at Xu Qing briefly, then closed his eyes. The sword light, which was the gathered power of countless individuals and was filled with the will of the entire county capital and its destiny, neared. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the lieutenant governor. He shivered. His expression became pained. His hair turned into ashes and his clothing and skin melted together. The force weighing down on him caused his body to slowly be crushed. His flesh was quickly wiped out of existence. His chest caved in and his bones became visible. But not even his bones could stand up to this level of power, and they were scraped away, shattered, to reveal his organs. It happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. That was all the time it took for the lieutenant governor to no longer even resemble a human. The same process happened with his legs. The flesh was wiped out, the bones shattered. His torso was destroyed. His limbs were wiped out. The only things left behind were his spine and his head. It was a horrendous sight, but not even his spine could last, and it soon vanished, leaving behind only the skull. Half of his face remained, but then a golden light shone from that half of a face, spreading out to create a broken, golden mask. It glittered indestructibly. Marquis Yao, Qingqin, and Master Seventh, as well as all the cultivators present, as well as the power of Xu Qing's sword, slowed to a halt in front of that broken face. No amount of destructive force could do anything against it. From a distance, that broken, golden face seemed very familiar. Anyone who looked at it would feel shock rippling through them. Then the broken face of the lieutenant governor opened its eyes. 1. Palace Lord Kong spoke the words, "I will defend my home," in Chapter 507.1. 2. The chapter in which this servant was first introduced was 494.2. Night Dove was last seen on screen in Chapter 327. He was introduced in Chapter 277. Chapter 534, Back from Antiquity, Part 2. The lieutenant governor's gaze fell on the county capital. In the blink of an eye, wild colors flashed in heaven and earth, winds screamed, destiny aura howled in grief, and mortals wept tears of blood. Immeasurable mutagen cascaded down. It instantly filled the plants, vegetation, people, buildings, and everything else. The sky blurred and the lands rippled. It was as if the end of days had come. The scene was familiar, and everyone knew why. The broken face of the lieutenant governor looked exactly the same as the broken face of the god in the sky, down to the wounds and the general shape. Only the specific facial features were different. Other than that, there were no differences. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators were shocked to the core, and the mortals in the city were rendered speechless. The dome of heaven shook. The clouds parted. It was as if the hands of an unseen god had pulled apart the sky, revealing the evening horizon, and also the broken face of the god that had hung there eternally since the final days of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity. Hai's hair hung down freely. Hai's size rivaled that of the sun and moon. He floated outside of the revered ancient mainland for all living beings there to look up and see. Because of that, many people were simply used to Hai's presence. But right now, everyone instinctively looked up at him as the pain coursed through their bodies. Hai's eyelids twitched, but in the end, those eyes did not open. Down below, the broken face of the lieutenant governor did look around with open eyes, and heaven and earth trembled. In the past, the crown prince of Violet and Cyan had opened a box in the 8-sect coalition. As of this moment, the lieutenant governor's gaze was even more astonishing than that box. Heaven and earth quivered, all living things blurred. Howls of grief echoed about everywhere. And then, the lieutenant governor's broken face shifted its gaze to focus on Marquis Yao. Marquis Yao shook from head to toe. A 3-colored flower appeared over his head, seated atop which was the image of a heavenly marquis. However, Marquis Yao apparently didn't have appropriately pure blood because the image wasn't complete. A moment later it faded from existence, and 2 of the flower's petals fell off. As for the remaining petal, it withered listlessly. Rumbling sounds echoed out as Marquis Yao coughed up blood and staggered backward. "You actually sacrificed yourself to become a partial domain treasure," the Marquis said. The broken face of the lieutenant governor didn't react in any way. Instead, he turned to Kinkin. Kinkin let loose an anguished cry as his body blurred. Behind him appeared a figure from antiquity, something that could devour heaven and earth. Though Kinkin's blood was pure, it existed at too low of a level. Kinkin tumbled backward, splattered with blood. Next, the lieutenant governor's broken face turned to Master Seventh. A hand of white jade appeared behind Master Seventh, radiant and scintillating. It seemed to have a similar origin as the lieutenant governor's broken face, and thus avoided the judgment cast by the face. However, Master Seventh's cultivation base was too low, so blood oozed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. As he staggered backward, he glared at the lieutenant governor and said, "Before, I only had suspicions. It made sense that the crown prince of Violet and Cyan would be reincarnated due to his spectacular deeds. But why would Bai Xiaochun be reincarnated? Now I understand. You are so cruel." The lieutenant governor shifted his gaze to the deputy palace lords, whose souls suffered grievous injuries. Next came the honor guards, whose skin turned greenish-black as they headed toward mutation. All of the void-returning experts had been summarily crushed. All cultivators and all mortals were moaning in anguish. The county capital was rapidly being pushed toward a forbidden region transformation. Blood-colored rain fell, accompanied by crashing thunder. The rain even fell on the statue of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity, running down the forehead of the statue and through the eyes, then streaming down like tears of blood. If that statue could open its eyes, it would see all of the county capital turning into a realm of ghosts. And it was all happening because of the broken face of the lieutenant governor. Meanwhile, the 2 puppets the lieutenant governor had employed no longer had discarnate souls in them. The souls had long since faded away. Therefore, the puppets automatically reverted to their original orders and rushed toward Master Seventh, Marquis Yao, and Kinkin. Being soaked with the rain, it was now possible to see something in the puppets that hadn't been visible before. Shining out through the stitched seams of the puppets' bodies was light. Each puppet had a box inside of it. Just like Chu Tianquan, these puppets were actually experimental god bodies, and clearly, progress had been made in their construction. If Bai Li was the first generation of the experimental god body, then Master Shengyun could be considered the initial attempt at the 2nd generation. Chu Tianquan was the complete version of the 2nd generation, while these 2 puppets were the 3rd generation. That was why their cultivation bases were in the great circle of the third stage of void returning, yet they had the battle prowess of the fourth stage. That said, they couldn't form major worlds, only countless minor worlds. It was something Master Seventh had noticed when the first puppet attacked Kinkin. The sound of combat once again rang out as the lieutenant governor continued to send his gaze sweeping about. Xu Qing hovered in the darkness, looking around at the agony around him. He could hear the cries of anguish. A spark could start a prairie fire, but a rain of blood could extinguish it, when faced with raw strength. Ideals were nothing but a joke. Only the captain seemed to be reacting differently than everyone else. Blue light radiated off of him as he looked deeply into Xu Qing's eyes. It was almost as if he were bidding farewell. He was about to take action. But Xu Qing reached out and gripped the captain's shoulder. Looking at him, he quietly said, "Eldest brother, this is my affair. If I survive at the cost of losing you, I'll regret it for the rest of my life." The captain said nothing in response, but his eyes flickered as he struggled to maintain control. Meanwhile, the power of the violet moon erupted within Xu Qing. His taboo poison core surged, and the power of D-132 appeared. The Ghost Emperor Mountain rose up behind him. Inside, Xu Qing sighed. Rebels had to pay a price, and in this case, the price was immense. He advanced quietly. As he did, he grew taller and larger. As he bore the weight of all the surrounding mutagen, he looked at the broken face of the lieutenant governor hovering in the sky. The lieutenant governor's eyes focused on Xu Qing, while his voice echoed out in all directions via divine will. "Xu Qing, did you know that this place is where I originally died? When the crown prince perished in the southern continent, I was right here looking up at the broken face of the god, while simultaneously carving up my own flesh to resemble him. I pleaded to allow me to see my lord and master again in the future. Xu Qing, you said before that I don't deserve to be a follower of my lord and master. You're right. People said the same thing back then. A lot of people. That's why I didn't evade your attack right now. I deserve to be punished. But I still need to accomplish my mission. I can't flee. Therefore, I decided to reveal the blessing of a god. I've polluted the aura of revered ancient, making it impure, and thus ensuring that neither my past, present, nor future self can ever be reincarnated again. The previous moment was my past. This is my present, and the next moment is my future. I, Bai Xiaochun, am not the type of person who explains myself to others very often, but I think you're worthy." He looked out at the county capital. "Sadly, I don't have time to wait for the appropriate moment. I failed to become the governor, so I don't have the blessing of sealing County's destiny aura. That means there are many things that I will have to accomplish via force. AI." The lieutenant governor sighed, because his attempt to deceive the living beings of sealing County had failed. He had longed to be acknowledged by heaven, earth, and the people as the governor, and thus be blessed by the county's destiny aura. His plan had been to rely on the aid he had provided to humankind to strengthen the destiny aura of humankind. After all, human territory had finally been expanded, and the holotides had been brought back into the fold. In that manner, he could use the destiny aura of sealing County to tap into more of the destiny aura of humankind. That was the last step in his plan. Sadly for him, he had failed. "You succeeded, Xu Qing. Even if I killed everyone here, I would never be able to see my plan to fruition. I can only use force now. You forced me to harvest the fruit before it was ripe, spoiling everything. And thus, you forced me to break my word to my people." Xu Qing said nothing, as he could tell the lieutenant governor still had more to say. "Letter 1D456, letter 1D633, letter 1D44E. Letter 1D4B8, letter 2134, letter 1D6 Stewie. Back then, I sacrificed myself to the god above in the hopes of getting another chance to be a follower of the crown prince. The god ignored me. Therefore, I allowed myself to be transformed into a domain treasure. I gave up my soul to do it. I gave up everything. The god still ignored me. I have no idea what the god wanted. It was only in the very end, when the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Cyan was destroyed, that I realized what he wanted. With tears streaming down my face, I killed all the people in the county. It didn't matter if they were cultivators or mortals, old or young. They didn't resist. They let me do it. Finally, after I killed everyone, he gave me a nod. Back then, I promised to bring back all the people I'd killed. And now, my people, you will all come back, from the land of cruel murk. His voice seemed to thrum with ancientness, as if it came from tens of thousands of years in the past, as if it had floated up the river of ancient time. As the blood rain fell and the mutagen flourished, the people of the county capital shivered. Their pain turned into numbness as life force streamed out of the tops of their heads, forcibly extracted along with destiny aura. Their bodies withered. Their skins sank in, and yet they didn't die. It wasn't just the people. The entire county capital trembled. Lands, rivers, plants, mountains. Boundless life force and destiny aura was ripped out and sent streaming toward the capital city. In the rest of the prefectures of Xianxia County, with the exception of the 3 prefectures that had previously been lost, and those which had been immolated, the ancestral lands in all sects and organizations trembled. It was the same in Emperor Receiving Prefecture. The earth quaked throughout Xianxia County. One mountain range after another crumbled. They were all mountain ranges that had risen up in modern times, and in the spots where they fell, mountains of antiquity rose up. In the tens of thousands of years that had passed since the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Cyan existed, the topography of Xianxia County had changed. But now, it was reverting to what it had been before. The landscape of the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Cyan was returning. Rivers formed. Mountains rose up. If you could stand at a very high vantage point and look down, you would find that the mountains which made up the county in ancient times actually formed a massive magical symbol. As that symbol became complete, and as the hearts of the people in the county filled with astonishment, 3 massive spikes appeared. They were bones of a god fish, and they rose up from 3 locations in the county, rising high into the sky. When they stabbed into the canopy of heaven, ripples rolled out, covering the sky in the county, creating something like a second canopy of heaven. And that canopy of heaven looked like a painting. The world in that painting was not the revered ancient mainland. Instead, it was pitch black. The aura was familiar to Xu Qing, allowing him to instantly identify what he was looking at. The world in that painting was the very same world that all cultivators would briefly encounter when they were reaching Foundation Establishment. To reach Foundation Establishment, one needed something akin to a life lamp to stay safe. Without that protection of burning, one would attract terrifying entities. It was a fact that all cultivators came to realize before they reached Foundation Establishment. However, no one knew what world those entities came from. Years ago, the mute had experienced an accident when trying to reach Foundation Establishment, and had been possessed by an evil soul. Xu Qing had ended up saving him. 1. As of now, Xu Qing knew what world those things came from. It was called the Land of Cruel Murk, and it was also where Crimson Mother currently was. 1. The mute's possession and subsequent breakthrough was in Chapter 309. Chapter 535, Xu Qing's Trump Card, Part 1. The key to opening the Land of Cruel Murk were the 3 fish bones. Xu Qing recognized those bones. They were the same spikes taken by the hand of white jade from within forbidden by the immortal. Only now did he realize their function. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the ripples from the 3 bones created a second canopy of heaven. Black mist swirled, and the soul-shaking wail of ghosts emerged. Within that black, misty painting were innumerable evil souls. When they looked up and saw everything on the outside, the lieutenant governor's summons became like countless karma threads. On one end, they connected to the broken face of the lieutenant governor. The other end stretched into Cruel Murk, wherein lurked the souls of the countless dead of Violet and Cyan's Xianxia County. And those threads began to pull. The evil souls began to follow the karma threads, burrowing out of the second canopy of heaven and looking down on the lands below, and the living beings within them with open greed. This was the lieutenant governor's master plan. This was his offering to his lord and master. It wasn't just the life force and destiny aura of all the living beings in Xianxia County. It was also a return of the entire county itself. This was how he planned to atone for his past mistakes. The living beings of Xi County were to be hosts possessed by his true people, who were currently in Cruelmerk. That said, the moment he had planned for never came. The fruit did not ripen. He did not fool the living beings of Xi County into making him their governor and freely giving him all the destiny aura of the county. Therefore, he did not become the protector of his people that he wanted to become, thus ensuring their smooth and unhindered return. He had to forcefully summon the deceased souls. When they appeared, the aura of revered ancient would fight back against them, destroying 9 out of 10. But there were just too many evil souls. Though large numbers of them would be wiped out, there were still an innumerable amount that could descend on Xi County. That said, the lieutenant governor was the type of person who kept his word. As per the agreement, he would make sure none of 7th Prince's people were affected. Meanwhile, 7th Prince was flabbergasted. It had never occurred to him that the lieutenant governor would have a plan like this. He had assumed he was going to be dealing with some minor sacrifice. And how could he have ever guessed that the 3 fish bones would be used for this purpose? M. Bai Xiaochun, 7th Prince said, eyes narrowing. As he stood on the altar struggling to control his breathing, he very nearly took a step forward. This matter was quickly getting out of hand. The commanders-in-chief around him looked at him with glittering eyes. Up in the dome of heaven, the 4-clawed golden dragon growled and also looked at 7th Prince. Down in the crowd, Enning Yan looked at 7th Prince, his eyes bloodshot. But 7th Prince looked at the lieutenant governor for a long moment, and then did nothing. As an imperial prince, he was privy to many secrets. The way he had grown up had left him with a unique sense of judgment, and as a result, he knew what was going on. He understood that no ordinary type of power could defeat the lieutenant governor right now. A higher level of personhood would be required to vanquish him. In other words, a smoldering god or someone like Xianxia. After all, in his current state, the lieutenant governor might as well be a snack for someone like Crimson Mother. Sadly, Crimson Mother was asleep, and after everything that happened with Crimson Mother before, most other gods were in hiding. Based on the information in various classified files in the imperial capital, 7th Prince knew that there had been plenty of species throughout the years that made deals with the broken face. However, those deals didn't involve the opening of the face's eyes. Throughout all of history, there had only been one instance in which the god's eyes opened for a person, and that person was the Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan. If 7th Prince took action right now, he might be able to prevent a tragedy from ensuing. But the cost to be paid by him would be far, far too immense. He would have to risk his life, and would also have to waste his most valuable reserve powers. ICOM. Xi County alone wouldn't be worth going back on his word, risking his life, and losing his best resources. This was not the time and place to lose his reserve powers. As a result, he did nothing. He waited. After everything played out, he would have to scramble to think of how to deal with the aftermath and turn things to his advantage. As far as whatever catastrophe struck Xi County, amazing things couldn't be accomplished without a bit of chaos. In the end, 7th Prince ignored all of the people that were looking in his direction. As for Xu Qing, he had never spared a glance for 7th Prince. He had known all along that it would be naive to expect help from the imperial prince. The 4-clawed golden dragon let loose a cry of sorrow and instinctively looked down at Xu Qing. Xu Qing slowly lifted his hand, and the fire from the county's taboo treasure rose off him. It turned into a golden net that climbed into the sky, much the same as it had before when keeping Xi County safe. This time, it blocked the souls coming down from above. "That won't do you any good," said the broken face of the lieutenant governor. "Crimson Mother devoured the god of Cruelmerk, leaving the place without anything suppressing it. That's why this is going to work so smoothly for me. You can't stop me." Xu Qing looked at the lieutenant governor. "Now that you've revealed your true form, do you dare allow me to approach you?" The lieutenant governor looked deeply at Xu Qing. "Unless a god shows up, or perhaps the emperor, then no one exists at a level high enough to do anything to me. I know you always seem to have some trick up your sleeve, but fine. I'll give you your chance. Let me see what this trump card of yours is. You may attempt to approach me." Xu Qing advanced. Everything blurred. The sky rippled. Even the void returning experts were having trouble because of the immense pressure. The two experimental god bodies pulsed with godly might as the blood rain fell. They blocked every attack. The captain, who was now behind Xu Qing, suddenly laughed. "Little Ah Qing, if you and Master die fighting the good fight, then I'll join both of you." "Great," Xu Qing replied softly, without even looking back. The captain smiled. Little junior brother is rarely impulsive. He probably has a trump card ready to go. But as the junior brother, I'm honestly shocked that he would block my path. I'm the eldest brother, HMPH. Whatever. Considering how much he cares about me, I won't waste time worrying about it. If he doesn't want me to release my seals right now, fine. But if he ends up failing, he won't have any logical basis to stop me. Let me think. If I have to make a move, what pose should I strike? And what should I say? How can I end this life in a really amazing blaze of glory? After all, who frickin' knows if I'll have any lives left this time after releasing the final seal? The captain made some calculations on his fingers. Probably not. What a pity. I'm still so young. Lady Peachy is waiting for me, and Lil, Sis Five Fingers, still has her eye on me. Who knows how many other girls might show up in the future? I never even got married. The captain sighed. Meanwhile, Xu Qing was floating up into the air toward the broken face of the lieutenant governor. The closer he got, the harder it became. There was only 300 meters between them, but it was like the difference between heaven and earth. He progressed 30 meters, and lacerations covered him. Blood oozed out of his mouth, and he staggered in place a bit. Then he waved his hand, and his 12 nascent souls erupted with power, bolstering him. He continued. After 39 meters, the black umbrella nascent soul dimmed. After 48 meters, the 7-colored wind-chanting nascent soul blurred. After 57 meters, the Hellspirit Bloodwing nascent soul became hard to see. After 66 meters, the immortal shredding god-devouring nascent soul distorted. Xu Qing stopped in place, gasping for breath. It took some struggle, but he looked up at the broken face of the lieutenant governor. The lieutenant governor was looking back at him. 234 meters to go. Xu Qing nodded. The Golden Crow's nascent soul form bolstered him, and daybreak light lit his path. He moved on. The blue-green dragon appeared, throwing its head back and roaring. He progressed a few more meters. And thus, Xu Qing's nascent souls revealed their power. The taboo poison nascent soul, the violet moon nascent soul, the projection of the ghost emperor. With all of these blessings, Xu Qing continued onward. Eventually, he reached 90 meters, 120 meters, 150 meters. The image of the boy appeared, superimposing with Xu Qing. At that point, he passed 168 meters. "Is that your limit?" the lieutenant governor said from 132 meters away, shaking his head slightly. Xu Qing's eyes glittered with cold light. Stretching his hand down toward the ground, he growled, "Come here." Down in the county capital, the ground trembled and countless sword pavilions collapsed, as if a subterranean dragon were on the move. And the source of it all was in the depths of the corrections division. Specifically, Forbidden by the Immortal. While in Forbidden by the Immortal, Xu Qing had already come to realize that after the god there was gone, he could absorb the mutagen that was left behind. That said, he only had limited control, and was also worried that the god's finger in D-132 would awaken as a result. As a result, he had always restrained himself. But right now, he had no intention of restraining himself. That was because he was intentionally going to awaken the god's finger from D-132. In response to his call, rumbling sounds erupted from Forbidden by the Immortal, filling heaven and earth. The power of the mutagen erupted from the entrance, breaking through all the spell formations, and turning into a black mist that rose from the pit of the corrections division. From a distance, it looked like a black dragon racing toward Xu Qing. It took only a moment for the mutagen to surround Xu Qing, then madly pour into him. An expression of pain covered his face as cracking sounds rang out within him. After a certain limit was reached, he began to grow taller. He was soon 3 meters tall, 6 meters, 9 meters. Eventually, he was 30 meters tall, like a giant. The air around him distorted, and the aura of a god pulsed off him. Within him, the god's finger sleeping in D132, which was in the midst of all the golden threads in him as well as the surging mutagen, suddenly woke up. The moment it did, Xu Qing's entire person pulsed with an even stronger aura of a god. At the same time, something like a howl rang out within him. His eyes changed, turning blank, and his expression became one full of godly might. He shot toward the lieutenant governor. "Og, what are you doing?" The finger had been prodded awake, and the first thing it saw afterward was the broken face of the lieutenant governor. The lieutenant governor's aura and fundamental personality left it feeling shaken. What was even more relevant was the second canopy of heaven and the 3 fish bones from its true form. Then it saw everything that was happening in the surroundings. The way everything was distorted and blurry left it feeling alarmed. As immense fear rose up within it, Xu Qing stepped forward 90 meters. "Do something now," he shouted. Chapter 535, Xu Qing's Trump Card, Part 2. The furious finger wanted to flee, but the violet crystal made that impossible. It wanted to fight back, but it was being imprisoned in Xu Qing. Although the mutagen pouring into the finger was its own mutagen, which meant it might have been able to break free from Xu Qing, the fact that Xu Qing had experienced the beginning of a nascent soul tribulation and boosted his cultivation base so much meant that the violet crystal was even more effective than before. Because of all that, though the god's finger still wanted to be free, there was no way it would happen in a short time. The finger knew that it would need an incense stick's worth of time, whereupon it could be free and might even be able to turn the tables and possess Xu Qing. Except that wasn't going to happen. After it awoke, it sensed that its true form had already perished. That left it with mixed feelings. On the one hand, the terrifying situation in the outside world was very worrisome. On the other hand, it now had a much better chance of developing a new true form. Seeing how Xu Qing was rushing forward toward the small-scale broken face, and noticing the shocked look on that face, the finger's thoughts raced. However, no matter what ideas it came up with, there was only one path moving forward. This dangerous situation had to be dealt with. This brat is giving me an opportunity. For the sake of freedom, I have to go for broke. Afterward, I can devour the little punk. Throwing caution to the wind, the finger released rumbling god power, which caused Xu Qing to rapidly grow another 30 meters. Xu Qing extended his right hand, and the god's finger converged in his index finger. In the blink of an eye, Xu Qing's index finger glittered with brilliant golden light as he pointed it toward the lieutenant governor's broken face. At that exact same moment, the 2 puppets fighting with Master 7th, Marquis Yao and Kinkin spun. Ignoring any injuries they sustained as a result, they launched attacks to interfere. Kinkin erupted with magenta light that became a sea, which rumbled toward the broken face of the lieutenant governor. Behind Master 7th was a 300-meter hand of white jade surrounded by rippling distortions. It swept forward. Marquis Yao had the highest cultivation base of anyone involved. A decisive gleam could be seen in his eyes as a blood-colored flower appeared above his head. It swayed, the stem twisting into the shape of a huge bow. Then it withered as a blood-colored arrow took form. The arrow shot forth, pulsing with astonishing might, becoming a streak of light that headed toward the lieutenant governor with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force. ICOM. The lieutenant governor didn't evade. He just looked at Xu Qing, seemingly disappointed. "As it turns out, you didn't exceed my expectations. You have that god's finger in you. That's your trump card. Xu Qing, your cultivation base isn't sufficient. You thought you were keeping that hidden the whole time, but my eyes saw the truth clearly. If that finger's true form appeared, then I would be crushed. But it was devoured by Crimson Mother. What a pity. I gave you your chance, Xu Qing, and you failed anyway." Golden light shone off the lieutenant governor's broken face, forming into the outline of a body. The left hand of that body then lifted high, and more golden light swirled into the shape of a golden umbrella. As the umbrella blocked the might of Marquis Yao, Master Seventh, and Qingqin, the lieutenant governor reached out with his newly formed right hand and pushed toward Xu Qing's index finger. They collided. A huge boom rang out as the hand collapsed. The power of the god's finger could crush anything in its path. However, right then, a hand of white jade emerged from within the lieutenant governor. It started out small, but rapidly became enormous, and it grabbed Xu Qing's finger. The god's finger shivered, unable to move forward and unable to fall back. Terrifying force erupted from the hand of white jade, surging through the finger and into Xu Qing. The god's finger was absolutely terrified. Blood sprayed out of Xu Qing's god body as it started rotting, with many portions falling off. Blood splashed everywhere, and many golden threads shattered. Before Xu Qing could even regret that loss, the god's finger filled with so much pain that it howled and released an eruption of power. It needed to keep this body safe. However, all it could do was buy time, not resolve the situation. Xu Qing didn't say a thing. In that critical moment, the golden umbrella above the lieutenant governor thrummed loudly. Then the attacks of Marquis Yao, Master Seventh, and Qingqin hit, and the umbrella collapsed. But then a second hand of white jade emerged from within the lieutenant governor and pushed back against the light coming from Marquis Yao's arrow, Master Seventh's god power, and Qingqin's light. Intense booms rang out. The lieutenant governor ignored all of that. The entire time, his gaze was fixed on Xu Qing alone. He shook his head, looking regretful as he prepared to speak. Finally, Xu Qing interrupted. I got close enough. The lieutenant governor was stunned, and the pupils of the eyes in his broken face constricted. Within the mangled remains of Xu Qing's left hand was a talisman of black iron. It had a single purpose. It could complete a teleportation to a very specific place. Because of the teleportation destination, the talisman contained a higher level of personhood. It was a treasure and was a rare thing in the world. It was called a Spirit Abyss talisman. Its fixed teleportation destination was a spirit abyss. There was no god there, nor any human emperor. But that place did contain an entity who was vastly superior to the human emperor of those times. It was an entity far superior to an imperial sovereign. That entity once conquered all of the revered ancient mainland. In those days, ancient Emperor Dark Serenity had not yet arrived, and there was no broken face of a god in the dome of heaven. After that entity died, the countless species of revered ancient devolved into chaos. That was when humankind rose to prominence, and eventually gave rise to ancient Emperor Dark Serenity. That entity was Emperor Ancient Spirit, who had led the ancient spirits to conquer revered ancient. The Spirit Abyss contained the dead of his species. What was more, he was still awake. Xu Qing had encountered the enormous eye of Emperor Ancient Spirit and had threatened him with the terror of Crimson Mother. He was no weaker than the god forbidden by the Immortal, and in fact was actually a bit stronger. This was Xu Qing's trump card. Everything he had done up to this point had been a feint. He obviously couldn't trust anything the lieutenant governor said. What was more, he needed to be right in front of the lieutenant governor to employ his trump card. Therefore, he unleashed the god's finger to distract the lieutenant governor and get as close as possible. As long as the lieutenant governor thought the finger was his secret weapon, then Xu Qing would be able to unleash his real trump card. He would only get one chance to make it work. Xu Qing wasn't a prophet, so he had no way of knowing what the lieutenant governor would do during the process. And he could only guess at how strong he really was. But regardless of how strong he was, Xu Qing could still make the trump card work. Xu Qing had originally hoped to use this trump card on the crown prince of Violet and Cyan. The lieutenant governor was not the crown prince, and thus, Xu Qing had hesitated at first. He wasn't sure if it would really work, and he wasn't sure if things would go as smoothly for him as they had before with Emperor Ancient Spirit. But he figured that if gods could devour each other, as Crimson Mother had devoured the god forbidden by the Immortal, then since Emperor Ancient Spirit was like a god, he would surely be willing to devour something else like himself. After all, Emperor Ancient Spirit must have been hungry for a very, very long time. There was no way some random souls that came along every so often would be satisfying. Those were all the things that had run through Xu Qing's head earlier. And right now, as he crushed the talisman, a massive gravitational force erupted from his palm. He quickly visualized that imperial palace made of flesh, where he had seen the eye of Emperor Ancient Spirit. The innkeeper from Plankspring Way had explained to Xu Qing how to use the Spirit Abyss talisman and the method by which to fix a destination. 1. Because the power of the talisman existed at a higher level, Xu Qing couldn't resist it, nor could the lieutenant governor. After all, the lieutenant governor's hand of white jade was clamped firmly onto the bait Xu Qing had thrown out, that being the god's finger. They were still touching. In the blink of an eye, the gravitational force locked onto them and swept out in all directions. The surrounding mutagen was driven away. The light of evening appeared again. The images of an entire nation were visible in the lands, and a powerful gravitational force spread out everywhere. The lieutenant governor's face fell, and he sought to flee, but he was too late. He had been overconfident. The gravitational force expanded, and the two of them vanished. The captain inhaled sharply and rapidly performed an incantation gesture in the hopes of figuring out where they went. Master Seventh's expression was grim as he looked over at Seventh Prince, who hadn't done a single thing the entire time. Marquis Yao looked surprised, and Kinkin let loose a sharp cry. With the lieutenant governor gone, there was no source for the mutagen. The ripples and distortions faded. The blurriness to the land disappeared. The dramatic transformations to Sea-Sealing County ceased. The taboo treasure net above glittered brightly as it blocked the souls from above. Many people were awakening from their dazes. The ancient mountains that had risen up trembled. However, things weren't over yet. The two puppets were still powerful enemies. They would not go still unless the lieutenant governor died and the connection to him was severed. Seventh Prince looked at the two puppets. If the two puppets went silent and ceased to follow their orders, that would be the moment for the prince to step in and save the day. Who's actually going to win? The teleportation talisman Xu Qing crushed had an extremely high level of personhood. Definitely not something to underestimate. Seventh Prince decided to continue waiting. He wouldn't side with either party until the final outcome was concluded. In the Spirit Abyss, which was filled with countless souls of the ancient spirits, everything was completely still and quiet. The sky above was filled with an eternal darkness of evening. The lands were the same. Everything was so quiet it almost looked like a painting. Off in the distance was an imperial palace. It was surrounded by countless vicious souls. Inside the palace was a mountain of flesh whose summit was high in the sky. Above it floated a huge eye. It was closed, as though there were nothing in the world worth looking at, and it contained nothing that could disturb its tranquility. There were fresh souls nearby that had been offered up as sacrifices. They emanated soul strands that floated up and merged into the eye. Golden dragons flew around the eye, swirling into the shape of magical symbols that accompanied the soul strands into the eye. The surrounding souls would occasionally shiver, look up at the eye, and then bow deeply. Countless zombies were scattered about, vicious in appearance and pulsing with a sense of blood and madness. However, they stood in place and didn't move at all except to bow along with the souls. This was not the only imperial palace in this place. There were others in distant locations. Each of them had mountains of flesh and huge eyes that all looked exactly the same. At the imperial palace that Xu Qing had once visited, the eye surrounded by the countless deceased souls suddenly twitched atop the mountain of flesh. Its peace had been disturbed. The eye snapped open and glared out into the sky. Then a stream of divine will erupted that seemed like it could fill all of the ancient spirit world. "How dare you come back here, scoundrel?" 1. The innkeeper explained the usage of the talisman in Chapter 473. Chapter 536, Bai Xiaochun's Grand Finale, Part 1. Although the divine will was only coming from the imperial palace that Xu Qing had previously visited, all of the eyes above all the imperial palaces in the entire ancient spirit world were twitching. The reality was that encounter had been more frustrating to Emperor Ancient Spirit than anything since the destiny aura of revered Ancient destroyed Hai's species and banished them to this place. Given Hai's personhood and Hai's former glory, it was possible to guess Hai's state of mind when he ended that encounter by screaming, "Screw off now!" 1. In Hai's eyes, Xu Qing was a bug. For a bug to attract the attention of Crimson Mother to use as a threat and take a soul that had been offered to him, well, that was one thing. But then Xu Qing extorted some of his ancient spirit destiny aura. It was such an incredible offense and disrespect that it took him months to calm down after Xu Qing left. And now, this person dared to return. Emperor Ancient Spirit was nowhere close to as glorious as he had been in the past, and Hai's mental faculties had suffered after Hai's fall. He couldn't think as deeply, and Hai's thoughts were simpler than before. However, he was just as proud as he'd always been. And in terms of Hai's personality, he was still an ancient emperor of revered Ancient. To him, Ancient Emperor Dark Serenity was a member of the younger generation. As such, upon sensing this familiar aura, Hai's first reaction was to fly into a rage. As Hai's divine will surged out into the ancient spirit world, everything shook violently. The souls in the sky all looked up. Sensing the Emperor's rage, they howled noiselessly, creating invisible sound waves that rolled out. On the ground, the countless vicious zombies raised their bone blades over their heads. The underworld river churned as numerous colossal and monstrous creatures rose up from the waters. The clouds in the sky churned just as violently as black war banners appeared, and a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses appeared out of nowhere. Hostility raged in all parts of the ancient spirit world. Then a massive vortex appeared above the mountain of flesh in the imperial palace that Xu Qing had previously visited. That was the very same location where Xu Qing had sent Linger away, and it was right in front of Emperor Ancient Spirit's massive eye. Rumbling sounds emerged from the vortex as two figures appeared. One was large, one was small. One was on the left, one was on the right. The large one was roughly 90 meters tall. The small one was the size of a normal person and was holding the large one's finger. They almost looked like intimate friends who had stepped into the vortex hand in hand. "You brought an accomplice." The massive eye opened wide, causing golden light to brighten heaven and earth. Everything rippled and distorted as a unique mutagen spread out, dissolving all outside powers and suppressing them. The godly authority of Emperor Ancient Spirit erupted from the eye. The power of that godly authority, when focused on an enemy, would make any injuries inflicted 10 times worse. A minor injury would become a serious one, and a serious injury would result in death. Before those two figures could fully materialize out of the vortex, they shivered as the godly authority started affecting them. The one on the left had a god body that started crumbling. The one on the right had a transparent body that instantly disappeared, revealing a broken face. The broken face, upon sensing his surroundings, looked unprecedentedly shocked. In fact, it was the first time such a distorted expression had ever appeared on the face of the lieutenant governor. Even before, when all of his plots and schemes had been publicly exposed, he had not reacted like this. There was no way he couldn't be shocked and moved. After all, upon seeing this gigantic eye, he could sense the startling personhood radiating off it. Although it didn't measure up to Crimson Mother, it surpassed the sleeping god in Forbidden by the Immortal. For all intents and purposes, this gigantic eye was a god. It took only a moment for the lieutenant governor to deduce the identity of this god. Emperor Ancient Spirit. Never could he have imagined that Xu Qing's trump card would be Emperor Ancient Spirit. This was not something he could have anticipated. After all, Emperor Ancient Spirit had been hidden for so long that, if it weren't for Linger, there was no way Xu Qing could have known about him. Thus, the lieutenant governor was left reeling. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he shot backward, golden light spilling out around him as he tried to initiate a return teleportation to leave this terrifying place. But how could Xu Qing possibly allow him to do that? The moment the broken face of the lieutenant governor started moving, and even as Xu Qing's body collapsed, filling him with intense pain, he respectfully bowed at the waist to Emperor Ancient Spirit. "O great Emperor Ancient Spirit, I of the younger generation have come here today to deliver some food to you. Sir, this is the first round of interest I owe you for that Ancient Spirit Destiny aura. After you finish digesting this bit of food, I'll bring you the second round of interest." Interest? Emperor Ancient Spirit's enormous eye was visibly taken aback. Widening, it looked behind Xu Qing at the fleeing, broken face of the lieutenant governor. Previously, Hai's attention had been focused on Xu Qing. But upon shifting focus to the lieutenant governor, a heartbeat like that of heavenly thunder filled the ancient spirit world. Some thump, some thump. The underworld river seethed, almost as if it were the saliva of Emperor Ancient Spirit. Surging over its banks, it began spreading rapidly in all directions. Then it abruptly disappeared. A sound like saliva being sucked back into the mouth echoed out in terrifying fashion. The lieutenant governor, furious and alarmed, held nothing back as he fled, causing cracks to spread out over his broken face. Golden light surged around him as he raced like mad in the opposite direction. That golden light hit Xu Qing, causing his body to crumble even further. Inside of him, the god's finger wailed in anguish and fought back in an attempt to save the body. Meanwhile, the golden light coming off the lieutenant governor became like sharp spikes that stabbed into the vortex and tried to get it to rotate in the opposite direction, thus opening a way out. However, in the lieutenant governor's current state, he would have been a tasty meal even to Crimson Mother, much less Emperor Ancient Spirit, who had been starving for countless years, and could only absorb the souls of random other ancient spirits who stumbled into his presence. The underworld river was virtually boiling. There was simply too much saliva to be swallowed back, causing the river to rise into the air and speed toward the vortex. Emperor Ancient Spirit was too hungry. Meanwhile, the light shining from the massive eye illuminated all of heaven and earth. The opening the lieutenant governor was trying to carve out collapsed under the gaze of Emperor Ancient Spirit. It was replaced by the underworld river, which quickly surrounded the lieutenant governor. A swallowing sound erupted from the far end of the river. It was a terrifying sound filled with greed, excitement, and anticipation, and it exerted a gravitational force that dragged the delectable lieutenant governor down to be devoured. When the lieutenant governor realized he was being dragged down, his broken face glittered with light, and two enormous hands of white jade appeared. The hands reached out to rip the river apart. The power of ancient time waned, the gravitational force ended briefly, and the lieutenant governor struggled to escape. But then, a majestic pulse of divine will echoed through the entire ancient spirit world. In my world, there is no ancient time. The divine will pulsed with godly might and an indescribably tyrannical Tao, which caused the underworld river to return to its previous state. The gravitational force grew even stronger, and the broken face of the lieutenant governor couldn't stand up to it. Cracks spread out across the surface of the face. The two hands of white jade began crumbling, sending pieces splashing down into the river, where they were devoured. The lieutenant governor shrieked as more cracks spread out over his broken face. Holding nothing back, he tried to send more golden light out. As he put everything on the line, light spread out, revealing a totem tattoo on his broken face. The totem had always been there, it just hadn't been visible. But because of the pressure weighing down from Emperor Ancient Spirit, it was revealed. Tattooed on his face was an image of the sea-sealing county of antiquity. It looked exactly as the transformed version of the county on the outside. That was the core essence of the lieutenant governor's return from ancient times. Back then, before he died, he used the blood of the common people to tattoo that image onto his face. Now it was revealed within the surrounding sea of light. Sea-sealing County, which had been a magnificent place in the days of the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Cyan, appeared like a mirage. This was not simply the power of ancient time. This was the result of all the lieutenant governor's plans and schemes to snatch a section of time from the river of ancient time and combine it with the existing sea-sealing county to activate the tattoo on his face to bring antiquity back to the present. Using that blessing, he was able to suppress the underworld river. Waves surged across the river as it neared the point of being destroyed. The water within it began to dry up and disappear. The sea-sealing county of antiquity appeared in the golden light and seemed as if it might descend into the ancient spirit world, block the mouth of Emperor Ancient Spirit, and thus give the lieutenant governor his chance to escape. In here, everything is food. The divine will echoed out lazily, carrying with it something like a command as it approached the Sea of Light. The sea-sealing county of antiquity and the Sea of Light couldn't persist and began to fade away. The rivers in the county collapsed. The mountains crumbled. Intense rumbling sounds spread out as the endless evil souls of the ancient spirits lunged toward it with mad greed. The souls didn't fear destruction as they swarmed the Sea of Light. The lieutenant governor fought back, destroying them in swaths, but there were too many. They surged into the light with pure insanity, descending on the sea-sealing county of antiquity in a scene very reminiscent of what had played out earlier on the outside. The evil souls of the ancient spirits began to devour everything. Land, air, living beings, everything was targeted. After all, their emperor had told them that everything was food. The seething of the underworld river grew more intense. Seeing all of that, the lieutenant governor sighed. An irregularly shaped chunk fell off of his broken face during that sigh, which then became a golden beam of light that shot up into the dark sky. In the blink of an eye, that beam of light vanished, and a loud rumbling sound echoed out that shook everything in existence. At the same time, golden light flashed, revealing the tip of a sword. The sword was gold, and it looked like it was stabbing through the canopy of heaven toward the lands below. It landed on a mountain in the ancient spirit world. The mountain collapsed, revealing a 30,000-meter sword. Winds screamed in a tempest, and countless evil souls howled. Emperor Ancient Spirit didn't stop the sword. Before long, a second chunk fell off of the lieutenant governor's broken face. Then a third and a fourth. They also flew up into the sky, and when they pierced the canopy of heaven, thunderous rumblings echoed out. A second 30,000-meter golden sword descended and stabbed into the ground, followed by a third, a fourth, and a fifth. As more chunks fell off the lieutenant governor's broken face, the face grew smaller and smaller until it finally collapsed. All the pieces floated up. A total of 33 chunks became 33 swords. Heaven trembled as they stabbed into the ground. All of this happened in the shortest of times. The light of heaven dimmed as 33 massive swords stabbed into the ground in a rough circle surrounding the broken face. All 33 of them glowed with golden light, which turned into golden threads that linked the swords together. It was a massive, deadly spell formation. Within the formation, the 33 swords thrummed, causing the power of ancient time to surge toward them from all directions. The underworld river stopped moving, and a figure began to take shape in the spot where the lieutenant governor had just disappeared from. 1. The previous encounter with Emperor Ancient Spirit ended in Chapter 473. Chapter 536, Bai Xiaochun's Grand Finale, Part 2. The figure was no broken face. Instead, he was a whole person. What was more, he looked a lot younger, and he was wearing different clothing. There was something ancient about him. It was as if this wasn't the lieutenant governor, but rather the true form of Bai Xiaochun from Sea-Sealing County in the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Xian. As he stood there in the middle of the 33 swords, looking out at heaven and earth, he eventually turned to the huge eye of Emperor Ancient Spirit. Expression bleak, he bowed to the eye. I am a minister from the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Xian, which came to exist in later generations. I offer greetings, Emperor Ancient Spirit. Since you aren't willing to let me leave this place, sir, and are determined to devour me, then I have no choice but to employ the methods I'd intended to use on the outside. Emperor Ancient Spirit's huge eye remained the same as ever, but deep inside, something mysterious flickered briefly. Bai Xiaochun then pointed at Xu Qing. Emperor Ancient Spirit, I will now open the door to Cruel Merc. When Cruel Merc and your ancient spirit world combine, the catastrophic consequences are not due to my wishes, but rather are the fault of this child. Xu Qing was currently safe in the underworld river, Earlier, he had found himself being pulled toward the chewing sounds at the far end of the river. But as the river slowed to a halt, he also stopped moving. During the entire time, he continued to bow at the waist. He did not fight back, and he remained outstandingly respectful. Even when Bai Xiaochun pointed at him accusingly, he didn't look up. Although he understood the implications of Bai Xiaochun's words, and had seen Bai Xiaochun employ such tactics earlier, Xu Qing didn't feel the need to do anything. His purpose in coming had already been made clear, and he knew that he couldn't do anything to control the situation. He had already done everything he could do. Therefore, he kept his head bowed and even closed his eyes. There was no point in paying attention to what was happening. Emperor Ancient Spirit also paid no heed. He just looked at the lieutenant governor, all while the sounds of swallowing got louder in the area. Bai Xiaochun stood there feeling increasingly uneasy. Regardless of anything, though, he had to do something. Throwing both hands overhead, he began to chant. By means of my karma, I call to cruel Merc and to my people there. Return to me. As the words left his mouth, the second canopy of heaven above Xianxia County in the outside world, which was restrained by the golden net, suddenly began to vibrate. The ancient mountains that had risen up collapsed, and as the living beings in Xianxia County recovered their senses, that second canopy of heaven started fading from existence, and the evil souls that had emerged went back to where they came from. A moment later, that second canopy of heaven was gone. Meanwhile, in the depths of the spirit abyss, Xu Qing could see that, in the sky above the corpse of the huge snake that was the ancient spirit world, a vortex had appeared. It spun endlessly as that second canopy of heaven appeared again. The giant snake shivered. Howling erupted from the second canopy of heaven as hordes of souls flew out. This time, the aura of revered ancient didn't interfere with them, and thus, there was nothing to stop the deceased souls from the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Cyan from rushing toward the giant snake. However, just as they appeared, the giant snake's eyes opened. They were listless and pale, but at the same time, a terrifying pressure erupted from the snake's body, which sent the ancient spirit world atop its head straight toward the vortex. When they slammed into each other, there was no rumbling boom. There was no shock wave. There was only silent destruction. The giant snake crumbled. The ancient spirit world atop its head crumbled. As it turned out, they were nothing but illusions. At the same time, the second canopy of heaven and the countless deceased souls from Violet and Cyan also crumbled. So did the land of Cruel Merc within the vortex. Like a bubble popping, they were annihilated into nothing. None of them existed any longer. The formation made from 33 golden swords was nowhere to be seen. Xu Qing wasn't surprised. Within the gigantic eye of Emperor Ancient Spirit, a faint light glittered. The lieutenant governor looked up at the sky above him, and when he saw that it looked no different from before, he knew his tactic had failed. He felt pain deep in his heart. It was almost as if he could see the countless commoners of his county, wailing in anguish as they were wiped out of existence. He breathed in and out a few times, and as he did, he suddenly seemed to age dramatically. Sighing, he looked at Xu Qing. You previously tried something like what I just attempted. Xu Qing looked back at him and nodded. Considering that Xu Qing had used a very similar method against Emperor Ancient Spirit, he had predicted that the Emperor would be on guard against such methods, and would make sure not to fall victim to anything like that again. As for how exactly things would play out, Xu Qing hadn't been totally sure, but he'd assumed it would involve some manner of concealment or illusion. From the expression on the lieutenant governor's face, Xu Qing could guess that Emperor Ancient Spirit hadn't just concealed the true ancient spirit world, but also he had set up counterattacks. The lieutenant governor didn't say anything in response. The 33 golden swords were gone. The suppressed underworld river began to flow strongly again. The gravitational force returned with a vengeance. A bitter expression overtook the lieutenant governor's face. All of his plans, everything he had prepared, they did no good. Right now, he felt much the same way as the god in Forbidden by the Immortal upon encountering Crimson Mother. And the reason for this unexpected twist was Xu Qing. The lieutenant governor turned and looked at Xu Qing. The bitterness on his face turned into calmness. "I lost," he said softly. He didn't try to call out to the broken face of the god. He knew it wouldn't do any good. The god's eyes wouldn't open because of him. Their deal had been concluded the moment he awoke. He also didn't try to call for the help of the crown prince of Violet and Cyan. He had lost. He had brought shame to his lord and master and felt too humiliated to face him. Nor could he bring himself to plead for help. He didn't want to be the reason his lord and master clashed with Emperor Ancient Spirit. Thankfully, I already arranged for my master's skull to be returned. Though Seventh Prince loves to sit around weighing the pros and cons of everything, after everything he's seen me do, he won't go back on the agreement we made. Sighing, the lieutenant governor closed his eyes. The 33 swords faded completely as they were swept over by the boundless underworld river. The lieutenant governor himself was carried away by the rushing water. In the depths of that river was an enormous mouth, into which the water flowed. It got closer and closer. The lieutenant governor was moments away from being devoured. But then a violet bolt of lightning crashed down from beyond the canopy of heaven. Moving with incredible speed, it pierced through half of the ancient spirit world's canopy of heaven. It looked like the sky was going to be ripped in two. Xu Qing looked up. The lieutenant governor shivered. The eyes above all the imperial palaces in the ancient spirit world opened and looked toward the sky. More mouths appeared in the lands, and more underworld rivers swept through heaven and earth. The entire ancient spirit world was trembling. Vastly more evil souls, zombies, and war banners appeared than ever before. Gigantic figures climbed from the depths, pulsing with terrifying auras. Some were hundreds of meters tall, some thousands, some tens of thousands, and they all howled toward the sky. It was as if the ancient spirit world was coming alive. The ground quaked, as if some massive being that lived beneath it were moving. And all of the howling seemed to be telling that lightning bolt something. All of this is my food, and no one can take it away from me. Heaven and earth were in a confrontation. Letter 1D456, letter 1D633, letter 1D44E. Letter 1D4B8, letter 2134, letter 1D6 2E. Xu Qing's eyes glittered with cold light as he looked into the sky. Killing intent swirled in his eyes. Meanwhile, the god's finger within him was trembling uncontrollably. It was truly afraid. It had originally assumed that after an incense stick's worth of time passed, it could wrest control of the god body. When it sensed how formidable the lieutenant governor was, it decided to hold back a bit, to save some power until Xu Qing was dead, then flee. There was no way it could ever have guessed that Xu Qing would bring it here. Emperor Ancient Spirits, I hadn't just shaken the lieutenant governor. It also shook the god's finger. Emperor Ancient Spirits' hungry eyes, and the sound of swallowing, filled that finger with infinite fear. And the fact that its true form was already dead pushed its fear to the ultimate level. And now this aura had arrived. If this brat manages to survive this day without getting devoured, then as soon as I'm free, I'm going to possess the god body. I definitely cannot allow him to just run around getting into trouble with it. As the finger trembled, the lieutenant governor looked initially excited, then ashamed. Bowing to the sky, he cried out, "My lord." The violet lightning bolt grew brighter, and then a familiar voice spoke from within it. "Senior, I want the time that belongs to him." "You can't have it." Emperor Ancient Spirit replied with divine will that resonated with a tyrannical Tao. "I already took it." The violet lightning bolt flickered in the sky. Emperor Ancient Spirit's eye grew colder. "Then screw the hell off." The violet lightning bolt coalesced in the sky, turning into a face that very much resembled the broken face of the god. The face looked down at Xu Qing. Xu Qing looked up at it. It was a very, very familiar face. "You've really grown up, lil bro." In response to those words, Emperor Ancient Spirit's eyes shivered. At the same time, the god's finger inside of Xu Qing trembled violently and wailed, "I don't want my body after all. I need to get away." Xu Qing's face remained expressionless. He said nothing. The broken face in the sky similarly said nothing further. After looking at Xu Qing for a short time, it faded into nothing. Inside the underworld river, the lieutenant governor kowtowed respectfully. I, Xiaojuo, am unable to follow you, Crown Prince. I wish you peace and security. With that, Bai Xiaojuo looked up into the sky, his eyes filled with reluctance and reminiscence. Finally, he stood, and without any urging from the underworld river, flew toward the huge mouth. His expression was one of placid determination, as if he were dying for a just cause. As he neared, he didn't look back, but he did speak. Xiaxia County belongs to you now, Xu Qing. Take good care of it. With that, Bai Xiaojuo flew into the huge mouth. The chewing sounds that emerged made it clear that the original governor of Xiaxia County from the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Xian had been destroyed in body and soul. He had been devoured by Emperor Ancient Spirit. Explaining the story of his life wouldn't be an easy thing to do, and it would very much be based on the perspective of who told it. Was he loyal, evil, crafty, or ruthless? No simplistic explanation would suffice. Before long, a contented sigh echoed out in the ancient spirit world. It was the sigh of someone who hadn't eaten food for a very, very long time, then tasted something delicious. Emperor Ancient Spirit's eye narrowed and shifted to focus on Xu Qing. Is the second batch of interest that thing you have inside your body? Chapter 537, Trampling Thistles on the Way to the Throne, Part 1. Emperor Ancient Spirit's divine will echoed out like booming thunder through the ancient spirit world. The words could be heard with ears and felt in the mind and heart. Even the soul would tremble in response to it. It was an intimidation from a higher level of life, and also pressure because of the differences in personhood involved. The god's finger went rigid. Terror flooded through it, which quickly transformed into grief and indignation. The divine will locked onto Xu Qing's ravaged body, causing his flesh to vibrate. Despite his extraordinary body, it was still rapidly crumbling away. His wounds were worsening, and the god power he had left couldn't keep him going much longer. Right now, though, Xu Qing didn't have time to worry about his injuries. He had to work hard to just stay cool-headed. He knew full well that he couldn't afford to do anything to anger Emperor Ancient Spirit. Before he could speak, Emperor Ancient Spirit lost patience. Divine will rumbled into the dark sky, and the underworld river below roiled, revealing countless dead bodies within it. A boundless gravitational force erupted, like a vortex, which swept towards Xu Qing with greed and longing. Xu Qing shivered as chunks of his flesh were ripped away, and his life force began to scatter. From head to toe, he started decaying. Inside of him, the god's finger wailed in grief as its soul collapsed under the power of the gravitational force. The soul turned into streams of black energy that seeped out of Xu Qing, then started taking the shape of an illusory finger. To the god's finger, it was a process of agonizing pain. Emotions of grief and bitterness filled the finger as it bemoaned its extremely miserable existence. After all, the finger was also a god. However, the finger's true form had been devoured by Crimson Mother, and now it seemed escape was impossible from this situation. It really wasn't sure what was going on. It clearly had the godly authority to control misfortune, and yet it was the one who was struck by misfortune. It struggled in anguish, but no such efforts amounted to anything. It had become prey in the mouth of a predator, and struggling only made the teeth bite down harder. More soul mist emerged from Xu Qing. From a distance, the soul mist of a god caused everything around Xu Qing to ripple and blur. The aura of a god was now starting to pulse from the finger outside Xu Qing, which was rapidly transforming from illusory to corporeal. Xu Qing maintained silence. Emperor Ancient Spirit wasn't just interested in absorbing the god's finger. Xu Qing's life force and god vitality was also being drawn out. As that happened, Xu Qing's personhood was dropping from that of a god to that of an ordinary cultivator. Xu Qing wasn't surprised at all that Emperor Ancient Spirit would reveal such malicious intentions. He and Emperor Ancient Spirit weren't exactly on good terms, and a bit of food wasn't going to turn things around in that regard. That was one reason why he hadn't wanted to use the Spirit Abyss Talisman unless he had absolutely, positively no other options. Those who would pit the lion against the wolf ended up walking on the edge of the cliff. and the slightest mistake could end with them plummeting to their death. However, because of the bit of good faith from earlier, at least Xu Qing had the chance to speak up for himself. "Your Majesty," he said calmly, "were you pleased with the interest I paid earlier?" Emperor Ancient Spirit ignored him. The Emperor seemed completely focused on the snack that was taking shape above Xu Qing's head. In fact, Emperor Ancient Spirit wasn't even paying much attention to extracting Xu Qing's life force. That was how attractive that sweet morsel was. Seeing that, the god's finger fell deeper into despair. As the shape of the finger became more and more clear, Xu Qing once again spoke, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuations. "Your Majesty, what you are absorbing isn't the second batch of interest. Sir, what you're absorbing is a tool that I need to temporarily borrow from you. If you take it back now, I won't be able to pay any more interest. IECO." Xu Qing's previous words had vanished as surely as if they were a stone ox thrown into the ocean. Emperor Ancient Spirit didn't respond to them at all. But this time, Emperor Ancient Spirit's huge eye looked curiously at Xu Qing. Countless evil souls swirled through the air, circling around Xu Qing and pulsing with malicious longing. It became an aggressive pressure that spread out into the area and weighed down on Xu Qing. Xu Qing looked up calmly at the huge eye. He ignored the fact that his body was collapsing and that his own blood was seeping out everywhere. Previously, he had been about 90 meters tall, but now he was back to the size of a normal person, except covered with gaping wounds. "Your Majesty, there's a lot of food on the outside, but there aren't many people willing to deliver that food to you in here. In fact, I might be the only one. If you consume that tool and me as well, then you won't get any further interest payments." Xu Qing's expression was one of open honesty. He wasn't lying. He had just shifted his wording when it came to who actually owned the god's finger, simply to make it easier to communicate with Emperor Ancient Spirit. He was certain that an entity like Emperor Ancient Spirit would be able to sense his sincerity. And he was right. The reality was that the god's finger had performed perfectly in that critical moment, allowing Xu Qing to get close to the broken face of the lieutenant governor. Without that, he wouldn't have been able to successfully teleport into the ancient spirit world. The gravitational force coming from the underworld river suddenly ceased. That said, the sound of swallowing still echoed out everywhere. Though it was under control, the sensation of hunger and greed it conveyed was hair-raising. It was something that would cause terror to well up in any living being who heard it, and would make them feel like food that was about to be devoured. The god's finger was already 80% complete above Xu Qing's head. When the despairing finger heard Xu Qing's words and realized he was trying to protect it, it felt indescribably excited and nervous. That mixture of complex feelings swelled within the finger, quickly overwhelming any hatred it felt for him. After all, it knew that the only chance of salvation in this situation rested in Xu Qing's hands. As it floated in the air, it exuded a sensation of approval with divine will. Emperor Ancient Spirit's huge eye was fixed on Xu Qing. Gradually, everything went quiet. The sound of swallowing and heavy breathing drifted with the wind. Shortly after, the gravitational force that had locked onto Xu Qing faded away. The vortex in the underworld river vanished, and the river returned to its normal state. The restraints on the god's finger relaxed, allowing the finger to fly back inside Xu Qing. After everything it had experienced, it felt like it had barely escaped with its life, and could still sense lingering fear. Because Xu Qing's body had collapsed, resulting in a huge reduction of god vitality, it had no interest in stirring up trouble. In fact, it felt completely exhausted, and was already having trouble thinking clearly and even staying awake. At the same time, the incredible danger it sensed on the outside turned into a powerful seed that took root inside. All it wanted to do now was go back to that familiar spot in D-132. It was used to the surroundings there, which made sense considering most of its life had been spent there. And it was a safe, quiet place where it could sleep comfortably. Meanwhile, Emperor Ancient Spirit's divine will echoed out. "The next interest payment must be a crippled god. If you don't come with a crippled god, then you won't be welcome in this world." As the divine will echoed out, a host of soul strands swirled out from the nearly evil souls. Gathering together in front of Xu Qing, they turned into a talisman. It was the same spirit abyss talisman Xu Qing had crushed earlier. And now screw off. A vortex opened up behind Xu Qing. On the other side of it was the very same abyss that Xu Qing had been to in wood spirit territory. Xu Qing looked at the vortex, then the talisman. Finally, he looked up at Emperor Ancient Spirit. He was actually surprised. He had previously assumed that before leaving, he would be marked with a branding symbol or a warding spell. Yet, unexpectedly, that didn't happen. He doesn't think it's worth it. Also, he doesn't seem worried that I'll summon another god here. Combine that with the Lieutenant Governor's failure to summon Cruelmerk, I'd say it means that Emperor Ancient Spirit has hidden the ancient spirit world even better than I imagined. Xu Qing looked around thoughtfully, and suddenly wondered if he was actually standing in the same ancient spirit world he had been to before. Was it possible that no one would ever be able to find the real ancient spirit world again? Regardless, Xu Qing could sense a bit of the daring and nerve that Emperor Ancient Spirit must have possessed when conquering revered Ancient. Clasping hands and bowing, he took the talisman and then turned to the vortex. Before he could enter, Emperor Ancient Spirit's divine will once again echoed out. Given that you really did bring me some nice food, human child, I'm going to give you a friendly reminder. Those life lamps in you have enabled you to stand out as brilliant in that low level of yours, but they're a rickety amalgamation. They're not made from your own blood. Each one is packed with differing karma, and you'll have a hard time using them to reach the highest level. Xu Qing stopped in place and looked over his shoulder at Emperor Ancient Spirit's huge eye. How can I resolve that issue, Your Majesty? Bring me the food I want and I'll tell you. With that, the huge eye closed. Xu Qing nodded. He remembered his eldest brother mentioning something similar to this, and now he was getting the same information from Emperor Ancient Spirit. 1. Bowing one last time to Emperor Ancient Spirit's huge eye, Xu Qing entered the vortex. Rumbling sounds swept out as he disappeared. Then the vortex vanished. After Xu Qing was gone, the ancient spirit world blurred. The land, the sky, the evil souls, the zombies, the underworld river, all of them vanished like a popping bubble. The entire world became a pearl, which then dropped down into the boundless depths of the spirit abyss. After a time, a withered mottled hand appeared in the depths of the spirit abyss. It pulsed with an aura of rot as it reached out and grabbed the pearl. A moment later, chewing sounds could be heard. Shortly after that, a sigh of contentment could be heard. Scrumptious, I hope the little punk brings something good to eat next time. As for his delicious flavor, I'll wait until he grows up a bit before I devour him. Now, that crown prince of violet and cyan is quite interesting. Near the altar atop the spirit abyss, a figure could be seen slowly climbing up the cliff. Xu Qing's wounds were influencing his speed. However, given how he had just survived by the skin of his teeth, he found enough energy in himself to keep moving. Slowly but surely, he kept climbing toward the top. Blood flowed from his wounds, which dripped down the cliff walls of the spirit abyss. Xu Qing gritted his teeth as he struggled against the abyss's gravitational force. It took all the effort he could muster. Unfortunately, there are sometimes things that will never happen no matter how much you want them to, and similarly, many things that will happen no matter how much you don't want them to. Xu Qing felt himself gradually losing consciousness. He didn't want to, but he was so exhausted and was so physically weakened that unconsciousness gradually started to sweep over his mind like the tide. His vision blurred, and darkness began to take over everything. But then, just barely, he saw a figure in white rushing toward him. 1. In Chapter 117, the captain explained that life lamps are legacies passed down from the people who originally created them. Chapter 537, Trampling Thistles on the Way to the Throne, Part 2. Back in Xixing County, the moment Bai Xiaochun died, the mountains and rivers of antiquity that had risen up throughout the prefectures trembled. When the second canopy of heaven disappeared earlier, they had begun to collapse. However, there was a will sustaining them that prevented them from falling apart. But now, They trembled so violently that they collapsed into pieces. Those pieces turned into dust and then disappeared, as if they were fading away into the past of tens of thousands of years ago. The sky became clear, and the lands returned to their previous state. That said, the entire county was a disastrous mess. Ghastly scars crisscrossed the lands of Xianxia County. There were seas of dead among all species, and many small nations and sects belonging to humankind had been wiped out of existence. The war itself had taken a huge toll on the population. Then the lieutenant governor's rebellion brought further calamity. Xianxia County, which had only just begun to recover, experienced hail added atop snow. Dead and wounded victims could be seen throughout all the prefectures. The survivors looked around blankly, many of them completely unaware of the reason for the catastrophe. The wails of the mourners filled heaven and earth. It was the same in the epicenter of the dramatic event, the county capital. Grief filled the city. Although the blood rain was coming to an end, the casualties here were worse than anywhere else. Eventually, the night sky was revealed, and the moon looked down at everything below. Two puppets that were experimental god bodies hovered in the air above the altar. Violent cracking sounds emanated from within them. As the sounds spread, the puppets' aura faded. When the lieutenant governor died and they lost their source, they opened their eyes, revealing that they had lost all of their energy. When that happened, Seventh Prince looked out at the county capital and spoke in a voice that reached the ears of all the despairing mortals. The lieutenant governor's coup seriously harmed Xianxia County. Heaven and earth are both furious. This is something that cannot be tolerated. Officers and soldiers, heed my command. Crush all rebel elements from the lieutenant governor's mansion. Bring brightness and clarity back to the lands of Xianxia County. In response, the commanders-in-chief rose into the air and shot in unison toward the two puppets. In the blink of an eye, dozens of commanders-in-chief closed in, causing intense booms to shake heaven and earth. Bursting with courage and determination, Seventh Prince seemed to erupt after having been forced to keep control for so long, and also attacked one of the puppets. Because he was going all out, a massive projected image appeared behind him, ensuring that all the mortals in the county capital could see clearly what was happening. The commanders-in-chief attacked with lightning speed, and thus, the two puppets quickly lost their battle prowess and fell to the ground. Next, Seventh Prince's massive illusory body threw its arms up, thus preventing the blood rain from falling onto the city. The blood rain fell on him instead, leaving streaks of rot as it streamed down him. However, because Seventh Prince had blocked the rain with his own body, the golden dragon could unleash a roar that scattered the rain. Meanwhile, the millions upon millions of troops outside the county capital flew up into the air and unleashed magical techniques and huge spell formations that drove away the mutagen. Seventh Prince, who was widely regarded to be benevolent and generous by nature, issued orders for his troops to spread through the county capital to save the mortals. Because of his quick thinking, many mortals who had been just about to experience mutation ended up saved. As a result, the scale of the mutation disaster was greatly reduced. Before long, excited cheering and songs of praise directed towards Seventh Prince could be heard in all directions. That said, the people in the capital were not blind and deaf fools. The hearts of the people couldn't be won so casually, and thus, there were many people who didn't cheer and sing. That was especially true of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators from the three palaces who were present below the altar. All of them were looking coldly at Seventh Prince, their eyes filled with disappointment, anger, and derision. Also visible in their eyes was bitterness. Many people were thinking about Palace Lord Kong. And many people were thinking about the words used to eulogize Palace Lord Kong after he fell in battle. He was the paragon of loyalty and responsibility. 1. But now, all of the credit and glory for the current victory was being given to Seventh Prince. It was as if the performance that began when Palace Lord Kong died was still playing out. After all, only those people present knew the truth of what happened. And though there were hundreds of thousands of them, compared to the population of the county capital, or of humans in general, they were like a tiny ripple on the surface of a massive body of water. Of course, the limitations of mortals meant that they were even more easily influenced. What was more, it was human nature to easily forget the past. Before long, their memories of the event would be hazy, and their attention would be focused on other matters. And Seventh Prince could easily use the pallid bolus as a way to turn everything to his advantage. After all, when it came to the lieutenant governor's crimes, the fact that the pallid boluses were actually poisonous was something that affected everyone in the city. As for people outside of the county capital who had no idea what happened, they would be even more easily swayed. They would only hear one version of events. Seventh Prince, who had just expanded human territory and presided over the return of the Holotides, and who had just saved Sea Sealing County from imminent crisis, had again accomplished the most amazing of deeds. Because of his glory, which already made him shine like gold, even more people would believe whatever he said. The hearts of the people would be overwhelmed by the drama, and any doubts would fade into nothing, eventually becoming meaningless in a historical context. That is, unless Xu Qing came back alive, immediately. If that happened, then everything would change. The hearts of the people would have something else to focus on, and when the destiny aura converged, everything would be different. That said, most people didn't think that was very likely to happen. High in the air, Marquis Yao watched everything happening. Closing his eyes, he sighed. He knew that his entire existence and any future success depended on Seventh Prince. After all, he had been saved by Seventh Prince and had then revealed himself while disguised as one of the prince's commanders-in-chief. The three deputy palace lords could only stand by silently. Qingqin released a despondent cry, as he was also powerless to do anything. Master Seventh dropped to the ground to stand next to his senior apprentice. The captain opened his mouth to speak, but Master Seventh shook his head. "Just wait," Master Seventh said in a loud voice that could be heard by everyone in the county capital. "Before Xu Qing made his stand today, he personally told me that he had a way to purge the pallid bolus effects from anyone who consumed them. He can ensure that no one in the capital city is harmed. If I ate a pallid bolus and some random person told me they could purge its effects, I wouldn't trust them. But you know who I would trust? The one person who stepped forward and exposed the truth." Master Seventh's words stirred the thoughts of countless people and caused Seventh Prince's pupils to constrict. The captain's eyes glittered, and he thought, now this is what my master, like. Ginger gets spicier the older it is, as they say. Nodding, he chose not to say anything. Master Seventh's words caused all of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators to look in his direction. Marquis Yao's eyes glittered brightly. Qingqin's expression became one of hope. The three deputy palace lords all looked at Master Seventh. If there was anyone who truly understood Xu Qing, it would naturally be his master. Thus, Master Seventh's words struck the hundreds of thousands of cultivators deeply. That was especially true considering the hidden meaning in his words. Although some people might not have realized the truth of what Master Seventh said before, now they did. Up in the dome of heaven, Seventh Prince took a moment to calm himself inwardly. Then he spoke in a calm voice. "You people are letting your imaginations run wild. From the way you're looking at me, I can tell what you're thinking. You believe that I didn't do anything to help today. But is that true? No, it's not. I did help. I'm the one who rescued Yao Tianian. I didn't stop him from interfering earlier, which means I approved of his actions. If Yao Tianian hadn't provided the final bit of evidence, would Xu Qing's enthusiasm have been enough? I admit that I was slightly suspicious of the lieutenant governor's true identity, but that's why I saved Yao Tianian to begin with. My plan was to oversee the return of the Holotides and ensure that humankind was in a stable position. Then I would handle the situation here. Considering how many of us fellow human cultivators sacrificed their lives, considering the heavy price paid by our heroes, considering all the hard work the Emperor put into unleashing the power of our dawning sun, I absolutely could not allow us to lose any momentum. At a time when our armies are on the move reclaiming our homeland, we can't afford to have any chaos in the interior. Therefore, I forced myself to be patient. Though you have no way of knowing this, I can tell you that the puny Bai Xiaochun couldn't possibly have done all of this by himself. He obviously has a huge network of allies, plus the Lord and Master he himself mentioned. After learning the truth of what was going on, I chose to wait and see if that Lord of his would show up. What's more, there's another possibility to consider. It's very likely that, as long as I didn't step in, his Lord and Master wouldn't step in. I was a lurking threat keeping you safe. Perhaps you won't be able to understand all of this. Perhaps you will still be suspicious of me, but you can't deny the significance of my choices here. Below the altar, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators maintained silence. None were giving stock to anything the Imperial Prince was saying. Seventh Prince sighed, then his eyes hardened. I can see why you'd like to stand there waiting, but we can't wait for the reconstruction of Xianxia County. We can't wait for the humans in the county capital to recover. We can't wait to save the tens of thousands of humans who need saving. At a critical moment like this, when non-humans are definitely thinking of sowing chaos, our families, our sex, and our homes are all in critical danger. Marquis Yao, heed my command. Cultivators of the three palaces, heed my command. Officers and soldiers of Xianxia County, heed my command. All of you cooperate with the Imperial Army to travel to all the prefectures in the county and crush any signs of rebellion. Save all of the afflicted humans. This is your responsibility. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators below the altar had mixed expressions on their faces. What Seventh Prince said all made sense, and there was no refutation any of them could provide. It was their responsibility to do as he'd ordered. But once they left the county capital, they would be truly scattered. It wasn't that they would never be able to reunite, but while they were gone, it was entirely possible that everything could be flipped around. Black could become white. The strategy of divide and conquer was a blade that could cut in any direction. The three deputy palace lords looked disappointed. Marquis Yao sighed and was about to speak when, all of a sudden, he turned to look off into the distance. Master Seventh shivered and looked in the same direction. The captain did the same, and already he was breathing heavily, his eyes shining with blue light and his expression one of delight. Even more delighted was Kinkin, who let loose an excited cry. Caw! The hundreds of thousands of cultivators all sensed that something was happening. Seventh Prince frowned imperceptibly as he looked off into the distance. A beam of light streaked through the air toward the county capital. It was not the speed of pseudonascent soul, but rather that of void returning. Soon, it became possible to see a gigantic wood spirit moving at incredible speed. Standing on his shoulders was a figure in a blood-stained uniform. As his garment flapped in the wind, his eyes shone with unswerving determination. His good looks were unrivaled in all heaven and earth. He was none other than Xu Qing. Wrapped around his right wrist was a little white snake, which looked curiously in the direction of the county capital. Xu Qing's arrival caused excitement to fill the hearts of the cultivators in the capital. Cheering broke out, creating a massive sound wave that spread out, resonating with heaven and earth. In the canopy of heaven, the four-clawed golden dragon let loose a roar, and it pulsed with golden light that blessed Xu Qing. It also exhaled dazzling clouds that lit up all creation. As a result, all humans in the capital could clearly see what was happening. It was the first time this dragon had created auspicious clouds for someone other than an imperial prince. The cheering in the county capital was so forceful the clouds trembled, and surpassed the cheering that had been directed towards Seventh Prince after Palace Lord Kong died, and he returned having won a great victory over the Holotides. Back then, Xu Qing had been in the army outside the capital, and had looked up silently as Seventh Prince received the adoration of the crowds. Today, Seventh Prince was in the capital city looking out at the crowds and watching as Xu Qing returned to adoring cheering. This time, Seventh Prince was the one looking on silently. Even the statue of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity trembled. What was more, immense streams of destiny aura swept toward Xu Qing and gathered above his head. As he neared, something became visible even to the naked eye of the mortals. It was a crown. Seventh Prince himself said that Palace Lord Kong was the paragon of loyalty and responsibility in Chapter 510. Chapter 538. The heart of the people contains righteousness and the Tao. Someone who brings ruin to a government comes to bear a heavy weight. In fact, a weight like that is enough to crush the soul and leave one damned by myriad tribulations. Someone who survives such an ordeal experiences something like nirvanic rebirth. Having done so, they can soar beyond the highest heavens and become the focus of all eyes. As of this moment, Xu Qing, who had trampled thistles on the way to the throne, was now returning. He was that person who had experienced nirvanic rebirth. After experiencing the calamity he did, then returning to be the center of attention, he was like the most dazzling light in existence. His light burned so brightly that it stoked the emotions of all living beings, burning away the pressure that resulted from all the recent hardships. Cheering filled heaven and earth. The sound soared along with the wind. The events of the past year or more had been difficult for everyone in Xu Qing County. The death of the old governor left everyone in a daze. Then war came, seemingly out of the blue. Even as they were still in that daze, the death of Palace Lord Kong struck like tribulation lightning, tearing apart Xu Qing County and leaving the survivors deeply scarred. After the war ended, and the reeling Xu Qing County finally started to recover, the lieutenant governor's coup brought despair. The people felt apprehensive, confused, bitter, and helpless. They needed someone who could bring about real change. They needed someone who could lead them through the crisis. In the past, they had believed Palace Lord Kong to be that person, except he died in battle. Later, they thought that person to be 7th Prince or the Lieutenant Governor. But today, they fully believed it was Xu Qing. His moment of return brought a change to the dome of heaven. Auspicious signs proliferated, and the people cheered endlessly. Men and women, old and young, cultivators and mortals. To them, there was only one person worth looking at. Xu Qing was the focus of all the eyes in the county capital. The golden dragon roared. Kinkin released a piercing cry. The destiny aura surged into the sky, swirled around, and formed a dazzling crown over Xu Qing's head. And then, within the cheering, people started shouting something very specific. It didn't take long before others heard and approved, then joined in shouting the same word. Governor! Governor! As they cheered, the atmosphere in the county capital grew more passionate. The wood spirit Grand Elder, at Xu Qing's direction, stopped about 300 meters outside the city wall. Xu Qing stood on his shoulder, looking out at everything, his heart pounding. Xu Qing was only 20 years old. Despite having learned a lot from his master and the captain, he was currently struggling to control his emotions. His goal had never been to assume the office of governor. In fact, the thought had literally never occurred to him. He had merely been following his heart and doing what he thought needed to be done. Therefore, he just stood there outside of the city thinking for a long moment. He was really at a loss. But the cheering only grew louder, so he finally took a deep breath, calmed himself, and walked into the city. He went straight toward the altar. Everywhere he passed, the mortals clasped hands and bowed. The cultivators did the same. On every road he walked down, it was the same. The crown above him became clearer and more eye-catching. Eventually, he reached the square below the altar. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators from the 3 palaces looked at him with shining eyes as they clasped hands and bowed. No one asked them to do it. It was just something they instinctively felt they had to do after everything they had witnessed. It was because of their respective fallen palace lords. It was because of the old governor. It was because of the crisis Xu Qing County had gone through. It was because of how Xu Qing had bravely stepped out alone. For a number of reasons, everyone was more than willing to bow to him. Hundreds of thousands of people all bowed simultaneously, causing the crown over Xu Qing's head to thrum loudly as it glowed with dazzling light. The 3 deputy palace lords smiled as they also bowed. Among them, Li Yunshin seemed the most grateful. The 3 honor guards bowed as well, and they seemed almost dazed. Master 7th did not bow, nor did the captain. Of all the residents of Xu Qing County, only those 2, because of their status, qualified to refrain from bowing. After all, they were essentially Xu Qing's family. Master 7th did nothing to hide the pride in his eyes. It was bright and impossible to overlook. It was similar with the captain, who stuck his chest out and grinned, looking very pleased with himself. Meanwhile, 7th Prince looked at Xu Qing approaching, then at the crowd. He could tell that, going forward, no one in Xianxia County would be able to do a thing to Xu Qing. Marquis Yao looked at Xu Qing and smiled, his eyes filled with a very profound look, as well as determination. The Marquis was about to do something completely monumental, something unheard of among humans, and he was the only one in the crowd who qualified to try. After all, there was very little chance of anyone succeeding at such a task. Ancient traditions were difficult to break. Because of that, and many other reasons, what he was about to do probably shouldn't be possible. But even if the result was failure, he still had to try. Xianxia County as a whole had made its wishes clear, and that was something even the Emperor would take seriously. Even if the result was failure, it didn't matter to Marquis Yao. He still had to make the attempt, and if it didn't work, he could always try again in the future. As Marquis Yao looked at Xu Qing, he thought, the heroic souls of the governor and brother Xianxia in heaven would definitely agree with what I'm about to attempt. Whether in public or private, I need to make sure this kid is absolutely invincible in Xianxia County. With such thoughts on his mind, Marquis Yao clasped hands and bowed very deeply to Xu Qing. Then, he spoke in a somber voice that echoed far and wide. Ask heaven. The moment the words left his mouth, the crowd exploded with cheering so loud it shook the surroundings. 7th Prince sighed inwardly. Earlier, the random mortals cheering "Governor" didn't really mean much. Such shouting could be chalked up to emotions running high, and they carried no weight. But for Marquis Yao to say what he had just said was completely different. Asking heaven, asking earth, and asking the people was the ceremonial way to crown a new governor. Throughout all human history, there had never been a pseudo-nascent sole governor. This would definitely be something the emperor paid very close attention to. That was especially true considering that it was pushed forward by Yao Tianyan. He was one of the few people who distinguished himself in opposing the lieutenant governor. He was the only member of the old guard who survived the war. What was more, he had been grievously wronged in the whole affair. And of course, he had been one of the 5 most powerful people in Xianxia County. As such, he had the authority to do this. 7th Prince's thoughts raced as he considered all the elements at play. I doubt my father will approve of this, but he does have to consider the will of Xianxia County as a whole. And regardless, Yao Tianyan is clearly throwing caution to the wind. He's betting everything by publicly announcing to the world, to the human species, and to the emperor himself that Xianxia County approves of Xu Qing. Xu Qing has ignited the hearts of the people, and that's going to make him difficult to deal with. He's going to be like an ever-burning flame. 7th Prince maintained silence. He could tell that public sentiment had already been established. The sky glittered as the image of the past governors, created by the flow of destiny aura, stood tall and bore witness to the events below. No words were spoken in response to Ask Heaven. However, there was a deafening crash of thunder, which was the canopy of heaven in Xianxia County providing the answer. Ask Earth, Marquis Yao said, his eyes shining. Intense rumbling sounds echoed from the earth, providing the answer. Ask the people, Marquis Yao said, looking out at the county capital. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators below the altar, as well as the countless mortals in the city, all shouted their resounding response. You may. You may. The sound of the voices became like heavenly might filling the world. It represented the voice of the people and the will of Xianxia County. Xianxia County had made its choice. As everyone looked at Xu Qing, and as the destiny aura converged on him, his heart pounded with many emotions. Looking around at everyone, he took all of those emotions and made them part of a deep bow. He bowed to Marquis Yao. He bowed to the cultivators of the 3 palaces, and he bowed to the county capital, deeply. At this point, it didn't matter if the emperor approved or not. Even if there was no official governor in Xianxia County, Xu Qing's words would carry more weight than those of anyone else. There was no one in Xianxia County with a higher standing than him. As the bright moon shone down, no one was paying any attention to 7th Prince. After a long moment of silence, Seventh Prince laughed softly. He could tell what was happening. At that moment, he made his decision to leave. He would take his army out of Xu Qing County and toward the former Holotide battlefields. Only there could he be in the limelight. Before leaving, he turned to look at Xu Qing. Xu Qing's return, and the ceremony that resulted, had fixed the image of Xu Qing deeply in Seventh Prince's mind. In addition to Yao Tianyan, there's now a second person I'm going to remember from Xu Qing County. My father will definitely reprimand me for letting a lone hero like this take center stage, but I can accept that. With that, Seventh Prince made his departure. The lieutenant governor's coup was over. The forces of Xu Qing County were mobilized. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators spread out to help purge the mutagen, save the mortals, and restore order. As orders streamed out from the county capital, the various prefectures of the county were rescued from calamity. Because of all the various karma involved, there was no attempt made to hide the truth about the lieutenant governor's coup. Official announcements were made so that everyone knew what happened. The curtain closed on the coronation ceremony for the new governor. In the end of the 10th month of the year 2932 of the Dark War calendar, the tumult in Xu Qing County was revealed to be the work of the lieutenant governor, who was exposed as a member of Torchlight. His real name was Bai Xiaochun, and he had served as the governor of Xu Qing County in the days of the sovereign kingdom of Violet and Cyan. By using a god magic, he was reincarnated, and then sowed chaos in Xu Qing County. The swordsage Xu Qing, who had received a 30,000-meter pillar of light in the Grand Emperor's assessment of the heart, stepped out from the crowd during the coronation ceremony. Ignoring the threat to his own life, as well as his own desires, he strongly opposed the coronation. Then he revealed the truth about the conspiracy, resolved the danger to Xu Qing County, and saved everyone from a massive catastrophe. The emperor was deeply moved. In that same month, the emperor issued 5 edicts. The first edict was a strong rebuke of Seventh Prince for his failure to manage the situation properly. The second edict put all members of Torchlight on the most wanted list. In all counties and prefectures, the 5 greater celestial divisions, and all associated government departments, were to scour the lands and kill anyone connected to Torchlight. The third edict named Yao Tianyan, direct descendant of Heavenly Marquis Yao, as the acting governor of Xu Qing County. It also named the righteous folk hero Zheng Kaiyi as the new lieutenant governor, and gave him the authority to recommend a new governor for the county, as long as that person was in the void returning level. If so, then Xu Qing County could appoint a new governor with no further formalities. 1. The fourth edict removed the commanders-in-chief as the palace lords of the 3 palaces, and instead promoted the existing deputy palace lords to those positions. The 5th edict bestowed swordsage Xu Qing with a golden identity medallion, a yellow robe, the right to attend the Imperial University, and Grade 1 battle credit. 2. Those 5 imperial edicts were announced publicly everywhere. In a very short time, all human regions and counties were deeply shaken, and Xu Qing's name spread far and wide. There were 2 things in those edicts that were particularly important. The first was Zheng Kaiyi's mission. The second was Xu Qing County's right to appoint a new governor with no further formalities. Clearly, the emperor knew how important the situation was, but at the same time, couldn't change the law. That said, he wasn't going to ignore Xu Qing County's wishes. That was why he gave such an important mission to Master Seventh. After all, everyone in Xu Qing County now knew about the relationship between Master Seventh and Xu Qing. As for the new governor being able to take office without further formalities, that essentially guaranteed that as long as Xu Qing reached void returning, then he would be the governor of Xu Qing County. Xu Qing County's moment of catastrophe had passed. Everything went back to normal. But to Xu Qing, it was just a new starting point. It was time to set sail again. 1. In case you forgot, Zheng Kaiyi is Master Seventh's name, as revealed in Chapter 113. It was only mentioned a few times other than that, specifically in 115, 116, 122, and 127. 2. Historically speaking, the Imperial University was a real-life school. It was the highest-ranking educational establishment in certain dynasties in ancient China. Chapter 539. Do you have a Taoist partner, Xu Qing? It was the 12th month of year 2932 of the Dark War calendar, and as the winter wind blew through the fields and the dry forests, it brought with it snowflakes that danced like fine powder. It was as if the wind wished to cover over all of the scars left behind by that ancient foe who had so recently visited the lands. When the wind reached the county capital, it swirled about, falling onto the streets, the rooftops, and the bustling people. It became a white mist that filled the world. The county capital had changed a lot during the last half a month. Just as the snowy wind sought to cover the scars in the lands, the cultivators from the three palaces joined forces with the swordsage courts of the various prefectures, along with all of the countless sects there, to rebuild Xianxia County. Swordsage veterans traveled to the prefectures to join the rescue operations and help suppress any chaos being unleashed by non-humans. Gradually, the effects of the lieutenant governor's coup began to fade. The recovery was truly underway. Marquis Yao and Master Seventh were both tied together because of Xu Qing. Though they didn't know each other at first, after starting to work together, they both earned each other's respect and admiration. Apparently, they had similar personalities in some ways, and thus, they got along well. The wind brought with it a new era to Xianxia County. The deputy palace lords of the three palaces were now the official palace lords. In the case of the Swordsage Palace, that was Li Yunshan. Honor Guard Sun was the highest ranking of the honor guards, so he became the new deputy palace lord. Honor Guard Sima had another mission to handle. Xu Qing's life was vastly different than before. The rewards mentioned in the imperial edict hadn't yet been officially distributed, but thanks to his master and Marquis Yao, he knew full well how significant they would be. The Golden Identity Medallion brought with it the right of reprieve from the death penalty. As long as the bearer didn't commit treason, they could nullify the death penalty one time. The yellow robe was a gift directly from the imperial clan and provided a huge boost in status. The right to attend the Imperial University was also very significant. Ever since ancient times, the legacies of humankind were kept in the Imperial University, which meant that the place could be a lot of help when breaking out of Spirit Trove and into Void returning. Beyond that, whichever student ranked highest in the university's standardized testing would have a chance to be recruited by one of the Holy Lands. If they passed the recruitment assessment, then they would be able to travel to the Holy Lands. The Holy Lands existed outside of the revered ancient mainland and were on a much higher level of existence. In the nearly 3,000 years of the Dark War calendar, not one single student had ever passed the recruitment assessment. As for the Grade 1 battle credit, that was a massive honor, and there were less than 100 living people who had it. That said, all of those rewards were things Xu Qing could live without. His daily life hadn't changed very much, except for the fact that he no longer lived in his sword pavilion. He now resided in the old Secretariat Division in the Swordsage Palace. At the urging of Marquis Yao and Master Seventh, Xu Qing had once again re-established the Secretariat Division. It was now a special department in Xianxia County, and it oversaw not just one specific palace but the entire county. In other words, it surpassed the palaces. As for Xu Qing, he continued to serve as the Secretary General. He worked for the Governor Marquis Yao, as well as Master Seventh, to consolidate all reports from throughout the county, and thus he assisted them in county administration. There were a lot more members of the Secretariat Division than before. Now, the Secretariat Division didn't have offices just in the Swordsage Palace, but also in the other two palaces. At Kong Xianglong's suggestion, Secretariat Division offices were set up in all the prefectures as well, and they would cooperate with the Swordsage courts there to keep the prefectures safe. Kong Xianglong took responsibility for all that. He was now a member of the Secretariat Division as well, as was Sir Mountain River, who had recovered from his injuries. The captain was a bit jealous of all the authority Kong Xianglong had, so he pestered Xu Qing into starting a Black Ops division. When it came to recommendations for who to lead the Black Ops division, the captain naturally put himself forward. Once he took over, he became obsessed with his duties. And before long, he organized a mission outside of the county capital. Before leaving, he clasped Xu Qing's shoulder and flashed a haughty grin. "Little junior brother, the old man is the lieutenant governor now. In order to keep the family fortune safe, your eldest brother can't just sit around idly. I'm going to make sure the Black Ops division does its part." Xu Qing noted how the captain was trying not to look excited, and then thought back to a transfer order submitted by Li Shidao from the administration palace. He looked around. "What are you looking at?" the captain asked, stunned. Before, he had been looking very lofty and heroic, but seeing Xu Qing looking around caused him to feel a bit guilty. "I'm looking for Li Shidao," Xu Qing answered sincerely. "Your sister-in-law, she demanded to come with me, and though I'm not exactly thrilled by that, I couldn't refuse her." Clearing his throat, the captain abandoned that conversation topic and threw his arm around Xu Qing's neck. "Let me tell you, little Ah Qing, I'm not taking this trip for the purposes of romance. I have two main goals. One relates to the Black Ops division, but the other is that I'm starting to plan a really big job. After that job, you and I are going to be even more awesome than we are now. To prep for this job, I need to go out and start collecting intelligence reports about the Moonlight region. Don't worry, I'll be back soon." 1. Moonlight region, Xu Qing said, his eyes narrowing. Nowadays, he was very sensitive to the word moon. The captain blinked a few times, waved his hand in a hushing gesture, then lowered his voice. "Just wait until I'm back. I'll explain everything then. Suffice it to say, little junior brother, you need to be ready to travel. This time around, your eldest brother is going to take you to accomplish something consummately amazing." The captain licked his lips, his eyes flashing with that crazy light that Xu Qing was very familiar with. Humming a little tune, he led his people out of the county capital. Xu Qing was currently standing on a limestone platform next to the entrance of the Swordsage Palace, watching the captain leave. "Come on out," he said coolly. Enning Yan poked his head out of the doorway of a nearby building, then chuckled self-deprecatingly as he hurried over to Xu Qing. Enning Yan feared the captain, and had also been very worried about the captain dragging him along. Knowing that hiding wouldn't do any good, he had repeatedly begged Xu Qing for help in that regard. "Exalted Secretary General, as it turns out, I really can serve as your secretary." "Did you track down Qing Qiu?" Xu Qing said, looking at him. "Yes, that shrew." Xu Qing's gaze turned cold. Enning Yan gulped and quickly reworded things. "The exalted Qing Qiu, who was previously affiliated with the Church of Departure in the Emperor-receiving prefecture, has left for the continent of South Phoenix." Xu Qing nodded and didn't say anything further. Enning Yan then hurried off. After he was some distance away, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had to admit that Xu Qing had really become a lot more impressive in the past half-month. As Enning Yan knew, that was the pressure he exuded as the destiny aura of Sealing County gathered on him. Even though Xu Qing technically had experienced only a single tribulation, the destiny aura of the county made it so that no one could casually defy him. Meanwhile, Xu Qing ignored Enning Yan and made his way toward the Swordsage Palace's records repository. During the past half-month, they had been going there a lot. At his request, the Administration Palace and Justice Palace, as well as the governor's mansion, had been sending their ancient records there for him to study. There were a lot of records to go through. On the way to the records repository, a little white snake peeked out from his sleeve. Looking at him with big, innocent eyes, she curiously asked, "Big bro Xu Qing, who's Qing Qiu?" Xu Qing looked down and stroked the little snake's head. "A childhood friend of mine," he said gently, "that I encountered again later in life. I'll introduce you later." The little white snake seemed very pleased with the way he was petting her. Closing her eyes, she laughed, and it sounded like tiny bells tinkling. "Coo, coo." Xu Qing also laughed softly. Back in the spirit abyss, Linger had been the one to save him right before he lost consciousness. She had not yet fully absorbed the ancient spirit destiny aura. It was a long and slow process. Therefore, she was currently in the form of a little white snake that stayed wrapped around his right wrist. When Xu Qing arrived at the records repository, he continued browsing through the records and information there. Hours passed. Days. 3 days later, Xu Qing sighed. He had found some useful information, but not very much. He was looking for information about life lamps, especially the way to thoroughly integrate them into oneself. He remembered the captain once mentioning that many people had tried unsuccessfully to do that through the years. After poring through so many ancient records recently, Xu Qing had come to find that what the captain said was entirely true. There were historical examples of people succeeding. However, all of them were before the broken face of the god arrived. Long before Emperor Ancient Spirit conquered revered Ancient, there was an imperial sovereign of antiquity who walked a path of defiance. Normally speaking, once a cultivator reached the imperial sovereign level, they could transform their blood and thus generate a life lamp. Later on, that imperial sovereign's descendants could be blessed by the good fortune of using that life lamp in foundation establishment. But the imperial sovereign in question defied that custom. Similar to Xu Qing, while he was in the foundation establishment level, he slaughtered descendants of the ancient emperors and imperial sovereigns, took their life lamps and made them his own. He nearly died in the process. But in the end, he managed to fully integrate those life lamps into his own blood, making them part of himself. Then, after many more near-death experiences, he rose to the highest heights and became an imperial sovereign. Letter 1d6 to a letter 1d633. Letter 1d4b8, letter 1d45c, letter 1d45a. In the lieutenant governor's ancient records, that imperial sovereign was mentioned, but only in passing. After all, those events were in the ancient past. What was more, the only reason there was any mention of him at all was that he walked such a heaven-defying path. As for how true the story was, it was hard to tell. Light from beyond the heavens, Xu Qing murmured. The story of that imperial sovereign mentioned those words. Apparently, the reason he could integrate the life lamps into his own body was because of some mysterious thing referred to as light from beyond the heavens. That light from beyond the heavens was only mentioned in this one story about this specific imperial sovereign. Xu Qing hadn't been able to find any other clues about it in any of the other ancient records. A few days ago, he'd asked his master about it. Not even Master Seventh had heard of such a light. Xu Qing also consulted Marquis Yao, who didn't know anything, but offered to ask a friend of his in the imperial capital about it. Feeling a bit disappointed, Xu Qing went back to the Secretariat Division. There, he worked on processing various documents being sent in from the prefectures. The next day, he got a voice message from Marquis Yao. Xu Qing, I got a response to my inquiry. I also have something I want to give you. Do you mind stopping by Yao Mansion? Eyes glittering, Xu Qing left the Swordsage Palace and hurried toward Yao Mansion. Along the way, he noted how busy everyone on the street seemed to be, and how all of them seemed a lot happier than before. None of them were suffering any poisonous effects from the pallid boluses they had consumed. That matter had been confirmed after Marquis Yao and Master Seventh summoned alchemy grandmasters from all over Sealing County. After careful inspection, they had declared the pallid boluses to be harmless. However, many commoners still harbored doubts. Therefore, Marquis Yao suggested to distribute a harmless elixir and label it as an antidote to the pallid bolus. Before long, that antidote was being distributed free of charge to everyone in the county capital. They called it a pallid diffusing pill. The reality was that the pill mostly just strengthened the physical body. But the result was much rejoicing on the part of the people. What was more, Xu Qing learned a valuable lesson from that about human nature. Whether in terms of the process or the result, everything worked out in the end. Clearing his mind, Xu Qing hurried to Yao Mansion. Once he arrived, he was received with all due solemnity. The Yao clan cultivators who had been released from the corrections division had all learned that a few words from Xu Qing had spared them from a deadly catastrophe. Therefore, a large crowd of people from the Yao clan were waiting respectfully for him at the front gate. Their eyes shone with gratitude as they clasped hands and bowed deeply to him. We offer respectful greetings, Secretary General Xu. The crowd was made up mostly of elderly ones, women and children. Yao Yunhui and Yao Fei were both there, too. Yao Yunhui had a complicated facial expression. Before, she had been alluring and curvaceous. Now she seemed haggard and had clearly lost a lot of weight. That said, she was still very attractive. In fact, to some people, she might seem weaker than before and thus more deserving of tenderness. Yao Fei, meanwhile, wore the same formal court attire she usually wore. However, the disaster which had befallen her clan, and especially being imprisoned, had left her much thinner, even a bit sallow. When Xu Qing first met her, she had seemed very graceful and poised. Now she seemed a lot more down to earth. When she met Xu Qing's eyes, she gave a curtsying bow, as did Yao Yunhui. Xu Qing hurried forward and physically lifted them up from their bowing. He glanced at Yao Yunhui and those around her, then focused on Yao Fei. "Marquis Yao is my senior," he said. "Please, ladies, there's no need for this formality." "Young Sir Xu," Yao Fei said softly, "your kindness is something our Yao clan will never forget." As the surrounding members of the crowd gave way, she and Yao Yunhui led Xu Qing into Yao Mansion. Yao Fei walked next to Xu Qing. Yao Yunhui trailed behind them. The fragrant aroma of perfume filled the air, which was something Xu Qing wasn't used to. The little white snake on his wrist peeked curiously out of his sleeve. Eventually, they reached the Yao clan's primary reception hall. Marquis Yao was there waiting, a smile on his face. "Greetings, Governor," Xu Qing said, bowing respectfully. Marquis Yao smiled and indicated for Xu Qing to take a seat. Instead of taking the seat of honor, Marquis Yao sat to the side. Seeing that, Xu Qing felt even more respect than before and also chose a seat to the side. 3 letter 1D456 letter 1D626 letter 1D624 letter 1D45C letter 1D62E. Yao Fei and Yao Yunhui poured tea for them. The one serving Xu Qing's tea was Yao Yunhui. As she poured the steaming tea from the pot, she looked at Xu Qing out of the corner of her eye, and she suddenly looked a bit distracted. The events of the past flashed through her mind. She almost couldn't believe that the new swordsage from less than 2 years ago had somehow risen to such incredible heights. In her distraction, she overfilled the cup, and as the tea spilled onto the table, Xu Qing turned to look at her. Only then did Yao Yunhui react. She quickly took a few steps back. Yao Fei seemed similarly distracted. However, her reasons for distraction were different from those of Yao Yunhui, but were no less profound. She was thinking about the first time she'd met Xu Qing, back when her close friend Plumdark introduced him. Back then, she didn't pay much attention to him, as he was nothing more than a puny little swordsage. Maybe he did have a 30,000-meter pillar of light from the Grand Emperor, but he was far from being grown up. Meanwhile, she was the younger sister of Marquis Yao, who even had a small role to play in the imperial capital. Back then, the civil way she conversed with Xu Qing was for the sake of Plumdark. The reality was that Yao Fei didn't want Plumdark to place limitations on her own future. Yao Fei felt like a mighty tree standing next to Plumdark, there to make sure no one did anything to besmirch her honor. But after that, things changed rapidly, and everything was turned upside down. The next thing she knew, Xu Qing was acknowledged by the people of Sealing County as their next official governor. Because of him, her brother's name was cleared, and she and her entire clan were spared a deadly calamity. Thinking back now to that time when she first met Xu Qing, she realized that he was actually the mighty tree. She just hadn't realized it at the time. As a result, she couldn't help but be a bit distracted. Because of her distraction and mixed emotions, she suddenly found herself feeling a bit envious of Plumdark. Marquis Yao noted the odd expressions on the faces of his sister and daughter. He was a bit surprised. He looked at Xu Qing, then his daughter, and then his sister. Finally, he cleared his throat. Yao Yunhui and Yao Fei quickly bowed their heads and left the reception hall. Soon, Marquis Yao and Xu Qing were alone. Marquis Yao looked at Xu Qing. Xu Qing looked back at him, his expression the same as always. The Marquis spoke first. "Xu Qing, do you have a Taoist partner yet?" Xu Qing's jaw nearly dropped. Before he could say anything, the white snake poked her head out of his sleeve and glared at Marquis Yao. "Coo." Marquis Yao glanced at the snake, smiled, and then dropped the subject. Waving his hand, he took out a blood-colored lamp shaped like a wing. He put it down in front of Xu Qing. "This lamp is for you." 1. In Chinese, the character I'm translating as rite more specifically means to offer sacrifice to. Think of it as a rite of sacrifice. For pithiness' sake, I'm just going to use rite. There is some significance to that, which will be revealed later. In any event, going forward, just keep in mind that the name of the region inherently contains the idea of sacrificial offerings. 2. By quick way of reminder, Yao Yunhui is Zhang Xian's mother, who played a role in the story starting in chapter 393, though she appeared briefly before then. She is Marquis Yao's daughter. Yao Fei is her aunt, is the sister of Marquis Yao, and is the friend of Plumdark. Yao Fei was introduced in chapter 428 and appeared a few times after that in various contexts. 3. Given the context of the scene, it seems likely that Marquis Yao and Xu Qing are sitting at a circular table. The seat of honor would be the seat facing away from the front door. The side seats would be any of the other seats, although there are also protocols for who sits in those seats depending on the situation. That's beside the point. What's relevant here is that neither Marquis Yao or Xu Qing sit in the seat of honor, and thus both of them are refraining from putting themselves in the position of superiority. The Marquis has the right to do so, since he is the acting governor. And no one would blame Xu Qing for doing so, since he is essentially the future governor who has an even more proper right to claim superiority. The fact that both of them choose the more humble route is telling. Chapter 540. Last Night's Wind Brings a Starry Night Sky, Part 1. Xu Qing's pupils constricted. He recognized this lamp. It was a Hellspirit Bloodwing lamp. Back when he was in Holotide territory in disguise as a nightshade, he had acquired one of these lamps and currently had it inside of him as one of his Dao souls. However, the lamp he currently had was the left wing, which provided a boost to speed. In front of him now was the right wing. Many thoughts were running through his mind as he looked up at Marquis Yao. Marquis Yao looked back at him with a meaningful expression. Smiling, he lifted his cup and took a sip of tea. He didn't speak. Xu Qing likewise didn't say anything. He knew that in Xi County, both the governor and the palace lords were all complicated people. Considering that Marquis Yao was one of that group of 5 people who were considered the most powerful in Xi County, he was just the same. All in all, not just anyone could befriend so many non-humans and earn their trust. Nor could many people keep the truth about themselves hidden for so long, only to reveal it right at the perfect time. Even more telling was that, in the end, he had identified all members of his clan who truly preferred non-humans over humans, and he had purged them with blood. Whether it was in terms of his thinking ability or his methods, Marquis Yao was among the best of the best. It was no coincidence that he was giving Xu Qing this specific lamp. Back during the battle at the altar, I revealed my life lamp umbrellas. I guess that was a bit of a slip-up. Of course, it wasn't as if he'd had much choice in the heat of the moment. Xu Qing was right. Marquis Yao had noted his life lamp umbrellas, then used a secret identity of his among the holotides, plus other connections, to secure the matching lamp. Upon seeing Xu Qing's thoughtful expression, Marquis Yao smiled. He could only hope that this lesson would help Xu Qing to be a bit more thoughtful in the future, and thus grow up a bit faster, at least in terms of thinking ability. The lesson had been emphasized enough, so Marquis Yao put down his cup of tea. Although it might not be obvious to someone paying attention to the war, the holotides actually suffered losses as significant as our own. For example, most of the small nations around the 10 Entrails tree were destroyed, and many of their blackguard cultivators died. Having reached this point, Marquis Yao stopped talking for a moment and looked Xu Qing in the eyes. Some died before, some died in the last half a month. During the transfer of the Hevingale Imperial Palace, many records were lost. Emperor Hevingale is very apologetic about it. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. Xu Qing, given your current status, you have the right to know a few things. For years, the governor, myself, and brother Xianxia were working on a complicated plan to earn the trust of the holotides. My job was to deal primarily with Emperor Hevingale, to convince him to desert the holotides and rejoin humankind. Marquis Yao's words caused Xu Qing's heart to start pounding. Considering that the holotides on the northern front had been the forces of Emperor Heavengale and Emperor Moonmist, it explained how Marquis Yao had managed to somehow avoid getting killed. I got about 80% of the way to achieving my goal. If I'd had 10 more years, I could have succeeded. Unfortunately, things changed. In the fighting on the northern front, Emperor Moonmist was such a menacing force that we even suspected he had human traitors working for him. Marquis Yao's eyes turned cold. The deaths of Brother Hengxin and Brother Rongyu are not as simple as they seem. When Emperor Heavengale held his hand and allowed me to escape, 7th Prince arrived and took control. Given that he showed up out of nowhere to save me, I had my suspicions about what was going on. But I had no choice other than to start working for him. Xu Qing picked up his cup and looked at the tea swirling inside. Marquis Yao kept talking. Xu Qing, I'm telling you all of this so that you can hopefully see the bigger picture. Right now, you're more than just a swordsage. You have status, but you're also like a game piece on the board. What assets you have, you need to use. Based on what I've heard, Emperor Heavengale is currently representing their ancestral emperor in the negotiations with 7th Prince. One of the things they're haggling over are territory rights. We're going to be taking over several counties. Plus, we need to expand Sealing County. On the surface, the holotides have cut their ties to the Nightshades. But given how long I've dealt with them, and everything I've come to learn about how holotides think and operate, I don't think there's any way they'll really isolate themselves in that way. They're definitely going to keep some secret connections to the Nightshades. For example, in the negotiation party from the Kingdom of Heavengale are members of their nobility, in other words, people in the top 2 levels of their caste hierarchy. From what I've heard, one of them received a caste promotion from a Nightshade godchild. Marquis Yao's eyes glittered as he looked at Xu Qing. It was very rare for him to speak so openly with other people. Xu Qing's facial expression remained the same as ever. Inside, he was thinking that, after everything that had happened, he could trust Marquis Yao. What was more, there didn't seem any reason to hide things from him. After some more thought, Xu Qing put down his teacup, took out a jade slip, released some of his violet moon aura, then handed the jade slip to Marquis Yao. Mu Yi, 1 IECO. Marquis Yao took the jade slip and studied it for a short time. Xu Qing, although I have a general idea of what you accomplished as the Nightshade godchild, there are obviously a lot of details I don't understand. Do you think you can trust this Mu Yi? I can kill him with a thought, Xu Qing replied softly. Marquis Yao smiled and nodded. Next, he went on to explain to Xu Qing what he had learned about the light from beyond the heavens. As the name implies, this type of light comes from beyond the revered ancient mainland. More specifically, they're a mysterious type of light beam that exists in the void. No one knows where they come from, and they're extremely rare. It's highly uncommon for them to reach revered ancient, and it's very hard to capture and preserve them. At least that was the situation before the broken face of the god arrived. After the face arrived, they virtually disappeared. They can indeed be used to integrate life lamps, but the cost is immense. You have to spend some of your own life force. Xu Qing sighed inwardly. It sounded like getting light from beyond the heavens would be as hard as fishing a needle from the sea. In fact, it seemed almost impossible. After chatting for a bit longer, Xu Qing bid farewell to Marquis Yao. By the time he left Yao Mansion, it was evening. Once out in the open, he heard Linger's voice. Big bro Xu Qing, you need to be careful around those 2 female cultivators. There was something very strange about the way they were looking at you, especially the one who spilled the tea. There's something very fishy about her. You absolutely, positively have to be careful, big bro Xu Qing. I fear they might be trying to hurt you. Linger seemed very sincere. In response, Xu Qing thought back to the situation as a whole. Considering what happened with Xianxia, it seemed entirely likely that Yao Yunhui might be plotting against him. He nodded. In contrast, he wasn't sure what to make of Yao Fei. However, he decided to keep an eye on the situation. Linger was very pleased that Xu Qing seemed to agree with her. She felt very useful at being able to help him keep an eye out for dangers. Thus, She flew out from Xu Qing's sleeve and coiled up on his shoulder next to his ear. "Big bro Xu Qing," she whispered. "I can actually be very useful. Once I can take human form again, which will be soon, I can even do housework. Oh, right, I can sing too. You see, I'm a very quick learner and some of my wood spirit friends taught me. I'm pretty good. Can I sing a song for you?" Linger seemed so happy that Xu Qing couldn't help but smile and nod. Linger started to sing in a voice like a misty rain, which reached all the way to Xu Qing's heart. The moonlight diffuse. Sunlight on the trellised rail, abstruse. Rain falls, light and loose. Heartbreak ebbs and flows, but never is reduced. Say not you'll join me in your next life. Just say we're fated to meet again like before. I have no regrets in this life. I just hope the flowers will bloom for you evermore. In the next life, I'll look back, smile, and wait millions of years for the fated encore. Linger's young, tender voice seemed to flow right to Xu Qing's heart. As the sun slowly sank toward the horizon, he walked the streets of the capital, keeping his aura concealed and hiding any trace of his passage. He passed the people, and he passed the clamor, and he felt calm. As the wind blew past him, he listened to the song, and his hair drifted along with the lyrics. When the red light of sunset arrived, the little white snake almost looked like a young woman, her face flushed as she softly sang. Some distance away in the lieutenant governor's mansion, Master Seventh stood in a building looking down at the street. His gaze fell on Xu Qing, and he smiled. Marquis Yao stepped out of thin air to join him. They stood together. Master Seventh sighed. "How wonderful to be young." Marquis Yao laughed softly. "Couldn't have said it better myself." "How nice to be young." "Exactly." Master Seventh looked at the Marquis. "Now, considering that my apprentice saved your clan and cleared your name, you have to keep a close watch over him and keep him safe. If you don't, if your heart turns cold, then no one will step out to say they object to what happens." "You still don't trust me, do you?" Marquis Yao asked quietly. A very meaningful look appeared in Master Seventh's eyes. "Something occurred to me recently. When everything happened the other day, if I hadn't said something, would you have stepped in?" Marquis Yao looked at Xu Qing off in the distance and took a moment to think seriously about the question. He even visualized the situation that played out half a month ago. "I probably would have." Master Seventh didn't respond for a while. After looking at the sunset for a time, he said, "How did the discussion go with him?" "He gave me a name. I'll have my people connect with this person, and we can use him to keep Seventh Prince in check. The 3 prefectures we lost haven't been returned yet. Xianxia County isn't strong enough to be a threat to anyone right now." Marquis Yao turned to look at Master Seventh. "Any progress with the puppet corpses of Brother Hengson and Brother Rongyu?" Master Seventh shook his head. "They're the next generation of the experimental god body. I haven't even been able to restart them yet, but I have some ideas. I'll be heading back to Seven Blood Eyes soon to retrieve my other research material. In fact, I plan to move Seven Blood Eyes here to the county capital." Marquis Yao nodded. He didn't have any issues with Seven Blood Eyes being moved to the capital. Having no further questions, he turned and left. After Marquis Yao was gone, Master Seventh looked down at his hands. Visible on his palm was a magical symbol formed from god vitality. It was a unique little thing he had been researching, and it had one purpose. It detected lies. Normally speaking, gods were supposed to be omniscient and omnipotent. Although that was only true relatively speaking, what it did mean was that gods were much more easily able to tell the difference between what was true and what wasn't. As Master Seventh looked at the symbol, it flickered. He nodded. He was being completely sincere, but at the same time, not totally honest. Well, people's hearts can change. Since Xianxia County is supposed to belong to Fourth Sibi, it will be his. Master Seventh's eyes shone as he thought for a moment, then took out a jade slip to send a voice message to Xu Qing. "Fourth Sib, in 3 days I'm leaving the county capital. I'm taking a trip back to Seven Blood Eyes. It's been a while since you've been back. Want to come along?" 1. We learned Muyi's name in chapter 445, but he was originally introduced in 441. In 458, we learned he had become a godservant. Chapter 540. Last Night's Wind Brings a Starry Night Sky, Part 2. Pockets lined with gold, I return home. I walk the night clad in brocade silk. Xu Qing had just arrived back at the Swordsage Palace and was immersed in Linger's singing. Eventually, he noticed his jade slip vibrating, and he listened to his master's message. Looking at the little white snake, he asked, "Linger, do you want to go back to Seven Blood Eyes?" "Sure," she replied happily. "I'm still part of the Seven Blood Eyes Intelligence Division, after all." After seeing how happy that made Linger, Xu Qing thought back to all the people he knew in Seven Blood Eyes and realized he really did want to take a trip back. He needed to tend to Master Sixth's gravestone. It had also been a long time since he paid a visit to Sergeant Thunder's grave or Grandmaster Bai's. Beyond that, there was another thing Xu Qing needed to do. Taking out his jade slip, he replied to his master. "Master, do you think we could swing by the smoke whites on the way back? I have a little debt to settle with them." From the time he was young, Xu Qing had always been the type of person to hold a grudge. 3 days later, a Seven Blood Eyes dreadnought rose into the sky over the county capital. It was pitch black, had ornamental rocks and buildings on its back, and could carry 100,000 cultivators. Master Seventh stood atop the highest building on the dreadnought's superstructure, and next to him was Xu Qing. Behind them were 1,000 cultivators, all of them swordsages and veterans of the war. They were being led by Honor Guard Sima, as ordered by Palace Lord Li Yunqian and Marquis Yao. This group was Xu Qing's guard division while he traveled through Sealing County. Taoist Sima wasn't just an honor guard now. He had another identity. He was Xu Qing's Tao protector. It was his responsibility to keep Xu Qing safe in all circumstances. In addition to the dreadnought, there was another huge entity up in the sky, hardly visible in the clouds. Kinkin. He hadn't planned to come along, but after Xu Qing indicated he would have a good meal along the way, he'd excitedly agreed. Kinkin seemed a bit impatient and kept letting loose exasperated caws. The clouds vibrated in response, and the cries echoed out so clearly that all mortals and cultivators could hear them. As everyone in the county capital looked on, Xu Qing, Taoist Sima, and the rest of the 1,000 cultivators clasped hands and bowed. Then the dreadnought rumbled to life and shot over the horizon. As it sped over the lands of Sealing County, it left behind a streak of light and expanding ripples in the air. Kinkin gave it added speed, making it streak along like a lightning bolt. In less than a day, it passed over the border of the county capital and soon reached a boundless desert. As soon as they entered the desert, the majestic power of the dreadnought combined with Kinkin's hunger became a somber and desolate aura that blurred the sky. The intense heat of the desert instantly lessened as a result. Killing intent rippled out from Kinkin and the dreadnought. That was even more the case considering that Taoist Sima and the other veteran swordsages had learned along the way that their first stop was a branch division of the Smoke Whites. These swordsages had experienced the baptism of war. They had climbed mountains of corpses and swam through seas of blood, and thus viewed slaughter and death differently than before. Though they weren't completely indifferent to such things, it took more than their mere mention to move them. That level of increased calm just made their somber and desolate aura even more striking. As the dreadnought sped along, the denizens of the desert trembled in fear. Not even the light scrags dared to come out into the open. The smoke whites in this location weren't the only representatives of their species. Because smoke whites were made of smoke, they could be found in any location where there was smoke. However, because of the environment, there were a lot of smoke whites in this particular branch location. After the defeat of the lieutenant governor, Xu Qing had explained to Marquis Yao how the smoke whites were connected to Torchlight. Thus, this branch had already been locked down during the half-month cleanup operation in the county. The smoke whites had done their best to get back into the good graces of the humans. But after the suffering brought by the lieutenant governor's coup, humans needed an outlet for their pent-up emotions. That, coupled with the fact that Torchlight accomplices were now on the most wanted list, ensured that the smoke whites weren't allowed to simply escape. All of the smoke white branch locations had been locked down, and few individuals managed to escape. However, there was one specific branch location that Xu Qing had isolated to handle himself. This was the place he had visited on his trip back from 10 Entral's tree. During that extremely critical time, he had requested use of their teleportation portal, only to have them intentionally delay him. He had not forgotten how he very respectfully waited to use the portal, only to be treated with malice. Back then, the smoke whites had just looked at him with coldness in their eyes. Because they delayed him, Xu Qing ended up running into Chu Tianquan and being forced into a battle to the death in a minor world fragment that they controlled. Had it not been for Linger, Xu Qing would have died in that fight. What was more, after he came out victorious, he remembered a smoke white out in the desert, watching him. His grudge with the smoke whites had existed ever since then. 1. As the dreadnought screamed through the desert, Xu Qing's eyes were as cold as ice. Sensing Xu Qing's emotional state, Qingqin let loose ear-piercing cries. Half a day later, they reached the smoke-white city that Xu Qing remembered so well. From a distance, it looked illusory, as if it were smoke with no physical structures in it. Of course, smoke-whites existed in a state of smoke to begin with. When it came to open combat, they usually used puppets, which they normally stored in their minor worlds. However, part of the sanctions imposed by the humans involved the destruction of their minor worlds and the sealing of all their cities. Considering how powerful humans were in the county, the smoke whites hadn't been able to fight back at all. That was when Xu Qing had requested that this particular city be left alone, and thus they had simmered in anxiety until this point. Now, Xu Qing's arrival signaled their imminent destruction. Qingqin led the charge with an excited caw. Magenta light flared, smashing through all barriers. Then 3 heads shot forth and began absorbing everything. Anguished howls rang out as smoke streamed into Qingqin's mouths. He let loose an exuberant cry. Next, Taoist Sima gave orders to the sword sages, and 1,000 beams of light shot into the smoke-white forces. Xu Qing stood on the dreadnought, watching coldly. He did not have a heart that overflowed with pity. As soon as the smoke whites began colluding with torchlight, their fate had been sealed. It didn't matter if it was because they had been paid off, or because they were hoping to gain from the relationship in the future. The smoke whites had chosen to help torchlight fight against humankind. From that point, they should have been prepared to pay for any failure with their own blood. It was a brutal world in which people lived by the maxim, an eye for an eye. The extermination didn't take long. After all, this was only one branch of the larger species. Considering the extreme level of force at play, there was no way they could fight back. 4 hours later, the smoke cleared, and there was nothing left of the smoke-white city. Qingqin didn't seem sated, and gave Xu Qing a caw that seemed to be a request for more food. Xu Qing considered it, then nodded. Enlivened, Qingqin flew off over the horizon. The dreadnought followed. On the way to the teleportation portal, Xu Qing took a bamboo slip out of his bag of holding and scratched the smoke whites off the list. Off to the side, Master Seventh looked at the bamboo slip and noticed Crown Prince of Violet and Cyan carved at the top of the list. He also noted how many names had been crossed off, and then his eyes stopped at one particular name that hadn't been crossed off. The captain. Behind it were a host of question marks, many of which were crossed out. Master Seventh wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. Pointing at the captain's name, he asked, "What's that all about?" Xu Qing looked at the captain's name, reached up to cross it off, then paused. Crossing a name off means that person is dead, so it would be unlucky to cross this one off. He put the bamboo slip away. Then he took a look at his iron skewer. The skewer vibrated in a show of respect. "Master, what happened to that fishbone?" Xu Qing felt like Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior, and the shadow had fallen so far behind him in battle prowess that it seemed like a good idea to replace them. The Patriarch could sense what Xu Qing was thinking. The skewer vibrated more strongly. At the same time, the shadow rippled and emanated emotional fluctuations of fear and pleading. Xu Qing ignored them. Linger could sense what was going on and looked curiously at the shadow. The shadow shivered. Changing strategies, it sent fawning fluctuations toward Linger. Meanwhile, Master Seventh smiled. He had long since become aware of all the various assets possessed by his apprentice. And ever since finding out Xu Qing had the finger of a god, he generally wouldn't be surprised by anything. I broke the fish bone into 3 parts and I'm still ensorceling them. I'd say it'll take another half-month before it's done. What a pity we lost the 3 fish bones Bai Xiaochun had. RCO. Of course, Master Seventh had long since inquired about the details of what happened after Xu Qing and Bai Xiaochun teleported off the altar, and Xu Qing had explained everything in detail. And thus, the shadow continued to cozy up to Linger, even going so far as to take a variety of shapes to amuse her. As Linger laughed contentedly, the dreadnought flew over the desert and eventually reached the teleportation portal leading toward Emperor Receiving Prefecture. 2 days later, Xu Qing caught sight of Emperor Receiving Prefecture's northern tundra. The wind here was colder than in the county capital. There were many more snowflakes, drifting down from the sky, covering the lands and heavily reducing visibility. However, there were several thousand people standing in the snowy wind. As the dreadnought got closer, those people became clearly visible. In front of them was the Grand Elder of the Swordsage Court. Expression somber, he clasped hands and bowed. "We offer respectful greetings, Lieutenant Governor." The thousands of people behind him also bowed. Etiquette had to be followed. Master Seventh was no longer the sect leader of 7 Blood Eyes. He was the Lieutenant Governor. There weren't just swordsages in the crowd. There were also many sect cultivators. They had been organized into 2 groups. One group wore black Taoist robes embroidered with blood-red threads. They were from the Church of Departure. The other group wore golden Taoist robes that seemed extremely luxurious and pulsed with immortal energy. They were from the Supreme Arbiter Immortal Society. It didn't matter if the cultivators, Taoist robes pulsed with death and blood, or refinement that surpassed mortality. They all had extremely respectful expressions on their faces. Master Seventh's facial expression remained the same as ever, and he didn't seem moved at all by the deference shown to him. He seemed like a person who, after many years of life, wasn't concerned about putting on an ostentatious display upon returning home from afar. Xu Qing noted his master's reaction and felt even more admiration than before. He also felt that he could be more like his master in that regard. "Master, little junior brother," someone called from the Supreme Arbiter Immortal Society forces. Then a person emerged wearing a 7 Blood Eyes Taoist robe. He had a tall hat with the character Forbidden on it, was unusually thin, and had dark circles under his eyes. Xu Qing recognized him immediately. It was Third Elder Brother. However, his physical appearance caused Xu Qing to inhale sharply. He was skinnier than before, to the point of being gaunt. It seemed like all the energy had been sucked out of him, leaving him as little more than a husk. What was more, Third Elder Brother was flanked by 8 young women, all of whom were cradling infants. 2. Master Seventh, his face expressionless, calmly said, "This is just too much." From the coldness in Master Seventh's voice, Xu Qing could tell that he was really angry. 1. The smoke whites delayed him in Chapter 459. He saw a smoke white watching him in the desert in Chapter 466. 2. Third Elder Brother, who was originally known as the Third Highness, first appeared in Chapter 62. Some key chapters about him include 98, 236, 241, and 270.